Hi guys, thanks for tuning in to the Tata Steel Chess Tournament. This is round 7. My name is Tex de Wit. I'm a FIDE master from Amsterdam, the Netherlands, and I'm joined today by Grandmaster Simon Williams. Hi Simon.
Hi Tex, how are you doing? It's going to be an exciting day of chess, and yeah, we've never commentated together, so it's going to be a load of fun. I feel.
Yeah, nice to meet you, Simon.
Yeah, cheers. Hi. Hi. Well,
You
I'll
look
give you a
nice.
virtual
Hi.
handshake as we kind of do
One
nowadays
from
in these
Holland
times.
and one from Britain. Nice to celebrate Brexit. We decided to do commentary together today.
Yeah, we're
Uh,
building those bridges again, right?
we start right away. Let's go to yesterday's results. Two
Yeah,
victories.
yeah, definitely some interesting games here, and I mean, we can see at the moment that well, Jordan van Forest won this very nice game, and Ali Razor's doing very well with the black pieces. We're sort of still waiting for a Magnus charge, I think, Tex, aren't we?
Yeah,
So
yesterday he was close to winning, but it ended in a draw. So I don't think it was a happy Norwegian world champion there.
no, he's got to start smiling soon. I think he's been a little bit off form, old Magnus, and he's very capable of just crushing everyone on his
Yeah,
day, isn't he? So, is it going to be the day today? He's playing one of the sort of leaders.
yeah, he's
So,
one.
yeah,
Yeah, he's playing one of the leaders. Let's have a look at the standings first. Niels Grandelius, the big surprise from Sweden, is leading with 4 out of 6, followed by 6 players, amongst whom Magnus Carlsen and the 2 Dutch guys as well.
yeah,
Were
a little bit of biasness going on there. Are you rooting for the Dutch guys?
not a little bit, Simon.
Oh,
I'm
sorry.
completely biased.
Good. You know what? I really like hearing that because I've done so much commentary, and people are like, "Oh no, we've got to be neutral when we do the commentary." I like that you're sticking your neck out there on the line and saying,
Yeah, no, I
you know,
am very neutral, but I'm really rooting for the Dutch guys as well. So I try to balance these two facts. Right now, we're waiting for the gong because at exactly 2 o'clock they will hit the gong today. Two local children from Wijk aan Zee, or at least this municipality, will hit the gong, and the games will start.
do they actually
No,
hit a gong?
they will actually hit the gong? Definitely. There is a big tradition in Wijk aan Zee. Before every round,
Awesome.
someone will hits the gong,
Okay.
and it's a different person every day. And today
Brilliant.
it's two children.
I like the idea of that. It's like a movie. You remember those old movies where you got the gong and you build up to it and the big gong gets hit? That's cool. That's cool. I'm looking forward to that. And yeah, it's going to be a great day of chess. We'll have a look at the pairings and you can see the tournament hall nicely spaced. Everyone's getting ready for the encounters today. I'm going to be trying to follow some of the chat on twitch.tv chess as well. So hello to everyone in the chat on Twitch there. So hello guys, I recognize some names over there, and it's going to be exciting.
Yeah, it is. It is. Again, we'll look at the pairings shortly after, but there are some exciting matchup today. We see there, of course, it looks way different from last year or other years. There are just only a few grandmasters in the playing hall. Usually it's packed with hundreds of amateurs as well. But right now we have the players. We have tournament director Jeroen van den Berg, who was extremely happy that this tournament is actually taking place. We have chief arbiter Pavel Fortruba. And the only other person allowed in there, I believe, is the tournament doctor.
Let's hope he's not needed, but it's good to have him there. And yeah, you can see there Magnus looking very. He always looks quite like he's going to kill his opponent. I feel,
Yeah.
really up for the challenge. And I find Tex. Obviously, you've played lots of tournaments. You've played in Tata Steel. I haven't myself, and there is a lot of nerves at this stage. I find you've got to try to get in the right state of mind to play, and that kind of often can come up in your games as well. What kind of state of mind you're in. Some people like getting to the board a bit early to try and do a little bit of meditation there. Some people even turn up late. Cool. That's an impressive shirt there as well, isn't it? Is that
Yeah.
Ali Razor? What do we
He's
think of
showing
that?
it as well.
Very nice. Bright.
Daring choice, but I like it.
Yes.
Yeah,
Indeed.
do you usually show up late or early, or do you have a? There they
I don't
go.
like showing up late. I always find it a little bit rude showing up late. I like getting there a little bit early, just doing getting in the right frame of mind. But
There it
we
was,
see
by the way.
gong,
The gong was hit, and at least one of the children was happy about it.
and I'm glad they
And
hit the gong.
they have started playing. So let's look at the pairings.
So we can see there Ali Reza with the white pieces, and Ali Reza, he's got 2 wins with black so far. Here we go, looking, and I love this new kind of way.
Yeah, I like the boxing matchup. Carlsen, Hare Krishna, both on 3.5 points, so a big match there. Caruana, MVL, well, top 10 players is always big. Virusha also on 3.5 out of 6. Gary Grandelius, yeah, if Gary wins, he's the tournament leader, so he'll be excited for today. And Tari van Forees also on 3.5. So interesting matchups, and I'm excited to all of them actually. There's even Wojtaszek, Asipenko are the two players who have 6 draws so far, and they're playing each other. So what do you think? Should it be a draw as well?
It should be a draw, but they've got to break out of that habit at some point. I mean, Esipenko is this young Russian talent. Wojciech's a bit more experienced. Both very good players. I remember one game that Esipenko played. It's a beautiful game where he destroyed Karyakin in a rapid play tournament, and he's a very talented player. But everyone in this tournament can perform on the right day. But yeah, we have some moves as well. And
shall we start with the world champion? Is that
Let's do it.
Nice habit? Let's start at the beginning. This is the position, a Sicilian defense. Let's see how we got there. E4, C5, knight f3, E6, and Magnus going for the open Sicilian. Is this the Taimanov variation?
It is, yeah. It's quite interesting to see Magnus play this, I have to say. And this is an exciting turn of events, because normally Magnus sort of shies away from playing an open Sicilian. Magnus, in his World Championship match, the last one against Fabiano, there was lots of games there. Well, okay, Fabiano played the Petrov most of the time, but Magnus in general will play bishop b5 early or something to avoid these main lines. And I'm always excited to see him play sharper positions, Magnus, because everyone kind of assumes, Tex, that he's like a positional grinder, but he can play great attacking chess as well, which we might see here.
And I feel in general, chess fans most are so excited when the third move is d4, when it's indeed an open Sicilian. No Russell Limo, no, just going for the open Sicilian. The Taimanov opening is, by the way, named after Mark Taimanov, a grandmaster and top pianist, and also famous for losing 6-0 to Fischer. Maybe he's wasn't so happy about that, but a great player.
It's not really nice being famous for losing 6-0, is it?
No, that's not.
You'd rather be famous for maybe having an opening named after you.
Yeah, let's forget about the 6-0.
Yes. Poor old
Taimanov. F4. There are many different systems possible for white, right?
Yeah, there's many ways that white can play this position. F4 is not one of the sort of trendier lines. I mean, white can also play, I suppose, the real challenges with queenside castling. So some setup where white puts the bishop on E3, gets the queen out of the way, and gets the king to the other side of the board. But F4, is an aggressive push. Magnus getting these 2 pawns in the center. The slight downside of this, I guess, Tex, is that his dark squares could become a little bit weak. You can sort of see the diagonal A7 towards G1.
Yeah.
If white castled too quickly, there'd be a knight takes knight and bishop coming on that diagonal to win the queen. But I'm just very excited about this because I haven't seen Magnus play this type of way. And I think it's come to a stage where he's maybe realized that he's not performing the way he wants to, and he's got to change his style a bit against a very solid player. Hare Krishna is extremely solid.
He is very solid. And what I do like, we have great cameras. We saw Magnus make the move F4 and then just taking off. Like, I bet you didn't expect this one. And just walking away, like, good luck. But our producers tell us that Hare Krishna also faced F4 against Nakamura in 2017. So, of course, Magnus Carlsen knows this, so he must have prepared something or an improvement on that game.
Yeah, there's probably this is where psychological sort of ideas come in, because Harry is realizing, why is Magnus playing this opening against me? I did not prepare this. He's obviously got something up his sleeve. Do I play what I've played before and kind of walk into his preparation, or do I try to avoid it somehow, play maybe a bit more of a sideline, so we can get a position where Magnus is not potentially going to have some dynamite ready for me.
Yeah.
So this is kind of what he's thinking about doing at the moment in time. With his moves, you can see him. He's doing the Beth Harmon, looking a bit at the ceiling there at the moment.
I feel when over the board chess will be everywhere again, so many people will do the Beth Harmon. I think we'll see tournament hall full of people just staring at the ceiling all the time.
Yeah, I mean,
So, sorry.
I was going to say, you see a lot of top players do this, like famously Ivanchuk, and then some of these legends, they stare at the ceiling to try and work out what's going on. But I've never been able to do this, Tex. If I start staring anywhere except for the chessboard, I have no idea what's going on. So I wouldn't recommend it to low-rated players to try and, look at the chessboards better.
I need to look at the chessboard, or sometimes at my score sheet, like, did I really just make that move? That's also what I sometimes do. So let's have a look at a game between two candidates, Caruana versus MVL. They're both in the candidates tournament, with MVL leading on tiebreak. And the candidates are planned to resume the second half of April. So that's big news. And it's an interesting opening. It's another open Sicilian, and MVL is known to play the Najdorf. Big fan. And just like 2 days ago against Grandelius, he plays Queen B6. He's going for the B2 pawn, the poison pawn variation.
I mean, this is so brave. I mean, MVL played this line, as you mentioned, against Niels a couple of days ago, and I think it's kind of fair to say he got smashed.
Yeah.
He grabbed that pawn, this pawn on B2, which Bobby Fischer used to do regularly as well. Bobby Fischer always playing for a win with the black pieces, but it is really complex. Black wins a pawn, but he really doesn't look after his development, and White has a number of opportunities to break with like E5, F5, these kind of moves. So
he took the pawn, and this is indeed after Rook B1, Queen A3, Bishop E2. As you mentioned, there are many breakthroughs possible. But this is one of those variations, like for amateurs, or you have to study a lot of lines, right? It's very concrete. You have to know theory till move 25, maybe. Is this a line you would recommend to amateur chess players?
I personally would. It depends. I say I wouldn't. It depends how much time you've got at home to analyze. I mean, let's say you've got other things going on in your life. You maybe don't want to spend 10 hours analyzing one variation. But if you're a youngster who's just starting to play chess and it's your one thing you want to get good at, I would say, okay, go for it. Spend all your hours really analyzing the in and outs of this. But it's something I would generally recommend more for higher rated players, like these elite players, than lower rated, because literally you could spend weeks and just running this on your computer to try and find the right way to play, and it can be avoided. Maybe it's better spending your time on other lines. But saying that, of course, is a fascinating position, with Black having that extra pawn, but White having the attacking chances. So I'm very much looking forward to how this one's going to develop.
Yeah, and this is actually, so 2 days ago in this position, Grandelius played F5. So that's a different variation. And the move we have now with Bishop E2 instead of F5 has not been played by top GMs yet. So
right, so
this is definitely something Caruana prepared. It has been played by John van der Wiel, Dutch grandmaster, and Valerie Saloff. Sometimes my producers tell me things, so it's not like I'm a genius who remembered all theory. I have to be honest about this. But so this has been played before, but look at the French grandmaster MVL. He is thinking, like, what am I walking into?
Yeah, it's not nice to face a new move that maybe you can't remember or you haven't looked at in such a sharp opening, because, okay, I'm sure MVL probably is aware of such a move like this, but you're always thinking, okay, what can I walk into? What do I have to be careful of? And again, this is the kind of position where Black is defending. MVL is defending, because look at his development compared to White's development. White has all of his pieces out, these pawns in the center, he's ready to castle. And it's the kind of position on the black side where if you make one bad move at one moment, you just lose. You just get checkmated. White, on the other hand, has a bit more. He can play a couple of like not best moves and still be in there with a shout. So it's more dangerous at MVL to navigate this opening, I feel.
Yeah, especially if your opponent is better prepared in a certain variation. Because I bet MVL was probably repairing the f5 line that he faced against Grandelius. And then at move 10, it's a new move to him.
Certainly, and that's going to throw him a little bit off. And we can see that, I mean, Fabi playing this line as well. I mean, Fabi very well paired. Both of these players obviously are, but I'd imagine he's had his team working on this line because he's probably guessing, okay, MVL might grab on B2. I don't really want to follow what Niels did because MVL has an improvement there, but is there a sideline I can play which is still very dangerous for black? And this is why he's gone bishop E2. I mean, I'm surprised bishop E2 has not been played more, because to me, it looks like a very just good move. You're getting the bishop developed, you want to castle quickly, kingside.
That feels quite natural, right? And it might want to go to F3 sometimes after E5. I don't know.
Definitely. I mean, even H5, you could see after some capture on F6 to try and start an attack against F7 is a potential aggressive way to use that light square bishop.
Oh, so you're saying, so let's just make a move?
Yeah.
That there are even, you could even attack this pawn right here.
There's some lines where this could be playable, I feel,
yep.
You know, at some times in the game. So it's it seems like a normal move, but I would say Fabiano's picked quite a good line here. I mean, obviously I haven't looked at it, but it can't be a bad move, bishop b2, and it's making his opponent think already. So very exciting games.
That's a nice way to start the game, with your opponent thinking right away, being ahead of time, psychological advantage.
Definitely.
Caruana must be happy here.
So we've got two exciting open Sicilians so far.
Yeah, let's see what else we have. Shall we go to the tournament leader? So I'll set it up from move 1. This is Geary playing Grandelius from Sweden against surprise leader with 4 out of 6. And well, you're not gonna believe it. Move 3, we have another open Sicilian.
It's the day of the Sicilians today.
It is Open Sicilian Day.
Which is great. I love it.
This is great. Anish Giri is also a Najdorf player. So he's playing white against his own opening. Do you have experience playing against your own opening, Simon?
Well, normally my openings are so bad that people don't generally play them. But no, that's a joke, by the way. But I do, and I actually find it quite hard playing against my own opening. Even though you understand what the plans are, it's like you kind of feel a little bit obliged, and to hold up your thoughts and the way you're playing from the other side. But so far, I can't believe we've got 3 open Sicilians, Tex. Yeah. It's amazing. To get 1 in a round is brilliant, but every game an open Sicilian is crazy.
They're just so eager to play again. I want to add to that opening thing that I play the perk defense often with black. And when I'm white and I face the perk defense, I'm like, I know so many great lines for white. I just can't choose. That's
It's actually, people joke about this in chess. They say one of the hardest things is when your position is so good, you've got so many good moves. In some ways, it's easier when you've got a bad position. You have to find only moves.
Yeah, that you're like, here you go, here you go, here you go, and then
that's it. You play the wrong move and suddenly it goes wrong. So it's it is a strange one, but very exciting game so far. And of course, Anish going for it against Niels. As you mentioned, if Anish can win this game, he jumps into the lead. So it's a big chance for him.
Overtakes Grandelius. Let's see. So again, a Najdorf, there's so many different possibilities, but F3 is one of the main moves after E5, bishop, knight B3. And the bishop coming to E3.
Yeah, this is, I think it's the so-called, is it English attack?
The English attack, yeah.
Yeah, with bishop E3. I guess it's name. I don't actually, it's really bad. I should know the history of that being English. Why is it called the English attack?
Yeah, just like I should know the Dutch defense. Yeah, I'm rereading My Great Predecessors by Garry Kasparov. I love the series about past world champions. And in the past, they wouldn't really play this move. He said, I forgot about which player this was, because this square is just too weak for black. That is like, this is too weak, you should never play this. But nowadays it's of course very normal. It has been normal for 70 years now, I think. Oh, and I'm being told by a little birdie that this variation was played in the 80s by Short, Adams and Nunn. So all English players sometimes...
I'm embarrassed now.
Can be such an easy explanation.
Yeah, I mean, I assume that was probably the case, but that's certainly something I should know. All these contemporary grandmasters of mine who are brilliant players. It's funny you mentioned this D5 square because, chess evolution, chess does change and it's still changing. And this D5 square, again, like you say, was considered to be a big problem for black. But now if you even see the games in the Srezhnikov is another opening in the Sicilian. I'm sure some people will remember that opening. It's played by Magnus Carlsen against Fabiano in the World Championships, and you give away the D5 square there. Very popular opening, and this trade-off of weak squares for dynamic piece play is something I think now with computers is becoming more popular. Computers don't really see this square as a big problem. They think they can work around it with their piece activity, and I think this is why there's been a change in the way modern chess is looking at weak squares sometimes.
Yeah. So we have a lot more moves in this game because they're playing fast and they both seem well prepared. So Queen D2, H5, I feel is also a move that has become more and more popular, basically to just stop G4, right?
Yeah, it's been around for a while, this H5 move. I mean, one of White's main plans is the pawn storm on the king side. So White would love to castle queen side, go G4, G5. H5 is just trying to gain a little bit of time. But it's also a little bit of a downside to moving the H pawn. And that is when black castles. If black castles king side, he's moved one of his pawns away from the defense of his king. So it could be a target later on. Yeah, but it's a time gainer.
Yeah. So after knight D5, knight takes, pawn takes, bishop F5, bishop E2.
Yeah,
A5.
A5, black trying to get this counterplay now on the queen side. And it does now look dangerous to white to castle queen side as black's using that A pawn. I mean, I like the way black's done this, right? He's moved his A pawn and his H pawn.
He's like all over the board, gaining space. So indeed, castling this way right now would right away be a very bad move, I think.
Yeah, it looks like it's running into a black's idea of just playing A4, and you have to put that knight in a really stupid square.
This is not what you want. So let's see. So what they played was after A5, he played A4, castles and castles. So no opposite side castle. Yeah, that wasn't possible to castle queenside anymore with this pawn over here. Knight D7. They're still playing quite fast. F4. Pawn takes F4 and bishop takes F4. And Geary made his move and got up again and left. What is the thing with grandmasters or players leaving right after they make a move so early in the game? Why wouldn't you just sit down and have another thought?
Maybe they're marking their territory, yeah, like an animal sort of running on a bush. I don't know. I think it's like, okay, it's a sign of confidence often that you can tell by the time that Anish has prepared this position, certainly, because he hasn't spent any time at all. And it's kind of like, right, this is my preparation. I'm happy. I'm going to get up, just have a little walk around, and just sort of maybe even showing your dominance a little bit. I do feel it's like that. And maybe Anish is slightly more comfortable in this position than Niels. But I would also say from Niels's point of view, Niels is a fantastic attacker, as we've seen, and he likes dynamic positions. He likes positions where the pieces are on the board. And this is, okay, it's not opposite side castling, but black's pieces can be very good here. And the main thing that black tries to do in this structure after the exchange of E pawn for F pawn is take control of this E5 square. This is an important square. Idea. Yeah, definitely.
But right now, White does seem to have a few threats, right? The one you mentioned, this pawn is hanging.
Yeah.
Like I feel in this position, Not exactly, but this is a move you would want to make sometimes.
Certainly.
H5 to H7.
Certainly. You mentioned the Dutch defense earlier, which is one of my favorite openings. And
Sorry.
it was really strong player Yusupov, who's one of the most famous trainers in the world. And he said the only problem with a Dutch defense, where you play F7, F7, F5 on the first move, is that often the best move in the Dutch defense is F5 back to F7. And I think that could be, as you pointed out in the text, a problem with this H pawn. That H pawn, how do you deal with it? You want it back defending your pawn. Maybe he's just going to push it onwards, or well, this is interesting. Okay, he's created.
He's played Rook C8. Yeah, attacking the C2 pawn.
A natural move there, definitely.
Yeah,
getting some counterplay. So, and yeah, and I think here White would either have to do well. You probably have to put the knight on D4. Do you at some point potentially?
Yeah. So let's see if you play knight D4.
And now Black has to think: is he going to do something with the H pawn? It seems natural to me for Black just to go H4, try to make that pawn a bit of an asset potentially.
Or are moves like Queen B? Maybe this is too dangerous.
Queen B6 is certainly an option. Trying to grab
just to
B2.
get in the threat of Rook takes C2 because the knight can't take because the knight is pinned.
Yeah, this is also quite an interesting way to play. So Geary now, again, he's doing kind of the Beth Harmon, but he's not looking at the ceiling. He's gone into his own mind there to, I think, just remind himself of what he's prepared in this position, right?
Yeah, and I'm told that this Rook C8 is their first new move. So Bishop takes at 4. F4 was still known from a correspondence game. And Rook C8 is new. And Grandelius played it rather quickly, so I would say he's still in his preparation. And the way Geary looks right now, this is a typical grandmaster trying to remember his preparation, right?
It is, yeah. It's so fascinating to see people's different ways of remembering. You know, we mentioned people stare at the ceiling, but also, you know, just covering yourself. So you try to get it like meditation, really. You're trying to recall that information that you've thought about before. And this is certainly what Geary's trying to do here.
So I sometimes take my wife to chess tournaments, but she's not really a chess player. And she would sometimes ask, is he okay? She would be worried about the players. Is he unhappy? Does he want to do something else? But this is just deep thinking.
I think that happens a lot, right? I mean, if you take a non-chess player to a chess tournament and they have a look at the body language of the players, it's often the players do look like they're in agony with some of their body language, and this is a prime example of that for a non-chess player. Yeah. And I guess that he must have looked at this. I mean, the weird thing about the position is this A and H pawn of Black's, because by playing Rook C8, yes, you're starting a counterattack, but now your A pawn is also on pre as well. So both of your wing pawns are attacked by White's pieces in this structure. But like any Najdorf, if you're going to play the Sicilian as Black, you have to go for activity. It's an opening where you're not really defending. You're always trying to counterattack. So Rook C8 is a typical way to try and counterattack in this position.
Yeah, so candidate moves, you mentioned knight to D4 or maybe pawn to C3, right?
Yes, pawn to C3 is very possible, but then I was wondering about Queen B6 anyway, when the knight has to come to D4.
Yeah, and then you have to go to D4 anyway. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, so this is certainly very playable. This idea though. And I don't know. I mean, there's also ideas here of Bishop E3 is a little bit annoying in that last position.
Yeah, the last position, yeah.
The last position with the Rook on F1 attacking F5 and the knight having some vicious jump. That would actually be a strong threat.
But then you need your right away, knight D4 might be even stronger, right?
It could be, yeah. And if Queen B6, then I'm wondering if you can go Bishop E3 here. This gets very tactical here.
Yeah.
Extremely tactical. White's threatening the bishop on F5 with both the knight and the rook. White's threatening knight E6 even. Just some ambush.
Yeah, exactly. So if you move your bishop, let's say here, to defend this pawn as well, then there might be tricks with knight E6 or knight C6.
Yes, both good moves. Knight C6 as well. So this is, I think this is what obviously he needs to consider. It's one of those ones, again, you play the wrong move here, you could end up being in trouble.
Yeah.
So a long think.
So let's see, let's have a look at the bird's eye view. We see all 7 games simultaneously.
Okay, I'm just trying to see how many Sicilians. Well, we've got a fair few, as we discussed already. I see a London system by Ali Reza. And it's quite funny, the London system, we'll come to all these games at some point, obviously. It's always considered to be a really boring opening. But I can promise you, if Ali Reza playing it, it's not going to be boring.
It's not going to be boring. Do you want to have a look at that game?
Certainly, yeah, I'd love to see that game. So
let's have a look at. Shall we start from the beginning of the game? Yeah. So D4, this is the London system. So quick question: why is it called the London system? You're 30k away from London right now.
Okay, yeah, I know. Well, I actually know this one. I don't know why it's called the English attack, but the London system is from the 1922 tournament in London, where you have most of the world's top players playing. And it was a chap there, I can't remember his name, one of the guys, I'll just call him Chap, started playing this setup in that tournament. I think it was 1922, where he made this bishop f4 move popular, one of the big names at the time. And therefore they called it the London system after the actual place it was played and regularly.
Wow.
So, yeah.
Impressive. I put you on the spot there, but you have a correct answer, I think. So this is neat. And this is an opening you see a lot online, right? Because the moves are just natural and can't really go wrong. Of course, you can go wrong, but it's not like the poison pawn variation that we saw in the MVL game where you can just go wrong on every move.
I totally agree. And this is why it's so popular at club level. And I actually think, for people who don't have, 10 hours a day to work at chess, the London system is a good choice because you can play the same kind of 8 moves at the start of the game. You get a position, you get in the middle game, you're not going to get in trouble, and you can just play chess. And it's more idea based than that other poison pawn variation where you have to know the moves, you have to memorize the moves. What I mean by the London system is you don't necessarily have to know which move to play. If you play it in the wrong order, you're not going to lose straight away. But if you have to know what ideas, where your pieces are moving for white.
Yeah, so, and I have a question for you, because after this is something I've seen before, that like I would feel many players would move their bishop back to g3 or take on d6, but knight d2 is just ignoring this possible capture. And black castled here, but aren't double pawns bad, Simon?
Well, yeah, again, this is another thing that modern chess is sort of, I would say 100 years ago, this would be like, oh, white's made a mistake here. But this is one of Magnus Carlsen's preferred ways of playing the London system with white. He's played many games where he's allowed this capture. And you can even go a little bit further here. You can even play a move such as c5. And then white often grabs that pawn. And after grabbing that pawn, it's quite a weird position. Black will probably win back that pawn. And 100 years ago, you might look at this position. You see black's got 2 extra central pawns, the E pawn and D pawn. Black must be better, right? But Magnus likes this structure, and he actually puts his rooks later on those half-open lines. And the whole point of the London system, I think, and this is the key thing to remember from the white side, is that the bishop, black's bishop on c8 is a bad piece. White's light square bishop is a good piece. And I find this is the thing to remember. White can put that bishop on d3, aim it at black's king, but the bishop on c8 is entombed behind the pawns. And if you just remember this idea, it can help you formulate plans. And Magnus, again, has shown why this is playable.
Yeah. So let's see here. Duda castled. Knight e5 was played. After c5, c3, queen c7, bishop d3. This is the current position.
Now,
and it's in sorry.
No, I was just a little bit surprised with knight e5. Now, I seem to recall that this used to be the main line, putting the knight in the center. And I think now the battle will revolve around, can black get rid of that knight? If black can, by really trying to control e5 with as many pieces as he can, then black's generally going to be just equal. But the other idea, like I'm just thinking, Ali Ray's a very dangerous player. Would he go g4 at some point? Would he go a bit crazy? Can we hope for that?
So let's see if you have knight c6. Seems like a normal move. You would have to play knight f3 or.
I think knight f3 is pretty normal in this position, and this is knight c6. You haven't got time to play g4, but if you do go knight f3, then black again, what does he do? He wants to get rid of the knight on e5. So knight d7 would be a normal move. But again, now you've got to watch out for possibly a Greek gift here. But maybe not if the knight can come back to f6. So I'm just thinking, can you go knight takes d7 and bishop takes h7? Very interesting
Oh,
idea.
right away. Yeah, so take here, and then see if this checkmates somehow.
It might is something you have to be very careful of. And now this is the standard Greek gift, knight g5 check. The reason
and this is the standard. If you go back,
the queen comes in.
Then queen h5, and this is, I would say, bad news.
Yeah, it's probably very bad news. I mean, white will have at least a draw. I guess black's going to have to move the rook on f8, and you can repeat the position. But I wouldn't be surprised if this is just completely winning.
This must be completely winning. But usually the bigger question is, after taking and check, can the king come forward?
That's right. And if the king comes forward, and this is a better way to defend. It's probably black's only move in that position. And you know, if it works, it works. But you know, you have to be so careful. One side is losing here. I don't know who it is, but
yeah, exactly. So we always have to be careful with knight d7 in positions like this.
Yes.
I've also seen moves that you just play around the e5 knight. That you go, for instance, go knight e7.
Yeah, this is another clever idea, and the long-term idea of knight e7 is to go knight f5, knight to d6, and knight to e4, which seems very long-winded. But this is particularly strong when white's put a pawn on f4 rather than a bishop. So this is another idea. But in this kind of position, I'd certainly be very tempted to go g4. I mean, why not have some fun? Or h4, maybe h4. I mean, it's like, you know, you've got to have fun when you're playing. Yeah. And you know, I want to go h4, g5. I haven't committed my king as white. My pieces are nicely centralized. And normally when you're starting an attack on the wing, you've got to have some control of the center. But white has pretty decent control of the center here. I don't know, maybe h4 is even more accurate. So if I can ever get the Greek gift in, it's going to be even stronger. So it's an interesting way to play.
Yeah. Let's see, the current position is still, this is the position. So it is actually a little surprising to me that Duda is still thinking at move 8 in such a well-known system that all the top GMs are playing right now.
It is surprising, yeah. I mean, the other way that black can play is to put the knight on d7. Maybe he's thinking if there's any difference here. The slight difference with this, if black plays knight on d7, is black can play b6, bishop b7, and have more control over e4. So maybe put a knight on e4 at the right moment. So so maybe we'll come back to this. I think this is going to be very interesting.
Let's look at another. Can we look at other Dutch guys' game? Tari van Foreest. Let's have a look. This is Rui Lopez, so not a Sicilian. Fair enough.
Okay.
Bishop b5, a6, all normal. This move is a little more rare, right? Bishop c5.
Yeah, bishop c5, a little bit of a rare move. I think this idea is becoming a bit more popular currently. I mean, I have to admit, I'm not an expert in the e4, e5 positions as much as I'd like to be. But certainly a rare move. And these are the two youngest players in the tournament, is that right?
No, they're not the youngest, because you have Firusha and Jesipenko, who are 17 and 18.
Oh, okay.
But I do think Jordan and Arjan, so Tari and Van Foreest are both 21 years old, or 21. So, but that basically you're super old in chess nowadays. But they're 21.
Yeah, so still very young, I'd say, anyway.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, that's actually, so in this tournament, Pentala Harikrishna with age 34 is the oldest participant.
Wow, that's depressing. 34 and he's the oldest guy in the tournament. Oh,
I feel when you talked about the London tournament of 1922, you were a young guy when you were 34 and playing chess.
You were, yeah. It's funny. Like now, if you're in your 30s and you're in these tournaments, you're a veteran. It's really become a very young person's game in a way. And again,
it's just like football, right? Football or other sports. At age 34, you have to start thinking about what am I going to do next.
That's right. I need to retire. So, hence why I'm commentating here and not playing. I'm well past my playing best as well. Maybe like football commentators even. But it's true. I mean, it's really because I think in chess, computers, and we saw that poison pawn variation. You got to really there's two things I think are important. There's the social side of it. Maybe when you get a bit older, you have other things in your life, like a wife and kids, right? So you can't play as much chess as you want to.
Yeah.
But then there's the memorizing hundreds of variations, which you need time to do, and you need to have a good memory to do that, which is easier when you're younger.
I spoke to Magnus Carlsen at the opening ceremony, and he said he feels like the end of 20s, beginning 30s is your chess prime. That's what he thought. So right now, that would mean right now he is in his prime. So that's good news.
That is good. That's good news. I've heard that as well. I've heard that 35 is the age when you're supposed to be the strongest. But again, it obviously differs player to player. But as a generalization, is that fair? Do we think 35?
Yeah. Well, for me, it's next year, so I'll become a pro right after this session.
Definitely, you're there. You're there. So
this is it's not going to be better than this. So let's see. C3. Bishop A7 D4. And
okay, this is all quite unique stuff, I think.
Nice pawn center.
Very nice pawn center. So I'm trying to wonder what Black's idea is. Jordan likes experimenting a bit as well, which I like.
Yeah, he likes experimenting, but I do feel also in this game he has a lot more time. He's experimenting, but he's really well prepared, I've noticed.
Definitely. He must.
So let's see. This is interesting. After bishop G5, F6, bishop. So this is the current position. He castled. Still has 1 hour and 39 minutes on his clock. Tari is thinking is probably on his own. No way that you can prepare all those different Spanish variations, Ruy Lopez variations, but this is an interesting position.
It certainly is. I mean, it would be told by the producers that we're actually following the game Dominguez, very strong chess player Dominguez, who's been Blitz world champion, originally from Cuba, living in America now, against Nabatai of Sweden. So this has been tried before. I mean, it seems a little bit peculiar here to me, this setup, because Black's whole point, I guess, is to control this E5 point in the center, and which he's doing very well. But he's got a lot of weaknesses on the light squares, and White does have 2 pawns in the center. So I'm trying to figure out what Jordan's sort of approach is going to be. Is he going to try to go D6 and F5? Is that possible? Maybe
a D6 and F5 to. Let me quickly ask you something. So when I was, I think, 10 years old, my trainer, Huub Joosten, said that knights shouldn't be eyeing the same square. Is that something he made up, or is that, you think, a general chess truth?
I guess so, yeah. I mean, I think that's probably a good point. In general, you don't want the knights sort of, doing the same job. They should be doing different jobs. And here they are doing the same job. They're controlling the central square. So they can't really do anything else except for control. More defensive than offensive. I've never heard that one before, actually. That's a nice. So yeah, that's a new one.
I'm here to teach you something as well. So
no, it's good. No, it's a nice one. But
so let's see. You said so it's White's move now.
Yeah. Well, let's say White plays like knight D2, simple developing move, and I guess now.
D6?
I mean, not just what? Yeah, D6. I don't think you can go D5 ever because.
No, you don't want to do this right away because this is right. Would be a way to lose your queen.
Yeah.
But D6?
D6. And then my idea here is to go F5 potentially, something like this.
Yeah.
Next move and try to, because Jordan's not.
Let me make normal Spanish moves.
Yeah. And now maybe I can try F5. I'm trying to guess Black's plan, but I could be well off here. But this, I think it's because I like the Dutch opening so much. I'm always trying to get my pawn to F5.
Yeah, this is a clear threat, so we need to do something about this.
Yeah. And if you take that one, at least my bishop can come out now.
Yeah.
Yeah. So this could be an idea. Could be an idea that Jordan's trying here. So yeah, definitely.
And always have to. The thing is, they do have to continuously calculate what capturing means, right? Sometimes you'll capture on the A7.
Yeah, definitely.
Let's see with the position. Well, he is still thinking.
Still
and Jordan does stay at the board. What does that tell you?
I don't think it tells me too much.
Okay, fair
to
enough.
be honest, but I'm trying to think, can I make something out of that? But he looks very relaxed, Jordan. He strikes me
Yeah.
as a relaxed kind of guy, right?
Yeah, and he has an amazing tournament. So first 5 draws against all the top players, and then he beat Anton yesterday. So he is, I think, if he gets a good result here, he is on fire. Let's have a look. We have 2 more games to set up. I think this is the Anton Donchenko. This is a game of the 2 lowest ranked players right now. So Donchenko, the last-minute substitute, and Anton, grandmaster from Spain. Let's see. This is not an open Sicilian yet. d6, knight ge2, knight f6, g3. And now it becomes an open Sicilian.
Yeah, so this is it's basically black's gone for a dragon variation here with the g6 move, and white's picked a bit more of a positional line against it. Normally, when you play the dragon, well, they say the critical line is where white tries to castle queenside quickly, again, like Bobby Fischer. So this is probably going to be a slow burner of a game.
Yeah.
It's always interesting, Tex, when you're playing, you're at the bottom, you're not having a great tournament. It's a really tough tournament. You're playing the other back ender. What are you trying to do? Are you trying to like really beat them, or take all the risks and win, or are you like quite cautious, thinking like, okay, we're both at the back, a draw, not the end of the world. Maybe this is what Anton's doing, just playing a little bit more positionally, keeping a bit of control rather than going all out for the win.
Yeah, that could be. But I do feel, don't you feel all players here, they just, especially when playing white, they just always go for a win?
Yeah, I think there's ways to do it. Yeah, I mean, I think everyone's trying to get a win, but I guess it depends how much you risk, right? I mean, do you go for a very sharp line?
Yeah, that's true.
So
yeah. Bishop g7, castles a4. Why would you play a4 here? Is it to gain some space?
It's mainly to stop black's b5, I feel, at some point. I mean, in this kind of structure in the Sicilian, again, it's like we mentioned earlier, when you're trying to learn any opening, it's not really the opening that's important, it's the plans behind it, especially the middle game plans. And this kind of pawn structure which you get in the Sicilian when the C and D pawn are traded off, black often wants to play b5. So I guess one idea is to stop that b5 at some point. It doesn't look very dangerous now. And to generally gain a bit more space. This is a standard position, though.
Yeah.
Black is considered to be equal in this position, according to theory, at least. And not many people play this line as white anymore. There's always an annoying knight jump, right, that black can play, attacking the queen with the bishop.
Yeah, so after bishop e6, there's a threat. So let's, if you would move h3, for example, this would be very annoying.
Yes, that's right. This knight d5, and the queen now has to move. It doesn't have any great squares, so you could say queen d3, and minimum now black can go knight takes c3, causing a lot of structural damage here.
Yeah.
So this is
right away terrible for. So of course, after bishop e6, he moved his queen and he went all the way back to d1.
That's right, and this is the problem. So white's lost a bit of time here. And now black, normally in these positions, will try to play on his half open file, which is the C file. So you could play rook c8. The other idea that black often has, and this is a key idea, again, you need to know in a Sicilian, you see the knight on f6, you often want to get that knight sort of to c4 in a lot of Sicilians. That's like the ideal square, if you could just magically move that knight.
So you would want to go here?
Often here, and then into e5, and then we can sort of try to get to c4. In a lot of structures is one way to play. The problem black might have, though, Tex, is that he's got slightly less space, right? White's got a bit of a space advantage always, having 2 pawns on the 4th rank here. So.
Yeah, so and for white, would you go positionally, or would you start play f4, f5? Or is it more, would you take more of a slow approach?
I think you can. You can certainly play f4, f5. It's really what you do after that. Once you got that winning, because the problem putting a pawn on f5, you give away that e5 square. So every pawn move makes a weakness, and you put your pawn on f5. Okay, it's quite aggressive. The black knight then has that e5 square next to it. The other way you could play, you could also try something. You want to get your bishop on c1 in the game. So let's think where that's going to go. You either try to get it to b2, which you have to be very careful about doing, or you go for some idea of like bishop moves, queen d2, try to swap off the dark square bishops. White would love to swap off the dark square bishops here. If you can ever achieve that in these kind of positions where your opponent has the fianchetto bishop around his king, in this case, the bishop on g7 in front of the black king, if you can get rid of that bishop with your bishop, you make their king weaker, then f4, f5 becomes a lot more dangerous when the attack comes. Yeah. So that's the kind of things I'd be thinking of from white here.
Let's have a look at the final game we haven't seen yet. Wojciech Jesipenko. And that is, yeah, what do we call this one? Bishop b4, Nimzo Indian. Defense, very popular opening for black.
It's very popular.
F3.
I think Nimzo's got a very solid reputation, right? I mean, it's the kind of opening black plays when he wants to get a long positionally sound game. F3 is trying to build the center with e4, right?
Yeah, so you wanna play e4. So black here responds right away with d5.
Yeah, normal response.
A3. There's a lot of theory in this position as well. Bishop e7. Yep. e4. And now I think he took on c4. There's a lot of theory in this variation as well, right? Taking on e4.
You know what? I'm keeping quiet because I have no idea.
Oh, okay. I thought we lost your audio there. No worries.
No, it's often I just don't have a clue what's going on.
Yeah.
That does happen.
Okay.
So,
I'll walk us through it. So he took here. So now he played bishop e3, after which b5 followed. But let's see, the most natural move, I would say, is just recapturing on c4 right away.
Yes.
That's probably just another line.
Yeah. Yeah, bishop takes c4 to my eyes is a move I'd play probably without thinking too much. I'm guessing there's some c5 move here.
Yeah, some idea to right away attack.
Yeah.
With c5. Right. So, but this is I like bishop e3, b5. Not that looks odd, right? That this is a move you wouldn't play unless you've prepared it, because you wouldn't just defend it, because you right away lose b5.
Yeah.
And now Jesipenko played bishop a6.
Yeah, again, this b5 is quite a modern idea in a lot of openings where black takes on c4. There's been a lot of weird. I mean, you either lose your pawn on c4 or your b pawn, and black's been doing this idea to try and hold on to the c pawn in other openings recently. Black's
so let's see why this is
sure
maybe not the best move in the world. Bishop takes c4. You would think, we're protecting the knight, but now I think c6 is a nasty pin. Or maybe there's even a stronger move. Or isn't there? No.
c6 looks very, very tricky.
C6 is the move, yeah.
Yeah, I think so. And maybe white can claim there's a sacrifice here somewhere, but I don't believe it. So
not a real sacrifice. So bishop takes c4 is not the best move. What if you just retreat? So knight c3.
Yes, so the knight comes back, and this is, I mean, it's one of, if you look at the pawn structure here, it looks a bit ugly for black on the queen side. You have these what's called double pawns and pawn islands. The pawns that black's got on the c file, they're not nice. The pawn on the a file's ugly. So if white can get castled here and finish his development, he'd be able to target those pawns. So black's idea, I'm assuming, in this kind of position will be to play very actively. Again, maybe a c5 at the right moment, some way. You can't just sit there. You could even try to put your knight on b3, I guess, knight c6, knight a5, knight b3, trying to find the holes in your opponent's position. But you have to play actively as black, otherwise you're going to be just worse positionally here.
Yeah, I have to be. right away. It doesn't work, but there are many
Yeah.
different moves. And so maybe knight c3, maybe white will even play a4.
A4 interesting as well. And this is why I guess Wojciech's been, he's out of his theory. This
Yeah.
B5 move has certainly taken him, into a position he's not as comfortable as he'd like to be in. So he needs to spend that time.
Yeah, he's
And,
already spent almost 20 minutes on this move.
Wow, that's a lot of time. So he must be thinking of either A4. There's Queen A4 is maybe
Queen
an
A4
option
too.
as well. And Bishop takes C4, which one to play. I always find it interesting when you look at the top guys, and someone should do a sort of survey of how much time they spend on certain moves, because generally, and this I think this is something that amateurs make mistakes with a lot. There's no point spending a lot of time on obvious moves, right? You play obvious moves if you know what you're doing, play them confidently. And in chess, you're only going to have 2 or 3 critical moments, and they're the moments you need to spend like 10 minutes plus. Don't waste your time. And Wojciech, obviously considering this to be a critical moment here, and he's working out what way to take the game with the white pieces.
Yeah. Well, interesting position. Let's go back to one of our Open Sicilians, the Carlsen game.
Yeah.
We left it after a6. The Taimanov Sicilian Carlsen took. B takes, bishop d3 and d5. Well-known terrain for the players.
Yeah, this is a very standard position where black has a very nice center. Positionally speaking, again, just looking at the pawn structure, you'd say black has this solid center in it with the c6, d5, e6 pawns. But white has aggressive chances with his 2 pawns up the board. E5, f5 breaks. The bishop on d3 is a lovely piece, coming to attacking h7 in some positions as well.
Yeah, so this is the position we have now. c5 played, b3, because you don't want to lose your bishop here. Bishop b7 and rook a e1. There's a lot of tension in the center.
Yeah, certainly. And it's okay. I mean, black wants the castle, right? Because you don't want to leave your king in the middle, but he's going to be very careful about playing this. It seems to be a lot of Greek gifts in the air today.
Yeah, so let's see. He castles right away now.
Yeah, I don't think the Greek gift works quite yet, but let's say we do play e5.
We always have to check it, right? So
that's right. And the knight, let's say, goes back to d7. And you can see the power of white's bishop on d3. Now, I wouldn't say taking on h7 is quite, but if you play like rook f3 is a very crafty move here. And now let's say black plays, I don't know, d4, for example. This is a common trick. This is called, I like it, it's the rook swinger. You're swinging that rook into action. And now the winning move here is bishop takes h7 immediately, I think, actually.
Check.
And you can swing in the rook and the queen. Should be winning.
And now the question is not like going forward is now the worst move possible, but now you have to go back.
And the queen comes in.
Queen comes in.
I can't believe the analysis bar has given this as equal. What have I missed? Maybe there's an f6. And
it probably doesn't checkmate after something like f5, right?
Right. And black's holding maybe only a petrol, but it's one of those common themes, of course, again, you just got to keep your eyes open for.
Yeah, you have to always calculate the possibility.
Yeah. Now, apparently, some very interesting things going on in Fabiano's game.
Let's see. Let's right away have a look. Caruana, vachier-lagrave. Let's go there. We left it at bishop e2, so apparently MVL played knight c6. Caruana took and played pushed e5, and after knight d5,
looks all very natural at the moment.
This looks natural, so white kind of has to take. E takes, and now Caruana played. Let's see. Oh yeah, this is the position, and he's calculating.
We've been told here, and this is a good little thing for people in the chat. To maybe try and work out, and this is obviously with a computer running, and I don't know if I would have seen this move, but in some ways it does look quite natural, and it goes back potentially to one of the ideas we were talking about earlier, the bishop coming to h5, maybe in some lines, but there's a really strong move here. There's a really strong move here for white. So I don't know if anyone can, maybe Fabiano knows this move or not. I'm saying he's spending a lot of time, but there's a move here which could just be +2. So +2 means a 2-pawn advantage to white.
But he must know this because he hasn't spent time yet.
I'm assuming you're right there, because he's maybe just double checking his lines, right? Rather than
so we're being told that E6 might be a move.
Wow, what a move!
So let's see.
Yeah,
you're down a pawn. You're sacrificing another pawn. It's not right away clear what happens. So we can take the pawn in 2 ways. We can also not take the pawn, but let's say we take the pawn with the bishop.
Yeah, and I'm assuming the issue here, again, this is something, as we mentioned earlier, you'd want to have analyzed with a computer deeply. I wouldn't want to play this position with either side unless I know the follow-up, but I'm assuming just castles here, and you've got really
castles,
strong...
just castling. Getting the rook into play, king into safety.
F5 coming. I guess F5, push that bishop away. Black's king is very, very exposed. And where does Black put the king? He can't really get the king to the king side, and it certainly can't go queen side. There's an open E file, king safety, a white rook on that open B line as well. This looks pretty terrible for Black.
Because even I'm going to make an ugly move.
Yeah.
G6 to stop F5.
Yeah.
Maybe even want to bring the bishop in now.
Yeah, why not? Why not flick that one in and forcing the rook to move? Can't castle at all now in this position. And
I mean, sometimes Black can maybe give a check in between. I'm not sure if that's...
Could do. I mean, I'm even thinking here, Tex, if, F5 at some moment, maybe not in this position, but it's something to watch out for. Maybe you could just go rook B7.
Yeah, that's also nice. I mean, that's the whole point of losing that B2 pawn, right?
Yeah, there's got to be a point. And you see his recommend a move, the bar goes...
Yeah, it's like, well, okay.
But
10 years ago, there was no bar. Right now, we're analyzing with a bar.
It's kind of a commentator's nightmare at times because we're not computers.
And then you have to right away know the answer why the bar goes down. It's like, of course, rook B7 is a bad move.
Yeah. I mean, but it's the right idea. And again, we're humans commentating here. I'm not using a computer, so we're guessing.
I'm also not using a computer because that's a conscious choice. Because I think it's nice to figure out what they are thinking. And now we have a bar, so that's kind of a computer.
Yeah.
But this is an interesting position. So the question is, this is the live position. Caruana is thinking, like, is this correct? Am I missing something? What happens after taking here? Because there might even be worse, this, by the way. I think bishop takes is better. But he's...
This is... I think you're right, though, Tex. This is certainly something that I'm assuming Fabiano or his team have found on the computer, and he's just double-checking his lines here, because again, to our right, well, to my eyes as a human, E6 looks dangerous, but without computer analysis, I wouldn't be sure if it's working or not. You need to, unless you're a genius, playing E6 is not an easy decision to make.
Yeah, and it's not a blitz game, right? In a blitz game, it would be a little looser with the pawns, maybe.
Yeah.
So let's do a quick break, and then we'll be back in a few. So stay tuned. Grab a drink when you're at home. Make a sandwich, and we'll be back in a little. Welcome back to top level chess in Wijk aan Zee, the Netherlands, round 7 of the Tata Steel Chess Tournament. We have some some great games so far. Many open Sicilians, lots of opening preparation, interesting positions. So let's dive back into the game, Simon.
Yeah, definitely. It looks like a great day of chess we got today. Just looking at those positions there. I love this view, by the way. I don't know about you, Tex, as well, but I just got a chance to have a bit of cold pizza there, which makes me even more energized now from the night
You just
before.
had cold pizza?
I had cold pizza, one slice of pizza from the night before. We need our energy when we're commentating, right?
So that's what the grandmaster lifestyle is like.
Cold pizza all the way. That's right. And I mean, look at these positions. I mean, again, so much going on. I mean, one thing that just strikes me immediately is Ali Reza has gone h4. Remember, we talked about this possibility. Yeah. So we'll definitely go to that one shortly. And we're still waiting, by the looks of it, on whether Fabiano is going to play e6 or not. So he's
still not sure.
Yeah.
And I see Wojtaszek decided to play a4, the one at the bottom right. It's like, how is he going to deal with this threat? And he decided to play a4 after lengthy thought. Shall we go to Ali Reza?
Let's do it. Ali Reza, we have to keep on this young talent.
Because I feel h4, the move h4 excites you more than other moves.
Yeah, you know me. You know me well. Somehow I always get a little bit excited when I see Harry the H-pawn being pushed up the board.
So you must be happy with Alpha Zero.
I am. I'm very happy with Alpha Zero, who made H4 quite popular. The idea of just using this wing pawn in certain positions to start an attack. And I've done a bit of stuff in the London system myself before, and I've sort of recommended this idea of H4 in a lot of positions. Magnus Carlsen's played a similar idea, and this totally goes against the idea that the London system is boring. With the idea of H4, you're not trying to castle kingside, you're trying to checkmate black on the kingside. So interesting choice. So did he play H4 here? Was it?
Yeah, no, black played B6.
Right. Yeah.
H4 and now bishop A6, and that's always a little sad, right? When white is might have to get rid of that white squared bishop.
That's right. Yeah, I mean, we've talked again earlier on about one of the key things in the London system being the light square bishops. White's light square bishop is so strong, and black's light square bishop is quite weak generally because it's stuck behind black's pawns in the center.
So why after b6 wouldn't he, for instance, play queen e2? Because then this is not possible.
That's a good idea. I mean, the standard response to queen e2 would be for black to follow up with a5. So you again renew, well, it's not really a threat, but you renew the positional idea of bishop a6 because the rook is guarding that square. And positionally speaking, black loves to get rid of the light square bishops because he exchanges a bad piece for one of his opponent's good pieces. So I expect Ali Reza didn't really like the look of this and he went for something else. Now, I think it has been clarified as well that that is not a pint of lager on the board. That is actually apple juice.
It is apple juice. We have...
okay, phew. Okay, good.
Ali Reza is not allowed to drink yet in the Netherlands at age 17.
Okay, that's good.
Oh, it's not his beer. I mean apple juice. It's Duda.
That's right.
He took on a6. I think that makes sense. And black took back. And interestingly enough, Ali Reza has been thinking for quite a while because he blitzed out the first 8 moves, but h4 and bishop takes a6. He spent half an hour on those 2 moves.
Yeah, I mean, without the light square bishop of white, it's very hard for white to really generate a successful attack against black's king. And it would be wrong to have a lager in a Coca-Cola glass, I feel.
I feel this is almost like we're advertising for Coca-Cola. Well, Coca-Cola, it's cola that you can drink. But and this is apple juice.
Apple juice is better in a Coca-Cola glass.
So let's see the position that we have here. Knight takes a6. So you've done a lot of study on the London system. Is this a position you're familiar with? What are the ideas for white now?
Well, it's not something I'm totally familiar with, and I think Duda's idea of playing this bishop a6 is a very clever way to sort of take the sting out of White's attack. It kind of, I think, maybe what White is thinking of here, Ali Razor, it's like, right, do I now continue with the attack with like some crazy ideas of G4, even G5, or do I suddenly think, oh, hang on a minute, I don't think this is going to work now, and take my foot off the accelerator and suddenly change my mind and play a bit more positionally? G4 is a move you kind of want to play, right?
Yeah, but with the pieces gone is maybe this is a bad move, by the way, but I'm just going to try it.
Sure.
Knight D7.
Exchange off, yeah. And this is the problem. Without that light square bishop, you can't pressurize Black's king as well as you could do before. You can't attack H7. I don't think an attack against someone as strong as Duda will be successful without those light square bishops. So I'm not sure I like this continuation of the attack now. And
I'm saying also G4, H4, they can even become weaknesses if you don't have an attack.
Certainly, because where does White put his king now? I mean, if White puts his king on the king side in this position, you've pushed your bodyguards forward, so your king's going to be weak. But if White goes queen side with the king, and obviously king safety is so important, Black has a pawn storm ready and the c file to attack you on. So I'm not sure if G4 is the move to play here. Did he play G4?
No, he didn't play G4. He's thinking about where do I want to go with my life in this game.
Yeah. maybe sort of a semi-attacking move here would be something like Queen F3. This is a sort of keep your options open.
Yeah, it has the feel of an attack.
Yeah, you're kind of bringing the queen over towards your opponent's king, but you're not committing everything to the attack.
No, but I again want to look at knight. Maybe this is not the best move, but knight D7.
Well, I like this idea. If you can get rid of the knight on E5, this is the right way to do. Get rid of White's active pieces, and you can also move your F pawn. So
yeah, exactly. Sometimes I wanna play F6.
Yeah. And now I'm wondering if you can go like Queen G3 to try
let's see. Queen G3
that square in the position. And my other knight now on D2 can try to play to F3, and I have some play with my pieces around the Black king.
Yeah.
So Queen F3 looks like a logical continuation. Now, just having a look at the boards, it doesn't look like Fabiano's found this E6 move. I mean, this one.
Let's see. Let's look at that. He's still because this is. We were talking about because E6 is a very strong move here. E5, E6. That's what the computer tells us, and the computer is sometimes right. So, and we were wondering if this was preparation or not. And first we thought he's just going over his lines, but he's been thinking for 21 minutes. So that might mean that he's not in his preparation anymore. So E5, Knight D5 were the last moves he took rapidly. Maybe he expected C takes.
Yeah, maybe C takes. And this, I mean, a lot of time when you're doing your preparation, I think text, it's like you run it with a computer. Yeah. So you're looking at the position with a computer. I'm thinking what Fabiano might have done here. He's only had a couple of days potentially to learn this bishop G5 line after Niels won with this variation. So he's put this on the computer. He's got to this position, and the computer hasn't even suggested E takes D5 because it's considered to the computer so weak. So maybe Fabiano's missed that move. Maybe he just didn't look at E takes D5 because it wasn't recommended by the computer.
Yeah,
I guess he's possibly thinking, why is E takes D5 not recommended by the computer? And there must be a reason. So
yeah, there is something interesting though. I've played some chess tournaments as well. Yeah, you've played many, but sometimes you are facing an opponent and he was very well prepared, and then he's blitzing out his moves, and you're thinking and you're suffering. But then there's a moment that he doesn't move instantly anymore. And okay, I probably made a mistake, but he doesn't right away move. He doesn't know the answer. And then when that turning point happens and you survive, then you've invested so much more thought in the position that you're way more at home in the position. That's what I've experienced a few times.
Certainly. And this is the position, isn't it? Will White play E6? Because, Fabiano's a fantastic player, and if he finds the right ideas here, probably MVL's in serious trouble, right?
But let's see he castles. Let's see he doesn't find E6 and he castles. What's going on then?
Well, as black, you really want to get castled here.
Yeah, so you probably want to take on e5, maybe.
Maybe take on e5 with bishop c5 and castles is the idea, right?
Yeah, that you can just
Yeah.
check
Even
somewhere.
this is interesting, text, because after pawn takes, let's say we continue this a bit further, bishop c5 check, king h1. And if you castle, this looks really dangerous because of ideas of either bishop f6 or rook b3 swinging over.
Yeah,
I
that
mean,
you just swing over first.
maybe rook b3 and then bishop f6. Yeah. The queen has to go to a4. The queen's really badly positioned. So, even this is maybe Fabiano's like confused because, as we said earlier, if you've got too many good options, you can,
Yeah.
you get drifting away
Exactly.
from the real
This
point.
is a bishop f6. This is a nice idea. Let's see. Let's take the bishop.
And now I want to either get my queen in or my rook. So I'm assuming just queen h6 might be very strong.
Queen h6.
And the idea is rook g3 with checkmate to follow.
And this is probably just game over.
Yeah, I think so. He spent loads of time, hasn't he? Absolutely loads now.
Yeah, he really is. This is legit thinking. So he probably didn't expect this move for whatever reason.
Yeah.
A second is fired somewhere in the US.
Yeah. You saw this. What was it called? There's a name for it. But when Fabiano Tex played against Magnus Carlsen in the World Championships, they did a video. I think it was St. Louis or one of the sites, and it unfortunately picked up Fabiano's computer screen, and it had part of his preparation on a variation that he was probably due to play against Magnus Carlsen. So they'd given away his preparation. Did you hear about this?
No, I didn't.
Yeah. So obviously Fabiano's preparing for his World Championship match against Magnus Carlsen, and one of the YouTube channels does this, nice promo they think of him preparing. But in the promo, the video has his computer.
Wait.
So so they literally in the video they have a shot of his computer screen, and he's forgotten to turn off his preparation. So they're actually filming his preparation on the screen, and the video goes out on YouTube. And I expect all of Magnus Carlsen's fingers like, what? That's his preparation, and that's quite a big slip, right? That is a
and then starts the psychological warfare. Like, did he mean to drop this preparation? Mean to drop this video or not?
I know,
So
double bluff.
Let's have a look at. Let's see what other games. Let's see where moves have been played. One move at Virussia. Let's go there. So this was the position h5 was played.
I guess he's consistent. I'm using Harry the h pawn there, and I mean I do love using Harry, but I'm just wondering what his idea is actually. I mean, is he just going to go h6 and?
Yeah, that's alpha 0, right? Just start marching with your h pawn till you can't anymore.
Yeah, try to create some dark square weaknesses.
So let's say black makes a normal move, rook ac1.
Sure. And now we continue with h6, I'm assuming.
Yeah.
And black probably has to play g6. And has white achieved a lot from doing this push? That's the question. I mean, long-term wise, white's hoping he's created some holes around black's king, especially f6 and g7, so he can try to get into those holes. But it's not obvious if you can do that quickly, at least.
No. That's interesting. h5. It's
yeah.
Let's see. Let's move to the Geary Grandelius game. That's the one we left at rook c8. Both players were blitzing out their moves.
Yeah.
And now they're starting to take their time. Anish Geary had a long thought, and he played c3. So not the knight d4, but the c3 move.
Okay.
No queen check, but knight f6.
Okay. Defending the pawn, and the knight's trying to, I guess, get activity in the center of the board here.
Well, so what happens after bishop takes d6? This wasn't played, but let's see. I feel this is
That's a good question.
A little tactic.
It certainly is a little tactic.
Because the bishop is hanging.
Yeah. It's probably a very viable option. I'm just wondering why this wasn't played actually. I mean, is Black going to check first or take that bishop? A couple of
Yeah.
options, or there's even a knight e4 as well. Lots of moves. Maybe
Yeah,
start with knight e4.
Knight e4 might be a nice move.
Maybe, but then bishop takes e7, right? Gets very complicated.
Yeah, I thought maybe you can check first, but that's also very complicated. So
yeah.
But then you
Check,
maybe have knight d4. Well, this is why it's harder to sit at a board than to do commentary.
Yes. Well, it's easy for us to lose other people's pieces, but this
Yeah,
bishop
because you see
d6
there's so many variations right away. So the idea is if
Certainly.
you take with your bishop on d6, for instance, the question is can you take here?
Yeah.
Now,
I mean, maybe Black's point is that this is okay, a way that can be played, but I actually quite like your g6 with knight takes d5.
g6 exactly, and then White has to probably come back.
Yeah.
And then you might even take on d5.
Yeah, good variation.
With the idea, if you take back, then you lose your queen.
Nice line. Yeah.
I'm just sometimes gonna, whenever I see a little tactic, I'll just put it on the board, okay?
Definitely. That was a nice tactic. I didn't see that one. I like, grab the queen.
So
do you know Anish well, by the way?
I know him a little bit. Yeah, so we're both Dutch, and I sometimes do commentary. I did at the Dutch Championship or here, and we see each other in the Dutch chess world. And 2 months ago, we got to go to a Dutch TV show to together with 2 others talk about the Queen's Gambit. Okay. And what we liked about the show. So that was fun. I think over 1 million Dutch people viewed it, and we got to promote chess a little bit. And the Queen's Gambit and chess, and Anish did a great job. So I really like him. I like him as a player and as a person, and I'm rooting for him every year.
Of course. And do you think Anish, if his chess career ever fails, which it won't, because he's such a good chess player, does he have a future in comedy? Because he's got some pretty sharp tweets.
Yeah, he
is.
There, right? He is online. He's definitely a funny guy, and he's so quick as well. Also, again, at this TV show, there was a singer, a chess-playing singer, who will be on this show later, Nick Schilder, a very great guy too. And they asked him, why did you choose music over chess? And he said, well, you used to get more girls when you made music. And Anish right away said, well, that's different now. And the whole audience was laughing. And Anish is a quick with jokes, and he's smart, of course. So. And you see that on the social media as well, on Twitter, on Instagram.
I love his little battles on Twitter with the world champion Magnus Carlsen.
Yeah.
I expect you've seen them as well, Tex, but they're often having these little exchanges, very witty, very funny. And it kind of looks like they're either massive enemies or they love each other. And it's not really clear which one. Maybe a bit of both, right?
Yeah, and definitely there's some rivalry. And well, actually in Wijk aan Zee, Anish always plays well. So 2 years ago he was the runner-up. Last year he also did okay, but 2 years ago he finished first together with Carlsen, and he lost the Blitz match. But he always does well here, and I think that's great for Dutch chess as well. There's a lot of media attention, lots of interviews with Gary in the newspapers around this tournament. So he's doing great for Dutch chess. And I also want to say there are still some haters on the internet who keep saying he makes a lot of draws, he plays boring, but I feel that's just not true. If you look at his games, they're actually quite fun. And he plays very active, and he once had 14 draws in the Candidates tournament, but that's quite an accomplishment. And those were some games where he was close to winning. So I would like to ask the internet to stop saying that kind of stuff about Anish. He's a very active player, actually.
I totally agree. I do. I mean, it was quite funny. This is going back ages, though, when he drew every game in the candidates. But the jokes have got to stop at some point. And you're right, though. If you look at his games recently, especially in the last couple of years, his chess has been some of the most exciting. Yeah. He's always trying to win. He's playing interesting ideas. Exciting chess, and I think it is time to stop, calling him 50% and stuff.
So let's do that right now. It's illegal from now on. to joke about draws. So bishop e3 is the move he did play. He didn't take on d6.
Okay.
And this is, of course, way more. There's way more to play for in this variation compared to taking on d6.
Do we have any more moves, or is this the current position?
Yeah, this is the current position. This is where they're at. And Grandelius is thinking. They both put in some time now. I feel like I prefer white, but it's probably it's a very concrete position. Like you have to calculate knight moves, knights to e4. You have to. I feel it's easier to play for white with the knight d4 idea sometimes.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, I think at the moment, white's pieces seem a little bit more flexible, and you point out the d4 square, which is a very nice square that white has. I'm just wondering if Niels can get his bishop on e7 is the big problem at the moment. This bishop is really bad. If Niels can ever use the e5 square, this is again the key idea once you have the exchange of the f pawn. So even something like knight g4 to e5 or knight g4 and the bishop coming f6 to e5 at some point, maybe not necessarily
not right
here.
away, but at some point,
This is how he can generate quite a lot of activity in the position. Obviously, bishop on pre here, but he needs to do something with his pieces. And as you say, white has the easier position to play currently.
Yeah. Let's go to Caruana because we have a development there. Let's see. E6 has been played. He spent a lot of time on it, but he did play it. So he either remembered it, or he figured it out. Or as you said, maybe he wasn't aware of E6, just didn't look at it, but just knew that there was something because the computer didn't recommend it.
Well, I mean, he could have been bluffing as well. Do you think he's like, right, I know E6 is the right move. I know E6 is winning, but you know what? I'm going to enjoy this moment. I'm going to get the commentators thinking. I'm just going to sit here for 20 minutes just so it doesn't look like I prepared this. Just enjoy myself. Maybe you're aware of Ivan Sokolov, who's lived in Amsterdam as well. Ivan Sokolov, very strong chess player who was in the top 10 in the world. And he was telling me a funny story, Rex, that he got the chance to play against Garry Kasparov when Garry Kasparov was world champion. And Ivan sat there, and it was a really big tournament. I think it's some European team championships. And Ivan prepared this line, and he got his variation, his preparation in, and he got a winning position. And Kasparov was all over the shop. You could see he was really distraught, really angry. And Ivan could have won the game quite quickly, right? You know, he knew he was going to win the game, but I remember he said to me in the way Ivan has a great accent, he said, and I can't do it, but I'll try. He said, Simon, how many chances do you get to beat the world champion? I sat there and I enjoyed myself so much. So he knew he was going to win. He saw the winning move, but he just waited there for 5 minutes, seeing the agony on Gary's face before he played the move, right? Just enjoying the moment. So I thought that was quite a nice time just to suck in that energy of beating Kasparov.
That's a great anecdote, but the accent I felt like was more like Mr. Miyagi from the Karate Kid.
I think my accents are probably not. I won't try that again. That certainly was. Can you do Ivan? I mean, Ivan's a hard one, right? Can we do Ivan?
I'm not really. No, I can't do accents either.
No, I'm terrible. I tried. I failed miserably.
Yeah, no, but an A for effort. Let's see. So E6, how will we capture? Let's first do pawn.
It is. Well, let's have a look at the pawn, because pawn takes, you do have this massive black pawns in the center of the board, which maybe gives your king protection if it even has to come to D7. And what is the follow-up here for
I feel
white?
often you can just castle, right?
Yeah, why not? Why not castle first? And black has no natural way to develop. I mean, black really wants to castle, but you can't. I mean, okay, maybe you have to try bishop E7, but then you've got to put your king on E7. So it's a very difficult position for black to play. And even here, this is where you have ideas. I don't know if it's good again. It's such a complex situation. Fabiano spent nearly 20 minutes trying to work out this position. But this is where you have these bishop H5 at some moment. I wouldn't play it here, but try to soften up G6, the queen coming in. There's many ideas in this position, right? Many ideas.
Yeah, there are many of these. And this is just, again, he has to calculate so many lines because, again, you can also not take or take with the bishop.
Yeah.
And Caruana ended up spending 33 minutes on the move e6. So I think
Wow.
MVL will also take his sweet time answering
Yeah.
this position. Let's see. Let's go. Let's give him time to think. We'll go to Carlsen, world champion. This is where we left it. So after he played c4.
Interesting.
Yeah, that is definitely an interesting move. Very concrete, because I feel you have to take.
Yeah, you have to take, otherwise the bishop's lost.
And now he didn't take on c4, but he took on e4.
Okay.
Ugliest pawn structure in the world. But let's see.
Yeah.
Just exchanging everything. And rook c8.
Okay. Well, like you say, it's a very concrete way of playing. I mean,
Yeah.
there are many other ways of playing, but I guess Harry, I don't know, call Harry Krishna Harry. Hope he doesn't mind. I've noticed his nickname. I just love Harry. But it feels like he could have played this in a different way, but he's like, right, okay, I'm gonna give up a pawn to give myself a very simple way of playing. The c pawn is weak. If I can win that c pawn, I could even be better. And he's just keeping it simple and solid with this
And
idea.
it's very simple play. Carlsen plays f5. Probably he has to, because if he would make, let me just put in a random move, h3, then I feel black has a very good position, right? It's just these pawns are so ugly. Pawn islands, as you said. He has more pawn islands, so he has to be quick. And that's probably why he moved f5.
I think so, yeah. He's got to try to keep some initiative up here. And f5 is a typical way to break the black king open, get your rook on f1 in the game. Queen takes c4 now, I think, is being played. And
yeah, that's being played. You don't want to take because all the lines are open, and maybe rook takes f5. That is just something he shouldn't do. So queen takes c4.
And Harry will be very happy to get the queens off here, because obviously if black can get the queens off, his king naturally becomes a lot safer. It's just what I'm just wondering here, what happens though if the e6 pawn drops? This is so
let's say you take
immediately. Yeah.
Or do you want to take on c4 first?
I think taking on e6 is okay. Yeah. And again, this could just be very concrete variation here.
So yeah, you shouldn't take the queen, because then you have this intermediate move of a check.
Right, yeah.
And after only after the check you recapture.
Yeah.
But that is
going to be bad.
So after taking on e6, you should take with the pawn, right?
I think with the pawn, queen takes.
Yeah, because after
risky.
Queen takes.
Yeah.
Well, I don't know what yet, but this should be.
Yeah, I mean that
horrible.
Is so strong.
Queen b7 maybe, and just.
Nice move. Yeah.
That's terrible. So then, after pawn takes.
Yeah.
And now with white, I would like to keep the. I would feel like I would like to keep the queens on the board, but.
Yeah, this is one of those positions. I mean, look at the black king, right? The black king is stuck in the middle. If the black king was castled again, black could be okay. So as you mentioned, Tex, you want to keep the queens on the board as white because you want to keep attacking. But can you do that?
Yeah, or it's really concrete. Like if you take, and he takes back, and this is just winning, then of course this is what you should play.
Yeah.
But maybe king d7.
King d7, and I mean, but then you're going to be a pawn down minimum after rook takes a6, which is not what you want against Magnus, I guess. Rook takes a6, and it is an extra pawn at the end of the day.
Yeah. So, but then you can take back on e6. Yeah. Oh wait, I see the actual game. He didn't take back. Well, this explains why he didn't take back. The producers want to point out, by the way, that.
Very important information.
Yeah, they point out a very important thing that Magnus Carlsen has done his hair today. So they've been watching his uncombed hair for a few days, and right now he probably bought some hair gel and is looking like the G-Star model he once used to be. Let's see. Okay, so he didn't take, and he actually played queen takes c4, f takes. He played f6.
Yeah. Okay. So.
So he also figured out that this is just not working. That this is just losing. So he played f6.
Okay, I mean it's a risky way to play, but at least your king is safer now. I mean, I say it's risky because you allow white to keep this pawn on e6, which is a very strong pawn. I mean, I think Harry must have calculated this line, or even it was some kind of preparation. To give up this thing, and he's going to get enough counterplay against the pawn on c2. So what? I mean, the first thing I'm thinking is, can I do something like queen to b7?
Yeah, let's go in. Queen b7.
Because I don't want black to castle, and this way I stop castling because I can take on e7, winning a piece.
Yeah. So you need, if when you castle, then you lose your bishop, and that's game over. So you can't castle. The question is, can you take on c2?
Well, if you take on c2, it might be worth pointing out that rook c1 could even be a very strong move here.
That is indeed deadly. Yeah. So that keeps maybe bishop c5 check. Is that a move?
It's a move, but if I just go king h1, the other issue here is now white is threatening the rook and checkmate. And if you castle, I now could think about playing e7 for a start. And my pawn, this extra is an extra pawn.
Yeah, it's indeed an extra pawn.
Could be even a stronger move than that, according to the computer. But e7 looks very scary, at least for black.
Yeah. That's the question: is will you lose it? Will you? So let's see. Let's go back to the position. Queen b7. Magnus Carlsen is thinking. He has a lot of time left. Hour and 40 minutes.
Maybe here black could just go rook c7 and try to repeat the position, get that queen away from its active post by attacking it. If you check, I'll move the rook back, and we'll just try to play this one. This could be the answer to the idea.
Yeah. So this is the position. Yeah. This is this a move you would ever consider taking, and for instance, c3?
You certainly consider it because you do keep hold of the extra pawn, and we know how good Magnus is in the ending. It seems like this is a key point in the game and why Magnus is spending a bit more time. And we mentioned these key moments earlier. These are the kind of turning points in a battle where if Magnus doesn't find the exact precise way of going, then Harry should be able to equalize and get very good drawing chances. He's got to try to find a way here to keep the pressure on. I mean, I quite like that last line. You could also take the queens and try like rook b1, trying to, you give up a pawn, but going for some activity. That's
a bit more active.
Yeah, possibly.
So you probably can't take right away because then you have check.
That's right.
We go here.
And bishop a5 even here.
Bishop a5.
Yeah. Looks pretty scary.
There must be something better even.
Better than bishop a5. Wow. Well, bishop b4 is also probably quite.
This is a nice move.
Yeah.
This is a nice move. You threaten e7, and the king can come to e7.
Yeah.
So rook b1 is interesting. So then he can take the pawn. He probably has the castle.
Yes, and my idea here would be this is the kind of thing that Magnus is clearly thinking about. In endings, this getting to an ending, rook endings, rook activity is the most important thing. And if I want to use my e-pawn, I've got to break that blockade. So is rook b7 going to be scary for black or not? It might not be, but it'd be my first thought. Rooks on the 7th rank is where they belong as well.
And now you might be able to take on c2.
Yeah, it's very complex.
Or even go rook e8. Yeah, I can imagine that Magnus will take some time here to keep some play going. Let's have a look at a bird's eye view on all the games that we have. We see David Anton, that's still quite quiet game, quiet dragon game. Jordan van Foreest has played your f5, the move you were so thrilled about.
I love f5. Every time f5 is on the board, I mean, I love the Dutch defense. Give me f5. So
some moves happened but the one that catches my eye is again Caruana MVL, where he played f6, so he didn't take on e6 right away.
This is very interesting. I mean, I assumed that black had to take that pawn, and he didn't play it. Maybe we could have a look at that.
Let's have a look at that game, definitely.
Could certainly be game of the day, this. And it reminds me, one of the reasons I love this one, Tex, is when I was learning chess, I think you have to look at a Sicilian. And some of the best games I looked at were, and one of my favorite world champions was Mikhail Tau. And this just reminds me of the kind of chaotic craziness that Tau would get in his games. You know, pawn on e6. How did it get there? The black king in the middle, but black has material up. F6 looks incredibly risky, though. Incredibly risky.
Wait, didn't Tal, I don't know the exact quote, so don't pin me down, but he said you have to lead your opponent to a forest, a dark forest, where the path is so narrow that only one can get out. Something like that. I love that quote, and I don't even know how it goes exactly, but that's a beautiful quote.
That is right, yeah. I mean, Mikhail Tau was, obviously a very famous grandmaster world champion, and he excelled in chaos, I think. And that kind of says it. He also said, I think the other quote I love was, he said, you've got to make on the chessboard 2 + 2 = 5, which is a little bit, gets your brain thinking, what do you mean by that? But it's like, you got to bend the laws of physics on the chessboard even to get the positions you want.
Well, F6, let's have a look. Yeah. Of course, if you first instinct is to move the bishop.
Yeah, I want to take on F6 and go bishop.
Oh, sorry, H5. Your first instinct is different from most. I forgot.
My first instinct is to lose pieces.
You want to take on F6.
I want to try it out and look at that bar.
That bar. No, don't mind the bar. It's just a bar.
The bar's been a problem in mine a lot of my life, but okay, didn't maybe bar. Only joking. But okay, bishop F6. The reason I wanted to play this is just to get bishop H5. But okay, it doesn't work here.
Yeah, maybe right now it doesn't work yet.
No,
but there are different options. So bishop H4 is an option. Yeah. You can also check first, right? With the idea of if you play G6 now, then you capture on F6.
I like this move to check, because when you're initiative, when you're playing in such a way, every tempo or little bit of a tempo is so important. So you've got to look for the most energetic moves first. And
yeah, so bishop H5 is an energetic move, isn't it?
A
check.
I like it. I like this move. Yeah.
You can't put the pawn in between, so then you have to move your king. 2 options.
Yeah, and you don't want to move your king here. I mean, it looks kind of a little bit safer on D8, I'm assuming, but again, so you can go bishop E7 at some point, but you have moved your king then. So king here.
King D8.
Now, I'd love to get to a situation with the white pieces here where I could play queen to A5 check.
Yeah, definitely. You want to play queen A5.
I'd love to do that, because that'd just be game over if I can get my queen into the game, but I don't think this is possible. I mean, I could even consider queen D4 here, right? Oh, if he goes queen H3, we got to attempt to.
Yeah, exactly.
Maybe you could look at queen to D4 in this position, though, with 2 ideas.
Queen to D4.
Yeah, one idea is bishop F6, and the other idea is queen B6.
Sorry about your bar. Again, ignore the bar, okay?
The bar hates me, doesn't it?
Yeah, no, it's
yeah. But it's the ideas you look at. I mean, okay,
maybe he can take on G5.
Let's have a look. So queen B6.
Oh, check. Sorry, there the bar goes.
At the bar. The bar goes again. So it's not such a silly idea. And again, this bar, I really think from a human point of view.
Oh, this is cool. This is nice to show, by the way, because in this case you check.
Yeah.
You have another check. Yeah, the bishop can come in between. Let's say you go here, and it's a beautiful checkmate.
Yeah, so it's not so silly. And again, these are the moves you have to think of, trying to keep the pressure up. So obviously, it's a good move for black here. But
and again, I wanna point out that these are variations we just go over quickly, but they have to all calculate them, and they have to all work out. So there's so many lines to calculate in these kinds of positions. So maybe not queen d4, but okay. So a check might be the move. Bishop h5 check makes sense, right?
Oh, sorry, has he played it? I'm just looking at the live board. I don't know if that's.
Oh, he has played it. Yeah, he has played it. Oh, I'm glad we called it before he played it. Bishop h5.
You got that move. You got that move. You got the right spirit of the. You got the spirit of killing the Nyadorf in you, clearly. So bishop h5. I mean, it's the right way to play.
And this is the other option is king e7, but that feels wrong.
It feels a little bit odd because you block your bishop in, but in other ways you do stop this idea of the white queen coming in and checking on that diagonal.
Yeah.
It's it's possible. And black has got a lot of pawns in front of his king, even though the computer indicates this as winning for white. You give it to two human beings, it's a different ball game, even if it's two of the strongest human beings in the world. They've
Like
got to find the
ourselves.
right way. Clearly like ourselves, and the way we're changing that bar every time we make a move.
And we're guessing 1 in every 4 moves right. I mean,
it's great statistics.
So after a check, there are 3 moves again, but I think king d8 or king e7.
Yeah. So what is white's idea? If it's not queen d4, what else can white try to do here? I mean, I'm wondering if rook b3 is worth playing, but I can't see the use of it at the moment, to be honest. I don't see how this helps white's position.
No, so rook. And there are also sometimes moves like just moving the bishop now.
Now that's a sensible choice. Of course, this is the move I should look at first. But
your bishop is under attack. That should be one of your candidate moves to remove.
Yeah, well pointed out there. I'm obviously trying to lose pieces in the position rather than keep them. But
yeah, because this bishop can also sometimes maybe.
Oh yes, nice idea. Bishop h4 is a good move, of course. Yeah, just keep the pressure up. I mean, it's. I'm trying to be too much like Mikhail Tal, but you can't be like Tal. He was one of a kind attacker. It's impossible.
Again, I this last night before going to bed, I read in the Kasparov book, and I'm actually now in the 60s, so I read the part about Tal, and he also sometimes just castled or retreated a piece. It's not something you hear about in the legends, but he also sometimes had to just save his bishop.
I do know one story about Tal that a fellow grandmaster from England was telling me, Neil MacDonald. Neil MacDonald had the chance to play Tal when he was a junior, and he was really excited of playing Tal because Neil MacDonald loved attacking play. He got to play him in this tournament, and he thought, right, this is going to be brilliant. We're going to get a sacrificial, crazy game. Can't wait. We're going to get an open Sicilian, the kind of position we see on the board here. And Tal swapped the queens off as quickly as he could and ground down Neil MacDonald in about 100 moves. And it was like, he's not supposed to do that. He's Mikhail Tal. How dare he swap the queens off? And you got to remember about these players that they're quite famous for playing in one way, but they can play lots of different kinds of ways. They can play endings, tactics, most of the areas of the game very well.
Yeah, you have to as a top grandmaster. Well, we saw MVL here play king d8. And I feel this position, just if you just walk by and you see this position, it looks like a mess, right? And I feel these are the positions you get in these queen takes b2 points and pawn variations. It just looks messy. It doesn't look like positions you study as a child, for instance, or as a beginner. You're just taught to castle, get your king into safety, and now here we have a position with a whole block of pawns in the center of the board, king on d8, 2 bishops on g5 and h5. And I love it, but it's an odd position.
I mean, it's a great position, isn't it? Just because it is a little bit abnormal, I think, as you're saying, it's not your normal type of structure. And I mean, the thing is with these structures, the first question you ask, whose king is safer? Clearly, white's at some point is going to castle. So white's going to have the first. I know the bar says white's easily winning, but that's not always as easy as that. But white's going to have the first chance to attack. So white has that initiative. If white can win with that attack, he wins the game. If that attack doesn't work, then it's black's material, which is going to conquer. He has just played the very sensible bishop h4.
He played bishop h4. Yeah, the bar, by the way, this is a position where you have to find a lot of only moves, because you just played rook b3 and then the bar drops again. So it's the bar, when you're +2 in an ending, or a positional game, it's way different from this tactical mess that we're in now.
Certainly. And
bishop h4. So he's saving his bishop. He's like, okay, go ahead. Shall we have a look at bishop takes e6?
It makes sense to look at that one. Yeah, bishop takes e6, getting rid of that pawn. The other thing you pointed out with this bishop h4, that bishop has the f2 square, which is very useful in a lot of lines.
Yeah, exactly. The bishop can sometimes come back here.
And into b6. After bishop takes e6, a move that, okay, I'm going to try to be sensible now for a change. I have to do it occasionally. It is, just castling. Maybe just castling.
Okay, let's castle.
And actually the bar didn't see, as soon as I pick sensible moves, the bar likes me. So I've got to remember.
The bar is proud of you. It's like you're maturing, you're growing up.
Yes. Yeah. but with the idea of just going rook to e1 and using that open line.
Yeah, you just want to...
I mean, look at Black's pieces on the back rank here. He's got 2 of the rooks in the corner. His dark square bishop can't get out. His king is exposed, and White can just play normal moves to improve. Rook e1, attacking that e file. He's still got ideas of bishop f2. This is really
yeah. So let's make a move. Bishop e7 to just develop the bishop. There are probably many possibilities now, but shall we do rook e1 or?
Rook e1 looks like a very good try here, increasing the pressure, getting that piece to a better square. And now Black has to play a move like he can't go king d7. We could put that on the board. I feel.
Let's definitely put it on the board.
Because, well, I was going to say rook b7. It looks like just a winning move here. Look at those rooks.
Yeah.
So you have to go something like bishop d7.
Yeah, because this is horrible. You just drop a bishop everywhere.
Yeah.
So you have to go bishop, well, f5. I'm just...
Yeah. And
rook b7 is now very strong too.
Rook b7 is still there, right? So, yeah. So, yeah, this is looking very good for Fabiano. I mean, this is going to mean that MVL's, I mean, most likely, because Fabiano's just keeping it very simple, got the attack. He's going to lose two out of 2 with this poison pawn variation. I mean,
yeah, that is that's a tough break. I wonder if 2 games from now, when he's playing Black again, he goes for this variation again. Let's have a look at Tari van Voorhees, because we have some developments there. We left it at this position, so quite a while. So let me just go through the moves. Even before we left it here, he didn't play knight d2, but d5. Which I feel like this is what Black would want, but knight e7. He exchanged the bishops. Oh, and d6. Because if you don't play d6, let's say you play a random move, I feel this is the structure Black wants, right?
100%. And then f5 comes.
King's Indian-like structure. f5 comes. Maybe sometimes you play h6 first, so the knight can jump in. But this is, so that's why d6 was played.
D6 is such a key move in these positions, and it just sort of cuts Black's position in 2.
Yeah.
Bishop on c8 can't move, and I have to say, just looking at it visually now, it looks disgusting for Black, this position. I'm sorry to say.
You think so? You think it looks disgusting for Black?
I don't like the bishop on c8, the rook on a7, the pawn on... yeah, it doesn't look good for Black. I could be wrong, but
let's see. Check. Yeah. A4. Right. Rook b7. Oh, he wants to play rook b6 probably.
Get rid of that queen.
You need to get rid of the queen, and indeed, after pawn takes b5, rook b6 is played.
Yeah.
Queen comes back. And he takes back the pawn. So it has normalized a little bit, right?
Yeah, I mean, at least you got rid of the queen from inside your position as such with the Black side. And I'm just thinking now, again, I still don't like Black's pawn on d7. If Black can play like d5 and get rid of that pawn, then I start to like Jurriaan's position a bit more.
He played bishop, he played bishop
b7.
b7. c4. Why would you want to play c4?
I think it's to stop Black playing d5.
So if you would play something else, he might be worried that d5 is
I think so, and that's a really good freeing move for Black to play, because that was a backwards pawn. Black's pieces come to life, so I think
that's why he played c4.
Yeah.
And Jurriaan played f5. Jurriaan, who hasn't used a lot of time, right? He was probably in his preparation, or he looked at this really well. Yeah. So f5, and now let's see. White played bishop c2, and Jurriaan, who has 50 minutes more than Tari right now, took on e4.
Okay.
And Tari is thinking, and this must not be a nice situation. He's down to 28 minutes. Still a lot of moves left.
Yeah, so I mean, the couple of choices here that white can do. Obviously, white
Yeah.
can just simply take back, but knight g5 is the move I imagine that Tarry is considering
Yeah.
as well. With queen h5 ideas, it might not work. That bar again, go away bar.
No, again, we're going to ignore the bar.
We're ignore the bar. But this is certainly a move you think of, because you get the knight in, the queen comes in, and you try to take on e4. But maybe against this, there's a counter attack with knight f4 and rook h6. I don't know. But okay, so if knight g5 is not working, then simply capturing on e4. How's that working out?
Let's see. Bishop takes e4.
Yeah.
I feel you want to get rid of that dangerous bishop. Maybe I'm not sure if this is the best move, but
yeah.
But this is I don't know about concrete variations, but I've never really seen a position like this where black can just bring the rook in, can use the knights in many different ways to join the game.
It's a very unique way of playing, because I did say I really don't like black's position with the queen on d6, and visually, to my eyes, black's position looked horrible earlier. But the way Jordan has played this, he's playing it very unique. It's a very unique opening idea, and he has got this play now on the f file. He's got the open line there for the rook, and the rook on b6 that could swing over. We've looked at rook swingers and some of the other variations.
Yeah.
And here that could join in the attack. So it's a strange position where it could just be very clever play from Jordan.
Yeah, because usually in the Ruby low pass, when a takes b5, a takes b5, the rooks also come off. But here somehow the rook made it to b6.
Yeah, and it can join in the attack there. So
this is actually the rook. The rook went. This is the route the rook took.
So we're expecting rook c6, rook c5 next,
Yeah,
right?
he's just making his way slowly to the other side of the board.
Snaking it around into the
So
position.
bishop takes, let's see, will you take back?
Yeah, okay. I mean, you could try bishop takes and take it on c4 here as at least a concrete
this is
line.
Indeed.
I mean, this is, something you try to get work. You win a pawn, is it?
Yeah, now you're a pawn up, and d5 is coming.
And d5 is just coming. Free central pawns. Looks
so
good.
Then bishop takes might not be the best one. Let's see, knight takes.
But maybe I take on c4 anyway here. I mean, there might be something stronger, but taking on c4 looks
this
certainly doable.
And again, in all variations, this might be an option.
d5. I'm very impressed by Jordan, as you mentioned earlier. He's played a lot of the stronger players in this tournament. He's having a good tournament. And if you can get a couple of wins on the board, you always talk about someone's breakthrough tournament. This is in, the home country of his. And could this be his big breakthrough tournament? Could he score very well here? We're talking about Niels having a great tournament as well, and we'll come to his game shortly. But Jordan coming up with some unique ideas in the opening. And I like that, rather than following other people's suggestions.
No, definitely. He's a fun player to invite to your tournament, because he's not afraid of the big names, and he's just always going for a win. Quickly for people, we have a tweet to show the people, because spot the differences. I don't even want to know what they're looking at. What did they just pick their nose? What's happening?
I've noticed a lot of top grandmasters do like picking their nose at times as a way to concentrate. I'm wondering if I should name a very famous one. That could be a question for the chat. By the way, if you are on Twitter, do tweet in to hashtag Tata Steel Chess to get your tweet online. But does anyone in the chat, and I am looking at the Twitch chat, can you name, I don't know, the strongest grandmaster who likes picking his nose? And he's not, we have it there. And it's Creature, I think, has said Chucky. And thank you, producer, for saying GM Simon Williams. Don't know who he is, but Chucky's very famous for having a little go on his nose when he's trying to work out the best move to play.
Well, great way to popularize chess, picking your nose. Let's see. So this is he actually played knight g5. Yeah, so
he's gone for this. Okay.
Because taking wasn't possible.
Yeah.
Let's see what.
I suppose the other thing, if you feel like your position is bad, as maybe now Tarry suddenly realizes, hang on a minute, if I play the normal recaptures on e4, which we just looked at, I'm going to get a bad position. And this is something that happens in you should all do in your own games if you're watching this, it's oftentimes you feel like if I do normal stuff, I'm going to get a bad position. Then you need to do something a little bit out of the box and try to complicate, try to play something which at least is super aggressive. So knight g5 is at least super aggressive, right? You're going towards the king, you're trying to get the queen to h5, you're trying to complicate, but you're moving very quickly.
Yeah, knight f5 was played so quickly indeed. He only thought for a minute. He's really putting a lot of pressure on Tari. He's also, Jurriaan stays seated. It's not like he's taking a walk. He's really keeping that pressure on. Knight f5, of course, he has to calculate what happens after queen h5, right?
Queen h5 will be the critical move. And we
with,
can see,
of course, the threat for our viewers that you just try to checkmate the opponent.
Yeah.
And not so many things you can do about this. h6.
h6 looks good. And again, we see the power of the rook on b6 here, defending
the
knight.
Yeah, the rook is defending the knight.
Yeah, very good
This
rook.
is one of the best rooks I've ever seen on b6, I think.
It is. Very good rook.
And now, of course, the threat is to take on g5 with the queen.
So I assume here white would now have to take on e4.
Yeah, yeah. Let's see. What knight do you use?
Well, I don't know if it matters so much. I mean, is the knight on g5, is it a strength or is it a weakness? I don't think you're going to checkmate black anymore. Black's got too many pieces around his king, so maybe you should move that one away. But as you can see... But now
maybe knight f4?
I like knight f4. Nice, strong, aggressive move.
Yeah, this is a very aggressive move. The queen doesn't have so many squares left.
Maybe it has to come back to d1, because if you go queen f3, you can get hit again there. And now,
yeah, indeed. If you go here, then this might be...
strong as well. Yeah, definitely.
Game over. So the queen has to come to d1. This is a beautiful position. Maybe you can even take on g2 already.
Taken
or
on
rook
G2.
g6. There are just, again, there's so many beautiful moves to choose from.
Yeah, all the black's pieces seem to be attacking here, all of a sudden, from nowhere. White only has the knight on e4 in play, and he can't really move the knight on e4 because g2 will drop. So I mean, there's one very nice line. I just want to show a fantasy line here. Let's say you go queen h4, just a little fantasy line, just showing why that knight can't move. And now the knight on e4. Let's say the knight on e4 goes to g3. Okay, just trying to consolidate. Well, queen h3 here, I just want to show you. It's funny. Just a little, I mean, a little funny line.
No, this is why people come to the stadium, for lines like this.
Yeah, so, it's get the gold coins out, kind of.
But Simon, what happens if I take your queen?
Oh no, I missed that one. Oh, the bar. Oh, the bar's backing me up for a change. Okay.
There's no bar. The bar is gone. Knight takes
Yeah.
h3, checkmate.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is a very nice line.
Yeah.
And what happens if you play the pawn there?
You play the pawn there, then again, there must be something big here with so many.
Yeah, I also feel.
Yeah. Maybe just queen h3 again, because you've got rook g6. You've got another piece ready to swing over.
Not the rook is just on fire there.
Yeah.
Check. You have to come back here. And yeah, queen anything G2. Maybe knight
g2. I think here queen g2.
Oh, queen g2. Sorry, I was too slow. I was thinking, and then you're threatened checkmate, but you don't even need to.
You're trying to torture a bit more there with knight h4. You're enjoying yourself like Sokolov was too much.
Yeah. These are great lines. Let's see what the position is after he took. He didn't play queen h5. He took on e4 with his knight, and Jurriaan again played instantly. So he's not even using his hour and 17 minutes. He's almost an hour ahead on the clock, and he played knight f4.
Well, I mean, if people were watching the camera there, I'd be very intimidated if I was Tari, because Jurriaan came back, made a move instantaneously, and just got back up again. Like, there you go, bang, put that in your pipe and smoke it, son, kind of move. And he just got up and went. It's like, you'd be really like, oh dear, this guy's attacking me. He's playing instantaneous. My time's getting low. It's not nice to face that. So,
remember that one knight was once on c6.
Yes, it's done a great journey around. So, yeah, great journey.
Yeah. So let's see. This is knight f4. This is a terrible situation for Tari. He's the position is way worse. He's behind on the clock, and it's really not clear what to do because he's defending.
Yeah, I mean, it looks really bad because you don't even have like a plan as white. I mean,
I'm
you
gonna
want
play G3 again.
oof, asking for it.
Yeah, I know you're opening. I'm opening this diagonal, but
I think it's as good as move as any. I mean, you might as well try this. And is there any straightforward way to break through here? Okay, so I can't see anything immediate after G3. That's going to do the job. I'm thinking about swinging the rook, getting even knight h4 ideas, but
yeah,
it's there's a lot of tempting moves here. I mean, you could also put the knight on d4. Ways to play.
Yeah, play moves. There are many options. I suggest we just gonna rotate a little bit, see some more games.
Sure.
And then we'll give Tari some time. He has 20 minutes left, so he can't take too long. Let's see. Let's go to Carlsen. There are a few new moves there. We left. Let's see where we left at f6. Queen b7 was played. Great guess, Grandmaster Simon Williams.
Yeah, I kind of guessed it. Then I thought, oh no, that's no good because of rook c7. But okay, queen c6 played anyway.
Oh, but he does want to exchange queens, but he's like, I do want to do it on b7, and I want to get my rook there, so you can't castle. So this is
nice idea. Yeah,
it is a nice idea. But after check, and he did manage to castle. Rook e1, rook fe8.
Yeah.
So he's a pawn up after g3, rook c6, e7. He's a pawn up, but this doesn't seem like much.
No, I mean, Magnus is a pawn up, but his pawns are very weak, and it looks to me that he should be losing one of those pawns. And if he loses his main pawn on e7, like Black's got a very simple plan: king f7, rook e6. Very, something like this. And
so king f7.
Then probably rook e6, unless you can just take that pawn immediately. I think he's going king f7. Did he play it?
I bet he did. Let's see.
Let's see on the live board.
Yeah, he played king f7.
King f7. And I kind of feel like with this position, Magnus not looking too happy. Magnus is very similar to Kasparov in the way that his language with his face gives away a lot of emotions. Again, another fascinating point when you've got the cameras on the players, which we're very lucky to have nowadays. You can see what they're thinking sometimes. Some players don't give anything away, but Carlsen is very expressive, and I think with that you spotted it there. He's not particularly happy. I feel with the c4 move. I think Harry Krishna's just played very cleverly. I think he did this pawn sacrifice, and he's going into a position. He's very good at endgame play. He's a very solid player, and he's going to win that pawn back now on e7. And again, you're playing Carlsen. Carlsen's brilliant in the ending, but I don't think White has any advantage when he loses that pawn.
No, but Simon, what strikes me if we go to this position, that's straight out of the opening.
Yeah.
He got to this position. So I feel Carlsen has played more draws, but then usually there's way more play left. And here, this was just almost a forced variation.
Totally agree.
Going into this ending.
It could be great preparation from Harry Krishna. He couldn't have expected this line, but he's maybe analyzed this c4 pawn sacrifice. I don't know if it's the main move in the position. I don't play that opening as White or Black, but I feel again, I was happy to see Magnus play the Open Sicilian, but it hasn't worked out in this game. He hasn't managed to get anything from it.
Not yet. Let's go to the tournament leader, Gary Grandelius. We left it at bishop e3. Bishop e4 was played by the Swedish Grandmaster. Bishop d4.
Okay.
And after knight takes d5, attacking, winning the pawn over there, or not winning, because I feel like, no, he did win that pawn now.
Wow, it's getting complex, right? Very complex.
It is getting complex. Because you can also take on h5, but I'm not sure if that pawn is the priority. Let's say he played bishop f3. This indeed is complex. Bishop g5. So you can take on e4 because your queen is hanging on d2. And after queen e2, takes, knight f6. This is the position.
Yeah, so black has won a pawn, but white looks like good compensation with that very strong bishop in the center of the board being the main problem, pointing towards black's king. And black has, not such an easy way to play this. So, but what is white's follow-up here? So I'm trying to work out.
So this is a move you would want to play.
Yeah.
But right now, rook b8 is probably a good move.
Yeah.
And your knight is in trouble. So you can take there. What is a bishop takes f6, you think?
Well, I'd like to take that one, but I don't want black taking back with a piece if bishop takes f6. And unfortunately here, if I can make black take with the g pawn at some point, great. But after you grab the pawn back, but the bishop comes to e5. So bishop takes f6, you win your pawn back, but bishop e5 looks like a very nice bishop to me. It can
Just
never
very, very strong. So you also don't want to take on f6.
No, I don't want to take on f6 straight away. So I'm thinking either queen f5 to try and pressurize those pieces. I'm a pawn down, so I need to attack. I can't just play slowly. This move attacks that bishop. If the bishop goes to h6, then I can consider taking on f6.
Yeah, this is a nice move, because indeed this is if he would have to go back, this is just very ugly for black.
Yeah, and this one, I might even end up winning a pawn with white because the d6 pawn at the end is going to be weak.
So again, Geary, not a boring player, just sacrifices a pawn for initiative here.
Yeah, and after knight f6, this is his chance as well, because Neil's playing fantastically in this tournament so far. Neil's leading the tournament, but if Geary wins this one, Geary will go into first place. Did you have Geary in your fantasy team?
No, I have to admit, I didn't, because I didn't quite work out money-wise. But I did pick Caruana, I got Firouzja and Van Foreest, and they're all on 3.5 out of 6. So I feel like so far so good. And you?
I actually had Geary, I had Anish, I think I had Ali Reza and Dubov, who unfortunately had to pull out at the last moment. Daniil Dubov.
Tough break for you.
Player. It was, yeah, because I was looking forward to watching his chess as well. He's a brilliant player, but we might have more on that soon anyway.
Yeah, we'll have more on that soon, definitely. Let's see, this is the position there. Shall we look at Firouzja?
Let's go there. Let's see, how this weird London system was working.
Yeah, and we left it at h5, rook ac8 was played.
Okay.
Oh, wait, is this actually true? No, sorry, this is not true. Knight d7 was played.
One of your main suggestions, text to get rid of that knight on e5.
Exactly, to exchange pieces and get rid of that annoying knight. And f6.
And now that knight has to go away.
Has to go away, went to d3. Takes.
I'm not sure I like the way what white's done here. I mean, it sounds horrible for me to look at a position where one side's pushed the h-pawn all the way up the board and say, I don't like it. But it hasn't worked. It just hasn't worked here. I mean...
Now it feels a little bit like white spent a little bit too much time on his h-pawn.
I'm afraid to say it does, doesn't it? He's pushed that pawn too much. And he might be losing control of the center. Obviously, the general rule is you can do these wing attacks, but only when you have some control of the center or good control. And black now I feel he's going to take control of the center of the board. He's got e5 as a threat.
Yeah, e5 is coming, but this is also interesting because he takes on d4, and usually in the London system, you automatically want to take back on d4 with your e-pawn. But right now you drop a bishop. So he can't take back with his with that pawn. What happens if you take in between?
Well, I guess here we take with the queen and go. Do we go e5 again and just get this central break in?
You might just play e5 indeed.
And black's very comfortable in that position. Very comfortable.
So he c takes, knight takes. This is interesting. So knight takes e5.
Yeah, very interesting.
A lot is happening here.
Again, I don't like the way it's going for white because, I mean, I could be wrong. I probably am with the evaluation bar saying that it likes white. But in general, when you play the London system, where the white knight has moved to, you want to keep your pawn there controlling the center. But it's getting tactical. It's getting tactical.
Always want to be able to recapture with a pawn on d4 in the London system, I think.
Yes.
What I like about Alireza Firouzja's games is they're never boring. It's really, he either draws, wins, loses. It's usually a roller coaster ride. So there are different options. He went for knight e6, attacking the queen and the rook.
So this is now very interesting because it's getting more concrete. Okay, white is winning material. White's going to win the exchange, but black is saying, I've got control of the center. So it's actually black who's played this quite brave idea of giving that rook up. So the kind of thing you expect Alireza to do, sacrifice material, but Duda has done it. And I feel against Alireza, he loves having the initiative. He wants to be the one attacking. If it means him giving up material to get the initiative, that's what he loves. So he's getting the table turned on him here, as in black's giving up material to get the center. So we might see how he is as a defender in a minute.
Isn't that what Lasker used to do 100 years ago? He he would attack attackers because they don't like to be attacked.
That's true. I mean, that's a bit like me. I mean, I love attacking, but I hate being attacked. Absolutely hate it.
Good to know. Good to know for if he wants face.
I know. I'm just giving away all my secrets now to everyone watching. But,
just blindly attack you. Let's see. He took Alireza took.
Yeah.
Of course, he took and bishop takes.
Yeah, really
you have
interesting.
to queen there, and now knight b to c5. We could talk for an hour about why that knight, but let's just.
We could do, and this is kind of the key idea that black's got, because if white had time to castle, then I'm sure white's extra exchange would count for a lot more. But
yeah, exactly. So if you would just move your rook, or then you could just castle. So he doesn't give him time to castle. So instead he plays his knight. Let's say you take the knight.
Yeah. And then I will take with the knight back, and I guess have ideas of going knight d3, which is it should be compensation here.
Yeah,
for
should
black.
be. And now a move like queen e2. It's maybe a move.
Yeah, queen e2, and I guess I'm going to play knight d3 because I want to at least misplace your king.
Yeah,
a little bit here.
That's your right. So king f1.
Yeah, king f1, and now I don't know how to assess this position. It's really, really double-edged. I'm
sorry, Simon, but you're getting paid to assess the position.
Oh no! Don't make me do my job, please.
Yeah.
That's not fair. Well, I mean, if I was going to pick a side, I mean, because I like attacking, I would pick the player with the initiative because I like having the initiative personally. Even though the bar seems to favour white in this position, computers are very materialistic. I would like having the chance to attack, and maybe here black has ideas of d4 or e4. I'm just thinking, white's got one very nice defensive idea, rook h4 here.
Oh, there's rook. The one advantage of playing the pawn to h5.
Yeah, like a beginner, right? The first thing that beginners do is
exactly.
generally push their h and a pawns, and then they bring their rooks out. But Alireza proving it could work here.
And is e4 e4? Maybe that stops the attack a little bit.
I think e4 is playable, but it means you take a lot of that tension out of the position because you can no longer break with the pawns. So it's certainly an idea, but you probably want to avoid playing it if there's another option.
Yeah. So, and why is he thinking right now? Does he have alternatives to taking on c5?
The only other alternative I can see is something moving the knight. But I mean, where do you move the knight? I mean,
to c1.
Yeah. Looks funny putting it there.
Yeah, but this knight is now maybe not the best piece in the world.
It's also not happy.
Nimzowitsch called it a superfluous piece, maybe.
Ah, very nice, very nice. I see you got yeah, I think you're
For
right
all the
there.
students out there, the chess students.
Yeah. Is that when knights shared the same squares, right?
Yeah, I think so.
that-
Yeah.
It's a bad to have a super.
I feel like I'm a chess teacher who kind of knows what it means.
That's basically like me all the time.
We're gonna take a short break and definitely stay tuned because we'll be back with Daniel Dubov live here in the show, and we can ask him what he thinks of the games and why he's not in Wijkensee. We can ask him that. So see you in a little bit. Welcome back to Tata Steel Chess Round 7, and Mr. Williams and I are joined by a very special guest, Grandmaster Daniel Dubov. Daniel, nice to see you here.
Yeah, thanks for having me and inviting me.
Yeah, definitely. So we expected you an hour earlier on the show, but what happened?
Yeah, I mean, it just happens, you know, it's a little crowdy in Moscow today, so it actually, it takes way more time than usual to get home. So I had to do some business in the afternoon and then to get back. So it's a little crowded today.
It's a little crowded in Moscow today, I bet. Before we get to the tournament, you were gonna participate in Wijk aan Zee, but then had to cancel a few days before due to COVID, not for you, but from someone you know, right?
Yeah, that is true.
Yeah. Is everyone
I mean,
okay
I don't
now?
want to go deep into details, but let's say from the professional point of view, like it was completely unacceptable to go. It was actually risky for me, risky for the tournament, and risky for everybody else. So I mean, it's it was a sad necessity, but sometimes we have to take unpleasant decisions.
No, definitely. And how are you doing? Are you following the tournament closely?
Well, I don't know what do we normally call closely. I obviously follow the games. I mean, I can't say I spend all 5 or 6 hours of the round for following it closely, but I still obviously, I mean, check it few times an hour, and I can also follow some time travels more. More closely as well. So yeah, I mean, in general, I would say. So today we have quite an inspiring round. I would say we have a very big potential for quite a few decisive games, but it hasn't been that fascinating in the first part of the tournament. So I actually hope now all the guys are warmed up and they will try to give us some results.
Yeah,
But
talk about
the first part I would say was less inspiring than usual.
Yeah, but you probably have quite a high standard of what a nice game is, with all the beautiful games you play yourself. Yeah, this is Magnus Carlsen who made a draw. Daniel, I don't think Magnus is happy. What do you think is going through his head now?
Yeah, I don't think I have ever seen him being happy with the draw, to be honest. This is probably not the first exception at all as well. So yeah, he's probably a little unhappy. Still, I would think he has very decent chances to win the tournament. I think it's normally, I mean, it's his let's say one of his best skills actually is that, I mean, sometimes when he plays brilliantly, obviously he wins. But then I think as a second important quality is pretty much when everybody plays badly, he also wins. So it hasn't been his brightest event so far, but I think it's fair to say exactly the same about all the rest of the guys. So I think normally he tends to win all the close events in general. So I think his chances are still very high, despite the fact that he's obviously quite far from his really best.
And why do you think it's happening to him now that it doesn't win better positions? What is going on?
Well, I mean, it's not exactly a miracle, you know. I mean, it's not something you. I mean, you need an insane explanation for. So he is obviously very strong player. He's probably even the best player in history, but still he's facing very strong players as well, and they are one of the best in the world. So they are obviously putting resistance, and it's not exactly surprising that sometimes they will hold. And secondly, I think especially for Magnus, I mean, I think it's very typical for him to have a slow start. So normally, I would say he's not shining at the start. Then he needs to win like one or even better 2 games, and then he's also, I mean, besides the score, he starts to play much better. but it normally takes him something to win this few random games. So I think so far he has won only one game against Ali Reza, and it was not exactly convincing as well. I mean, it was a very sharp game. It's not that it was undeserved, but still it was not exactly kind of a game that you call like brilliant from one guy. So I think it's typical for him. He had the same story last year, I guess. I mean, he started with like 6 or 7 or whatever it was consecutive draws. But it does not prevent him from starting some series of wins as well. So we'll see.
So you're known to play beautiful games. We've all played through your victory over Karyakin recently. So are there players playing here, Wijkazee, that you really follow, that you enjoy the way they play?
Well, I think it's a provocative question, right? If you mention one guy, then like all the rest are unhappy. I don't know, but I think in general, it's not about this tournament, but in general, I really like, I mean, besides Magnus, I really like the way Alireza is playing. So it doesn't really matter. I mean, if he wins or loses, in general, he tends to play very interesting games, and today is not an exception as well, by the way. So yeah, I mean, if I need to mention someone, and I cannot mention Magnus, I would probably pick up Alireza.
Yeah, Alireza's game. So we have a question for you, not from us, but from a Dutch talented player, Eline Roebers, who is just became world champion under 14. And she wanted to ask you a question. So let's have a look at the video.
Hello, Daniel. This is Eline Roebers. In 2018, you became world rapid chess champion. When do you expect to become world champion in classical chess?
So what she asked is, you became a rapid world champion. When will you become world champion at classical chess?
I mean, who knows, right? I mean, I don't want to say never, and I mean, I don't want to say something concrete even more. So it's more of, I mean, there are some questions that are nice to ask, but are not easy to answer. So let's say I will do my best, and then if the answer is not never, let's say, then I will be happy with it, whatever it is. So.
Yeah, I can imagine you're not going to give us an exact date of your world champion ceremony.
Yeah, still we have to make some plans. I mean, it's not clear yet,
Yeah.
So how many hours would you say you work on your own chess a day on a normal day? Because obviously, I guess it differs for everyone. Do you have a set kind of schedule at all?
I think in general, it's fair to say that I don't. So, I mean, there are some people who say they work like, I don't know, 4 or 6 hours a day or something like that. I would say, the number is really, I mean, let's say it's never 2 or 3. I think it's either exactly 0 or it's like 6+, for instance.
Okay.
So I would say, it's either I spend like half of a day working on my chess, or I do something completely different, and I'm fine with that. I mean, it's not that I feel any sort of shame or anything like that when I spend my whole day without chess. I mean, it still feels fine. When I start missing it, I just go back, but I don't have such a routine as some people do, and I'm actually fine with that.
One of the things I've been really impressed about some of your recent playing tournaments is, well, of course, this game against Sergey was mentioned, this Queen G6 move, but you're constantly coming up with quite new ideas and ideas that people haven't really considered before. And I mean, are these kind of your own inventions? I mean, how do you come up with so many crazy ideas?
Yeah, normally it's just something that that can cross your mind sometimes. But I think is the sort of like the good part of my preparation, my approach is that I basically don't try to separate some random thoughts from let's say tough chess work. So yeah, I would say like most of my best opening ideas were like invented or discovered in some trains, taxis, and everything. So yeah, I mean, it's true that I probably don't spend like 10 hours a day with a board or an engine, but it's also true that I keep thinking about chess I mean, not exactly always, but pretty much most of the time. So it's kind of normal that, I mean, you're going, let's say, from a bar back home, and then you think, okay, in this Italian, probably this c3 d4 takes b4 kind of makes sense. I should probably mention it to Sasha, I mean, before I go to sleep, and I'll forget it. So I have to, like, though I'm a little drunk or something, I have to tell him that it probably makes sense.
And do the best
I mean,
ideas do the best ideas come from after the bar, do you think?
I mean, I think it can be. Yeah, I think it happens quite often. To be honest, I'm not a big fan of. I mean, not that I'm not a big fan of a healthy lifestyle, but I think people tend to overestimate it
As well.
regarding chess. To be honest, so I think, yeah, I mean, sometimes you can just come up with something very very interesting in the opening or any different phase of a chess game. Yeah, it's a party or wherever it is. I mean, it's not that you really need a board or an engine for it. So I mean, it can be anywhere and anytime. So yeah, that's my approach.
I like that. And
I mean, also look at the ideas. Yeah, I mean, it's not something that you come up with being not drunk, right?
Right. Yeah, you have to come up with some of these ideas. You probably have to be a little bit drunk, right?
Yeah, exactly.
So it helps.
That's exactly my point. Yeah, I mean, I'm obviously joking, but it's a half joke actually.
Yeah.
I mean, it kind of makes sense.
I've got one more question for you. I saw an amazing video of you doing some gymnastics, I think on Twitter or YouTube, and it looked like you were trained in gymnastics. I think this was yourself, right? You know the video I was talking about when
This one arm pull up, yeah.
Yes, you were doing one arm pull-ups. You were doing some crazy gymnasts. So you must train a bit physically to be able to do stuff like this.
Yeah, it's true. I think I've spent. So I got interested in it when I was maybe like 15 or 16. And then, yeah, I mean, back in the school time, we had a very nice teacher of physical education who would normally allow us to visit the gym before the lesson starts. And yeah, I mean, I was spending time there. I think this current level took me like five or 6 years. I mean, it probably looks impressive, but I don't think you can actually spend 5 or 6 years and be worse than me. So let's say my progress was kind of slow, but when you spend 5 or 6 years, I mean, it still makes some sense anyway.
I think we may have found the video. I hope we're not going to embarrass you now, but
it is. It is exactly this video. Yeah,
I was very impressed with some of the moves.
But I think it was also recorded like 5 or maybe 6 years ago. Actually, it became popular way later.
Right.
So if there are young chess players watching or starting chess players that enjoy your games and they want to play like you, how should they train? What should they do?
I mean, judging from we have said before, they should probably somehow combine partying and doing sports, right?
And gymnastics.
Partying and pull-up, one-arm pull-ups.
Yeah. I mean, exactly. Yeah.
And then you get there.
Yeah.
I like that.
Great. You're wanna go over some of the games?
Yeah.
Is that okay with you? Yeah.
Sure.
Yeah, I mean, it does look like we've got some. Today's been one of the better days on the chessboard. To be fair, we've had a number of open Sicilians, some interesting positions. It looks like MVL's done this poison pawn variation again. But first of all, I'd like to get your opinion of Ali Reza's position. So we have Ali Reza versus Duda, and Duda's sacked the exchange, and this is the last position we had a look at here. To get into this one, and do you feel that Black has enough compensation here for the exchange? Is the first question I'll throw at you.
Yeah, it's hard to say. I know what Chess.com thinks, to be honest. Yeah, because I have checked it briefly.
Yeah.
But let's say, yeah, without this knowledge, I would probably feel I'm fine as Black. And also Chess.com can be wrong sometimes as well.
Yeah,
because I used to trust Chess.com, but then I think at some point I lost the game in the first round of Gibraltar. I lost the game against Gary Killen, so I was Black, and I think like it was, let's say, 0.20 at move like 12, and then I played all the best moves according to Chess.com and I lost. So I don't really trust it anymore.
I can remember that. I can remember that game, right? I mean, that was
Yeah, it was a brilliant game actually.
Yeah, I mean, very modest, and I remember Gary got best game prize for this game. He played very well against you, but I also noticed some of the ideas that you play, the computer does not agree with them, right? So it's like they're going to be like 4th, 5th choice of the computer in the opening that you come up with. So it's probably important for people out there to understand that the computer is not God, right? The computer is not God. It's a good indication, but it's not always going to tell you what to do right.
Yeah, for sure. And also I think now it's quite important that we sort of have different goals as well. Yeah, I mean, sometimes when you analyze something, I mean, you have this, let's say, Stockfish and you have Lila, and they are saying completely different things. And it basically drives you crazy. So you spend like few hours trying to understand who is right, and still there is no answer. So yeah, chess. Yeah, I mean, chess turned out to be a little bit more complex games than we probably expected it to be. So here, I don't know. Like in terms of practical play, it feels decent for black. I mean, all the pieces are fine. So you're an exchange down, but it's still. I mean, you have this knight c5, these 3 ideas, and the bishop on g3 doesn't look great either. So yeah, I would say it. I mean, in terms of practical play, it's definitely decent for black.
Definitely. I'm just actually going to try to get up a board so I can move the pieces. And we're also hearing that Jurriaan might be close to winning. So maybe we should go over to Jurriaan's position and have a look at that one.
I'll click on Jurriaan's game. Let's see.
Yeah, so Jurriaan, first of all, I want to say so kudos to Jurriaan for his bravery, because he actually played this sort of random line. I think Tamir Nabate from Israel was the only strong player who has tried it a few times, and the line, I think the line is decent, but for some reason people kept ignoring it, and then finally we have someone who was brave enough to play it in the very important game of a very important and strong tournament as well. I would say there is some justice in the fact that at least he got a chance.
So in Holland, Jurriaan is one of the big talents, is almost in the top 50 now. Do you consider him a strong player?
I mean, I definitely consider him. I consider him as a strong player. My point is that it's probably the first time Jurriaan plays this line, and I think Nabate was the only strong player before him to play it, and I think Nabate played it like 5 or maybe even more times.
Yeah.
So yeah, I mean, we would definitely call Nabate sort of an inventor of this line. But it's still nice to see Jurriaan going for such a rare and ambitious line. And I mean, not yet as succeeding, but he has all the chances to win the game eventually.
Yeah, we can go to the current position. So a couple of moves have been played here with Jurriaan using those knights very well. And he just simply takes on c2. And now he goes rook e6, queen c3. And this is where we are at the moment. He's got this ginormous time advantage as well, which is going to make things even trickier in the position here. But this, after queen c3, is there a simple way to win here at the moment?
So can you take on g2 and go queen g5?
Let's have a look. So knight takes g2. And if king takes, queen
queen g5 check is what I thought.
And now, well, the king has to move. Let's say you try going to f1, potentially.
So I mean, at very least we can go queen takes c5, but then it's probably not exactly lost for white. Yeah, I mean, maybe you take on e5, go knight d6, and try to survive.
He can fight on here a little bit. So, I mean, also Jurriaan has this major time advantage as well. So he's got time to try to work out if there's a killer blow here. And again, the computer bar is indicating that black is winning somehow.
So let me actually ask you a simple thing. So what's wrong with just d6?
Okay, so simply d6, trying to get rid of this knight. It makes a lot of sense. And if I move the knight, you're just going to win a piece. So
that was my intention at least.
Well, yeah, that looks good, right? I mean, I don't think there's any need for black to overcomplicate the position. And the point being, we'll just point this out. If this knight moves, well, if it doesn't move, it's going to be captured. then black can just simply win this piece somehow. Maybe bishop takes or rook takes, let's say. And this is just got to be winning for Jurriaan, I think, at the moment. I think Jordan's going to win this one. Yeah, this is and it is brave. I mean, his position. I don't know this line, but Daniil, after Queen takes d6, I looked at this position, and it just looks horrible for black. Right? It looks disgusting to me. But this must be some computer saying that black's actually okay here.
Yeah, I don't know. I would say it's actually. I mean, it doesn't look great as well, but I wouldn't say it looks hopeless. In the original meaning, I mean, black has some hope. Like if you get b5, bishop b7 followed by f5, then yeah, I mean, it can be fine. So it's basically, I mean, it's either you lose in like 5 moves or you'll be fine. So in the game, I think the latter scenario happened, right? He went just b5, bishop b7, f5.
That's right. And if we go forwards a little bit more, I mean, white tries to do something on the queen side, but it kind of becomes clear around here that black has these 2 breaks like d5 and f5 that white's going to struggle to stop. So probably here black's absolutely fine. But yeah, like you say, very rare opening, only being played by one other, should we say, elite grandmaster, which is interesting. And I mean, this is the kind of stuff that I personally like players finding these ideas which are forgotten. And yourself, you do this, you do this a lot yourself, playing ideas which aren't conventionally meant to be okay. I've got to remember to go to more parties. This is the key. Yeah, go to more parties, get some good ideas. Right. This is
yeah,
something.
And use an engine as well, just in case. Yeah, that is true.
Yes, back them up with an engine. But yeah, okay. So I think this is going to be over now. Is there any particular game you would like to look at yourself here that's still going on at the moment?
So first of all, this is the current. I know it was our analysis. So he hasn't played d6 yet, right?
He hasn't played d6
yeah, let's
yet.
probably, yeah, I don't know. Let's probably go back to Alireza against Duda because it looked fascinating to me.
Yeah. Okay. So we go back to Alireza versus Duda, and we now. Oh, hope I haven't lost everything there. My computer is kind of coping with everything.
Yeah. So what do we actually think about this?
Okay. So there's some more moves on the board, and I'm just going to get to the current position. I'm just going to have to do a little bit of adjusting. So he did play. Okay, Rook h4 has come, and he's gone e4 to ensure that his knight has the square. And I'll just get to the current position. I might have to just close this program and open it again, I'm afraid. But King f7 played. This is where we're at.
So Rook h1 was actually a funny move. I would say it's a little counterintuitive, right?
Yes. I'm sorry, I'm a bit slow here because all of my windows are closed down at once, which is very nice. So just bear with me, people. And so Rook h1, he wants to move his king and bring his rook over to d1.
Yeah, like. Probably. Although I would still, I would still feel like black is, I mean, sort of fine. I would say black shouldn't be much worse at the least.
Okay, he's got this nice knight in the middle of the board, which is, I guess, worth the exchange, and enough compensation. Is he going to try to play with the B pawn at some point to break through, possibly something like that?
Yeah. B5, B4 is a decent idea. I also like something like Rook c6. Okay, so with the idea of meeting King h2 by Rook h6 followed by some G something,
and then using the G pawn, G6.
Yeah. So this also makes sense to me. Yeah, okay. Once again, I don't know what the engine shows, but in terms of practical play, it just feels like it's much easier to play as black.
Yeah, and I suppose that's a lot to be said about modern chess. I mean, the computer might favor white, but I think people forget that you often just want positions that are easier for you to play, right? So you don't want to think too much. You have easy plans, and it seems like black has that position at the moment, right?
Yeah, sure. And also, I'm not exactly, like, I'm not 100% sure that as engine says white is better, to be honest.
Okay, yeah, I mean, it might be a weak engine, this one anyway, that's been running. But another very interesting game as well, we can go to this one quickly, was Fabiano versus MVL. I don't know if you had a chance to see this position.
Sure. This is brilliant as well. So I think this e6 was just a brilliant move. A move of the tournament for me so far.
Move of the tournament. Do you think this e6 was preparation, or do you think it was found found over the board?
I think he had to find it over the board because from the way he was spending time, I would conclude that so if you can just go
Sure,
back for like 2 moves.
Yeah. So let's go around about.
Yeah. So I think he was playing fast till this e takes d5. So he went e5, knight takes e6, e5, knight d5. So Fabi took on d5 quickly.
Yeah.
And then I think, their main lines, the main line of their prep was c takes d5, which is also the top choice of an engine. And then e takes is just, once again, I haven't checked it precisely yet, but the engine says that after knight takes d5, e takes d5, white is just much better. So normally, when you know that you're much better, you can, you can skip going into details. So my guess would be that Fabian knew that white should be much better here, but he didn't know why exactly. So he had to come up with some sort of refutation.
I think we were guessing that earlier, actually. It's kind of like a puzzle position where you know there's a good move, but you've got to find the good move. And
yeah, exactly.
It's not entirely clear what that is. And after e6, I mean, can you run us through potentially what you'd be thinking, let's say, if Black in the end played f6, and we'll come to the game in a minute, but he's got 2 ways of capturing this pawn. So let's say he takes with the f pawn. How do you think white should continue here?
Yeah, I think you probably just go castles or bishop h5 check, but I just like castles.
Simply castles.
I think the main idea of this e6 move is not exactly to win immediately, but it's more of trying to slow down the development of this bishop on f8 particularly.
Right.
So let's say if you do something else and Black wants to take on it, let's say you castle instead of e6.
Yeah.
Then I think Black will just take on e5, go bishop c5 check and castle.
Right. I remember we looked at this and there's some bishop f6, which looked a bit scary at some point, but it's this idea maybe is okay, right? Maybe there's a rook b3, I think we saw, but e6
so maybe you don't castle this early. Maybe you go bishop 6. But in general, so Black,
sure.
Black at least managed to develop the bishop. So I think the main idea of e6 is a positional idea. That's why I like it that much. I mean, it's easy to sacrifice when you pretty much checkmate. But here, I think after both fe or bishop takes e6, for instance, you just go castles and
simply castles. And
and white is much better for some reason. I mean, I failed to explain it, but I know the fact.
Yeah, and it's one of those positions where maybe if we look at Black's pawn on d6, Black doesn't want that pawn on d6, so he can play bishop c5. So even though you're giving up another pawn, you're just discombobulating, sort of making Black's position very hard to develop.
Exactly.
And we can go to the game and just see how things have developed and what the current position is. So he went f6, and now the Black king had to move. The bishop simply came back, and we'll keep going and see if. Okay, well, this is even strange, allowing the exchange of queens somehow. I mean, after d4, I think a lot of people would want to instinctively stop queen c3, right?
Yeah, but at the same time, you're only 1 pawn down. So in general, so obviously you have this very strong pawn on e6.
Yeah.
And in general, it's not a very good sign for Black that he has a. So basically, so if you go queen c3 and trade the queen, so like all of your pieces are at their starting positions, right?
Well, let's have a look.
I mean, it's normally, I mean, it's normally a bad sign. You have your rooks on a8 and h8, bishops on c8 and f8, and it's only one pawn for that is also hanging. So, yeah, in terms of logic, it should be very bad for Black, I would say.
Yeah, it doesn't look very nice. I don't think if MVL would have planned to have this position in advance, shall we say. I mean, his opening choice, playing the poison pawn Najdorf, I mean, he's going to lose probably his second game now with this choice of variations. I mean, it's easy to say in hindsight, oh, he should have played another line, but do you think this could be a potential, MVL, obviously a brilliant player, but is it potentially a weakness that he doesn't have a lot of openings he plays out, and he does take on these challenges? Is it something that top players maybe aim to get him in, should I say?
Well, it's an interesting question. I think normally we all to prefer to yeah, to let's say go deeper as black and to serve widely as white. So the point is that basically as black you normally pick one or like at maximum two openings, and then you try to analyze them deeply, and then in general you don't avoid the main theory. So you sort of pray for your analysis to be good and for your memory to be good as well. And these terms, I mean, sometimes it just happens. So basically, if you decided to play with an either for your whole life, I mean, it's sort of normal that sometimes you will lose the games of this kind. And even if you lose like two in a row, it doesn't mean that the whole strategy is wrong. I mean, it just can happen sometimes. Still, I want to point out that in general, I think the people who play neither of this, they're sort of bluffing. Because in general, I think I've seen a lot of games of this kind and this 6 bishop g5, which is considered to be like a draw by force, but whenever white plays it, I mean, I don't think I've seen black showing all the right moves too often, to be honest. So I think at least once out of 3 times, black fails to get out of the opening. But still, I think black's main point is to sort of pretend that he remembers everything, and then you get some h3 or rook g1 instead, and then you get a sharp play.
Right. Okay. So, so you think most Najdorf players in general would they be fearing this move the most? Is this the way to play against the Najdorf if you want to prepare a variation, Bishop G5? I mean, it's certainly the most critical. I think it's fair to say line to play.
Yeah, probably. I would also say it's the most unpleasant move in the long run for black as well, because you will mix up things or forget things very often. Very often as black. Yeah, I mean, if we are talking about long distance, so there will be quite a big number of games where you just be lost by move like I don't know 15 or 20. Unlike in this h3 or rook g1 lines, it's exactly the opposite. Like even if you're worse at move 15, I mean, it's still a game. It's not exactly a disaster. So you'll have a chance to strike back with good play. But after this bishop g5, basically, I mean, if you play one wrong move within like 10 moves, then you are pretty much lost.
Yeah, and this is incredibly sharp. And MVL's been on the receiving end of this really in a couple of games now. I mean, you have to have a good memory, I guess, if you're going to play these lines, which MVL, of course, has. He has an incredible memory, but you've got to be so accurate, right? You can't make one mistake against top players.
Yeah, for sure. But I think it's also, I mean, it's also about luck a little bit. So I think in general, this like this game of chess at the elite level, I think it's I mean, it has something from poker probably. I think it's a game of ranges. So in general, I mean, it's also true that you cannot really remember everything.
Yeah.
So I mean, it's also true that sometimes, I mean, okay, if you play the Snyder, even if you're accurate in everything, I don't think you can remember all the lines. So there is like 10 or 15% of your range that you just don't remember. And then, I mean, sometimes your opponents can be lucky to hit this exactly part of the range, like 2 times in a row or 3 times in a row. So let's say like white has 20 challenging ideas, and you remember how to defend against, let's say, 15 of them. And then they start going for this unlucky 5 as a distance of like 3 games. It doesn't mean your whole theory is bad and your whole strategy is bad, but I mean, it's just tough luck and it happens. So I don't think this will make MVL to go away from the Snyder field, to be honest.
Would you say that you yourself sometimes play with that kind of thing in mind? I mean, you play these so-called very creative ideas, but they are quite risky if your opponent maybe plays perfect defense. Are you, with some of the ideas that you've shown, kind of just opening up that idea that they're not going to find the perfect defensive moves because they're surprised on the board? Is that part of your way of playing, would you say? Or is it just you come up with these ideas and they're so creative you want to play them kind of thing?
No, for sure it's for sure it's the basic, I mean, is a basic point of my strategy, I would say. So I think I would rather play the line where, let's say, I'm white and objectively white is worse, but then black has to play like, let's say, 8 only moves, and otherwise he is just much worse. Then to play as a line where, let's say, white is slightly better everywhere, but he has to be extremely accurate not to be worse after any of black's moves. So even if we are talking about this game against Caracan, I mean, obviously black has many ways there. I mean, it's not that like 1e4, e5 exactly loses because of this c3, d4, b4, right? But I still felt like it's very likely that you get into one of the traps as black. I mean, I would just feel this way if I would play black. So I mean, I felt the same way about Caracan trying to hold it as black. And I mean, it doesn't necessarily mean white is not worse even. I think white is not worse there actually, but this was not important for me. What was important was the number of traps and how difficult they are.
So it was, you could say, a slight gamble in a way, because you don't know the outcome, of course, and but you're playing the odds. You're having the odds on your side the way you play some of these.
Yeah, exactly. It's definitely a gamble. Although I think mathematically speaking, it's I mean, it's a correct approach.
Sure.
But I think you just need to be fine. Like if you want to score the maximum number of points at a long distance, I think you have to be fine with some let's say I mean unlucky outcomes from time to time. So basically, if you play something really ambitious as white, for instance, you have to be fine with some draws by force. I mean, sometimes. Okay. So you just hope for it not to happen very often, but in general, I mean, okay, if you go for it and the guy plays like two or three or five best moves, and then you have to go for a perpetual, I mean, okay, it's life, yeah. So
I like it.
You have to be fine with it as well.
I like that way of playing, and I think this is against a lot of people's perception of what top chess is. I think they assume that if you don't play the computer number one move, you're playing a bad move. You know, it's a mistake. But the way you're saying is that, you know, it's actually a good idea to sometimes certainly not play the top move, but play a move that gives you more practical chances. So you're going against what the computer says. And I think people have got to remember that. Don't always be transfixed with the computer. But we by the way, we have seen now that Tari did lose that one and Jordan won, and it looked like he won a very nice game. So we've got to thank him there. And we're also being told we're going to go on a short break very soon. So Daniil, I'd like to say it's obviously been a complete honor having you on. I know you're a lot of people's favorite player, and we hope to see you playing here next year in many other tournaments. Is there anything else you'd like to add about any of the players or anything at all before we go to our break?
Yeah, I'll just probably say, first of all, thank you for having me. And secondly, I think we will hope to see a very big number of interesting games. So I'm happy to admit that today is much better this term. So let's hope for the trend to continue.
Definitely. Well, let's hope for that. Let's hope for many more crazy Sicilians and also rather peculiar openings like this. I'm sure if you were playing in the tournament already, the tournament would have come alive a bit earlier, I feel. But we'll wait for your appearance next time. And I'd like to give you a massive thank you for coming on. We're going to go to a short break now, and we'll be back with the action very quickly.
We're gonna go to an interview with Jurriaan van Foreest, who just won his black game against Tari and now has 4.5 out of 7. He seems to be beating everyone below 2700. So this is a great tournament for the Dutch guy. Let's listen.
Jurriaan, congratulations. You have just beaten Arjan Tari, your second consecutive win and moving to +2. First of all, how do you feel after this?
Yeah, very good, of course. Especially win with the black pieces. I mean, in this tournament, no win comes easily, but especially with the black pieces, it's very hard to win a game. So, yeah, feeling super happy and very satisfied about my play today as well.
At the opening ceremony, you joked that you wanted to win this tournament. Is this getting more serious now?
No, I mean, we just started actually. I mean, it's still a lot of games to go, and I mean, every game is going to be tough. I mean, tomorrow I have to play Maxime with the black pieces, so every game will be tough, so I'm not really thinking about that yet. But, I mean, so far it's going really well, so I hope I can keep it up.
Absolutely. Let's talk about the game today. According to the engine, bishop c2 was a blunder by Arjan. Did you feel the same way, or at which moment did you feel you were completely winning?
Yeah, bishop c2 surprised me a little bit for sure, but I already liked my position there. I thought once I got this f5 in, basically all my pieces start working together, but bishop c2 was certainly strange because this bishop is quite nice on b3, so I don't see why he feels the urge to place it there, but already there I think he was not feeling comfortable, and I was playing fast and he was nearing time trouble, so I guess he just wanted to make a move and not think for too much.
More impressive opening preparation by yourself today. How much of an advantage do you feel it is to have a second here on site with you?
Yeah, it depends per person, I think, but for me, it's always very nice to have someone there who you can talk to, and you know, especially this year in Wijkenzee, it can be rather lonely, so it's very nice when you have a second or just a friend, you know, who you can talk to after the games and just have some company.
And final question, you already mentioned it, tomorrow is second black against Vial, who has been struggling a little bit in this tournament so far. Is that on your mind, the fact that he's not doing so well?
I didn't really think about the game yet, but I know he's not doing well, but he's still, you know, like top 10 player, so he's very, very strong. So it will be probably a super tough game, and I'm looking forward to it, that's for sure. But yeah, it won't be easy for sure.
Great, thank you very much and best of luck tomorrow.
Thank you.
That was Grandmaster Jurriaan van Foreest, who's again doing very well. 4.5 points, 5 draws, and two victories. Great result for the Dutch player, and he's done on time. He can have a nice meal. Come back tomorrow for the black game against MVL, and MVL is struggling. Yeah, I should say Jurriaan van Foreest at this moment is the sole leader of the tournament. He'll probably be joined by others. No, well, that's actually Anish Giri. Grandelius is a matchup. If Anish Giri wins, he'll join Van Foreest. If it's a draw, then Grandelius will join him. But good day for Jurriaan van Foreest, Simon.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, he's having a great tournament so far, and he played a very nice game there. He came up, as Dubov was saying, with a unique opening idea, quite a risky idea it seems, but when you need to win with the black pieces, you need to take risks, and that's what he did, and it worked out well.
That's what he did. So tomorrow again he'll be facing the French Grandmaster, who is a difficult position. You mentioned it. Let's look at a few more moves. G6, Bishop H4, attacking F6. Bishop E7, Rook B6 was played. H5, H3, King E8, Bishop G3, and Rook C7. What do we make of this, Simon?
Well, it's still looking good for white. I mean, that's a lovely pawn chain we can see from H3 to E6. So that's certainly really, really looking like it's holding black's position, not allowing black to move the light square bishop, etc. But it does seem like, I mean, is there any defensive, can black defend this position? And at the moment, MVL really hard. He's really hard guy to beat. He's so tricky. And this game still has to be won, if you know what I mean. I mean, like, we've seen this brilliant E6 move. We've seen some brilliant play, but it still needs to be won. It's not clear how you actually win this position yet.
No, definitely not. Well, let's give him time to think. We're going to move a game we haven't looked at for a while. Wojtaszek Jesipenko. Let's see, we left it a while ago. We left it here. I'll click through the game rather quickly. C6, knight A3, attacking C4 in order not to lose a pawn. He took on A3. Jesipenko, knight BD7. Very original opening play by the Russian young grandmaster. Rook B8, rook A2, making sure he doesn't lose B2. Castles, knight C3, queen A5. So again, Simon, an ugly pawn structure for black, but it's compensated by the piece activity, right?
Yeah, I totally agree. And it does seem like black's got a lot of pressure now on the B file. And I have to say, this is, I think, a very clever way to play. Both of these players, let's just remind everyone, have drawn every single game so far. So if you're going to take a little bet, you'd bet on the draw. But I kind of like black's position now because he's got this pressure, as we mentioned, B2, and he's getting ready with that last move to potentially put a knight on C5 or break with pawn to C5.
Yeah, he need use the pawn to break.
Yeah.
And now he's rid of his doubled C pawn. And now the knight. Well, you were right both times. First the pawn, then the knight to C5.
Okay. Yeah.
Knight B5. And now, yeah, a really, really cool move. A little tactic, or I'm not even sure if it's a little tactic. He took on D4. Rook takes D4. With the idea, that's a exchange sacrifice. Knight takes D4. And now knight B3.
Very nice.
And yeah, the idea is if you, let's see, what moves are possible? Let's see, you play queen C3.
Mm-hmm. Well, I guess black's main threat is, as you say, just queen C5 and E5, winning the piece.
Queen C5 and indeed E5 afterwards, so that's not possible. So he had to move, after knight B3, move this one.
Okay.
And it's maybe good to say that he couldn't go to C6, because that has the same disadvantage, that you lose the knight. So you went here, and after takes, you take on A2. This all had to be calculated in advance. So this is a very, very deep line. And now he had to see the beautiful move, knight A1.
Wow. Knight A1. That's not the kind of move you normally spot, right?
No, and I want to again show that this was the position right here. So he played rook takes D4, and here he had to see knight A1.
It's crazy.
That is some good calculating abilities that he showed there. So knight A1, queen C3, queen A4, and B3. The knight is lost, but you get back a pawn, and after this entire exchange, he's up a pawn.
Wow, that was some quite crazy tactics there, right? To see all of that, and it kind of shows you another element of the game you need if you're going to try to be a top player.
Yeah, definitely.
I mean, you need to be able to calculate very deeply and visualize extremely long lines. And I see there's a couple more moves being played now.
Yeah, a couple more moves. Yeah.
Just want to mention this G5 move. G5 is just an excellent move in these positions.
Yeah, I wanted, because he played G5, and why not G6, for instance, or why G5?
I mean, G5 is a typical way to try and give your king space for a start. You have to avoid getting checkmated on the back rank. But if you look at white's pawns on G2, F3, and E4, they're all on light squares. And you want to really keep those pawns on light squares. You don't want to allow them any flexibility to move. And the move G5 controls F4. So you're stopping the F pawn from moving, and you're clamping down on white's pawns. And when you have a knight, the knight is a short range piece, so it works on one area of the board. So on the king side here, and that knight now has a chance to secure itself either on e5 or f4 at some moment. And that knight, I think, is actually better than the bishop here. The extra pawn on the queen side, I would say it gives black excellent chances to win this ending.
Yeah, this is, and if you look at Wojtaszek on the camera, he's not having fun.
No.
This is not what he expected from his white game.
This is horrible. I mean, this is the kind of position I'd have nightmares about. I mean, so honestly.
I bet h5, king e3. This is the current position. By the way, this is a nightmare position. Because you're playing for 2 results, right? You can either lose, which is likely, or possibly make a draw, but it will last a few hours.
Yeah, I mean, I think you have to be a certain type of character to... I mean, there are a couple of characters I know who don't mind defending in chess, don't mind defending difficult positions, actually enjoy it. But I think the majority of chess players, when there's no winning hand, you just get a little bit frustrated here because it's like your opponent can torch you. And it's a good idea for black to not rush these positions. That's what the advice they give in this, the Soviet school of chess was always take your time. Because it gives your opponent actually more chance to get frustrated and to do something which is going to make his position worse. So as you said, though, I think the 2 result game is the key point here.
Yeah, and don't rush anything. That's good advice. Let's look at the results so far. So we have 2 results. Magnus Carlsen, Hare Krishna, a draw, and Carlsen won't be too happy because he didn't really have a big chance of winning today, so he must not be happy. And Ariantari, who lost to Van Forees. We have 5 games still going. Let's have a look at the positions. David Anton Donchenko is a rook endgame. That's nice. Rook endgames are nice. Nice endgames to make sure we stay in our seat for a few more hours, right? Those usually tend to last long.
That's right. Just what a commentator wants, a nice 10-hour rook ending where it's probably going to be a draw after 10 hours anyway. But we haven't looked at that game, but I'm sure we can catch up with it at some point.
Yeah, we'll catch up with that later. We have Caruana, MVL. A few more moves are being played. Of the pawn chain, only e6 and f5 are left, but that is a very important one on e6. Giri is still going. And Firuzha Duda, also a very interesting position. They're now in an endgame where I want to suggest that we have a closer look at that game because bishop took something on a3. Let's have a look.
Yeah, what a position this is. I mean, the material imbalance in this game has been quite drastic.
Definitely. So let's see rook h4. Let's click through a few more moves. f5, king g1. So again, black sacrificed an exchange. Yep. e4 was played to solidify the knight on d3. Rook c8. The rook has apparently done its job on h4. Goes back to h1. King and bishop e7. I feel it's black is an exchange down, but it's easier to maneuver for black. Although, or is it just a matter of time before white gets out of this mess?
I think it's very hard for white is only stuck on these 3 ranks here, the first, second, and third rank, and he doesn't really have any breaks. You always should be looking for pawn breaks or ways you can create some space, and no pawn move that white has seems to be good here. The only one I can think of is f3, but that's probably just going to make your position weaker. So black has this nice space advantage, and this gives him, I feel, great compensation, but it's also not easy for black to make progress. So I don't know. I would say at the moment, kind of equalish, unbalancedly equal, if I was going to guess, but who knows?
But white was fed up with the knight and took. Queen takes, pawn takes. And in this position, where white would just end up if black would just play a move, let's say a6, then white is just up a pawn.
Yeah.
So I can imagine this was the moment that Duda felt like, no, I don't feel like that. I don't feel like defending that position. So he took on a3.
Yeah, I think the question here, but is bishop takes a3, is this brilliance or is it desperation? Is it like a case of, oh wow, brilliant move, I'm gonna give up my piece, queen a pawn eventually, or is it like, oh no, I'm gonna be a pawn down, struggling like Wojciech over there, I don't want to be here all day, maybe lose, I've got to do something desperate. So I don't know which one it is at the moment.
But is there a third option that is just the best move?
That's also a possibility. Yeah, I'll allow that.
Yeah, let's see. So of course he takes, and rook takes c3. Well, this I do bet this is more fun than, again, let me go back one more time, than defending this endgame, right?
Yes. Yeah, I mean, this is something you want to avoid at all costs, because, I mean, rather than it being a 2-result game, which you've got some slim chances of drawing this one, but at this level, I think 90% of the time, the person with the extra pawn is going to win. And you can take your time. Yeah, I mean, this is just the kind of thing. If the position's slipping away, you've got to do something drastic. You have to look for the unexpected, as we mentioned in some of the other games. So I really like bishop takes a3, because rather than it being a 2-result game, maybe there's that third result, right? Maybe black can win the game.
Yeah, in this position, I feel, at first glance, I would say it's not enough for black, but there's definitely play, and white can still make mistakes.
Yeah, I mean, there's a nice idea here that I'm just wondering if one of black's ideas, black's obviously trying to go rook takes a3, but I'm also just wondering if he's going to try to play a pawn sacrifice, sack another one, because you need to get your king in with d4, and then try to go king d5, king c4, like this.
Oh, that's interesting, because now white played king g1, so as you mentioned, this is one move, of course, just taking the pawn, or you say d4.
Maybe at some point d4. It looks very risky, but
and after d4, king d5.
Yeah, I mean, the king is such an important piece in the ending, and by doing this, I can, use the king on c4, and I can move my rook then to c2. I can use my a and b pawns. So this also, this is one of those positions where white has to be careful. Black could win this position.
Yeah, definitely. He took on a3. A pawn is a pawn, and and d4 is still possible, of course, right?
Yeah, d4 at some point
is still an idea.
Yeah.
Well, interesting position. What's white's best move? Let's see.
Again, practically here, I mean, now black's got three pawns for the piece, right?
Yeah, exactly.
How dangerous are those pawns? They don't look too dangerous at the moment. I mean, they're not threatening to queen, but they have
white's king needs a lot of time to enter the action.
Definitely. And what can white do here? I mean, white is. I'm trying to think. You asked what can white do? I'm not actually sure. You want to try to activate your rook, but then the d pawn becomes too dangerous. So I suppose white should try to put his king on d2, like king f1, king e1.
F1.
Get the king across. Yeah.
So is your idea? Yeah, d4.
Well, it certainly looks interesting.
Let's say you take king d5.
And here's something like bishop e5. Otherwise, I'm going to take that pawn, and I've got everything I want. And this position is now my original thought was like king c4, but I can also king c4 looks normal, but I could also play b4 there. I've got the b pawn and wait with king c4.
Yeah, and you just ignore g7, like it's not about this pawn right now. It's about
queening. Yeah.
Because it's indeed, let's say he takes, maybe you can even play b3 here.
b3 is a really nice tactic.
And after going here, you can play b2.
Lovely, very nice.
And he has to come back. He can take on a3 because your queen, and rook a1.
Yeah.
So indeed, the b pawn can be pretty fast, and it's not about g7 in this variation. So this is an interesting position, and I'm happy Duda went for this variation, because now we indeed it's a 3-result game.
It's certainly a 3-result game, and I have to admit, I'd probably rather be black in this position, because I think black's got the easier task here. And again, we had the great guest Dubov being on the show, and one thing he said, which is so important, which I've been saying time and time again to people, but people are so obsessed with computer assessment, is that it's not always about who's got the better position. It's about who's got the easier position to play. And maybe white is better here, but black's position to me seems easier. You take a pawn, you try to queen your pawns.
And I feel it's more fun to play black in this position.
Yeah, which also counts, right? It counts for a lot having a more fun position.
So, I thought he already took on... he took on a3 now. Okay, well, let's get back to this position because there's some developments in the Caruana game. So we left it here, I think, rook c7. King takes. Is what I always love with black. When you're in time trouble, you can just make some free moves, just recapture.
I wonder, here's a little quiz question for people in the chat. You can guess. I don't know the answer, but I'm wondering what the longest series of captures is. Do we think, Tex? So the amount of moves where it's capture. Can we get above 10? We can easily get above 10, right?
Definitely. There's a Dutch author, a chess player called Tim Krabbe, and he had a website with all those curiosities, all those cool things. And I feel like I've even read this one sometimes. Like he had the longest game, the most queen sacrifices in one game, or the most captures. I bet it's about...
It's a lot, right?
16?
Yeah, I'd like to know the answer to that. But your Tim Krabbe's...
Tim Krabbe.
Krabbe, sorry. I've seen his website. It's absolutely brilliant. I mean,
it is brilliant.
It's brilliant, yeah.
It's also a collection of positions where people resigned in a position where they were actually won.
Yeah.
So those kind of crazy lists he's keeping. That's fun. So bishop f8 was played. King c4.
This is it's actually now looking very torturous for black here.
Yeah.
I mean, MVL has to try this rook h7 to get his rook in the game, but it's only one rook. It can be controlled quite easily. And look, I mean, those bishops and the king, they haven't been able to move. And I think Fabiano should be closing in on the win here quite soon, actually. The king coming in, d6 pawn might drop. I don't like black's chances at all.
Oh, I see quickly. I see they researched it here. The longest consecutive series of captures, 17 half moves. So not 16, but 17 in the game Blodig Wimmer in Germany, 1988.
Okay, 17. Okay, that's quite impressive, right?
Yeah, that is impressive.
Yeah.
So let's see. What's the best move for white? What happens if you, for instance, play rook b8?
Yeah,
King,
I mean...
King d8 is forced. I think, yeah.
Oh, what's he played? He's gone. Has he just simply taken on d6? Maybe this is just an easy way to win.
Oh,
Take
that he
the pawn.
just took there.
Yeah, I mean.
Yeah, bishop takes d6. Okay.
Yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, the e-pawn's probably a winner for white. And I think MVL's pawns on the dark squares could all drop.
Yeah, they're all gonna fall, right?
He might lose his bishop. It doesn't get any worse than this. The bishop on c8. This is just completely winning for Fabiano. He's played a very nice game here. Very nice game.
And MVL, again, the candidates are going to take place in April. He's the co-leader. But this tournament is rough. He's some draws and now his second loss.
Yeah, he's also had a bit of a tough time in the recent Champions League tour online. And my figuring is, okay, he's leading the candidates. And he's maybe not showing his openings, right? He's played this poison pawn line twice. I think he's saving his best openings for the candidates. It'd be kind of crazy for him to play those openings now because you have to prepare again for the candidates, and the candidates, your chance of becoming world champion, your one big dream. So I kind of feel he might be playing second-rate openings. That's what I'm hoping on his behalf because he's such a great chess player and he played so well in the candidates that I think he's got a lot more to give, basically.
Yeah. No, I certainly hope so. He made one more move. Let's see which one he made. Let's see. Oh, and the game Caruana MVL still has to be played, round 8. So that's the first game when they get to the candidates. That's the game they right away have to play, this actual game.
Wow, okay.
I don't think he'll go for the poison pawn variation again.
No, I hope not. Or he's got to do a lot of work on this variation if he's going to play it again. Such a risky line to play.
Bishop. Yeah.
No, I'm just
Bishop.
wondering after bishop b7 if there's immediate win there in that last line of rook d7. Is rook d7 just winning on the spot here for white?
Rook d7 here.
Rook d7, is that a little tactic which just wins? I mean, it might not be the best move, but it's a way to get pieces off and just isn't this just completely?
Yeah,
winning?
maybe he takes here then. That this is the.
This should be very easy, yeah. Ah, okay, then maybe king d5 to d6 or something. This is certainly winning for white, but there might be another way. Too many ways to win. So yeah.
Maybe indeed there's a even. Would you ever go for the rook endgame, or is that are there just stronger possibilities?
Yeah, I mean, I think going for the rook ending is also a good choice. Your king is so active, your pawn is so strong. Just take it. Yeah, just take everything. It's quite a good idea. If you're ever in doubt, take everything, right?
Just take everything, see what's left at the end.
Yeah, and the king is coming to d6 still here in a lot of lines. So if black tries to activate the rook, and in rook endings you want to activate. So let's say black tries rook b2, his only chance maybe, then the white king can step to d6. You might not even want to take the pawn. Yeah, just go here. So black.
Or maybe you can even take it, but
this is good as well, I think. In rook takes c2, king d6, and
this is game over. Let's go to another game. This doesn't look good for the Frenchman. Let's go to Anish Giri Grandelius. Important game for the tournament standings. There's a lot of time trouble. We've. This is where we left it. Again, I'm going to click through the moves rather quickly. We left it in this position. Queen f5, you suggested this move was played. And here he took on a5.
Okay, so getting his pawn back.
Getting his pawn back. I'm not sure if that's the... Well, okay. Rook e8. Queens were exchanged. And the knight on e5. Knight d2. Rook e6. They're really in time trouble here. Not yet, but they used a lot of time in the opening phase of the game. So b4, knight c6, bishop f2, knight e5. They're going back and forth. And here Giri sacrifices a pawn and played b5.
Okay.
And Grandelius, well, this is not the position in the game right now. We can go to the position they have. So after this, bishop d4 attacking the rook. Rook d3, knight c4. Grandelius takes on d4. Takes bishop f6. And rook d1. So he can get the exchange back.
Look at his time. He's got 19
he has 20 seconds, 17 seconds. This is quite rare.
What move is he on? Look at
his
him.
move 36. So he has four. He has four moves to make now. He made a move.
Yeah.
And I can't believe Giri wasn't at the board, but he played d5, Grandelius.
Yeah. Wow.
This is some serious time trouble.
And it's quite a complex position because, you know, Anish has got a very simple idea of just queening the A-pawn, right?
Yeah, let's see what happens if you just march on.
Yeah, why not? Try to queen.
Not sure if it's the best move, but let's see.
Yeah. And again, this is so hard. Imagine you're Grandelius here. You've got 30 seconds left. You play one bad move. You might not, you know, you're going to lose. So your calculation has to be incredible here because a lot of these lines are going to be like 10 moves deep.
And what's this? What's this position? Let's say you take.
Okay.
You take. I bet you have to take here.
Yeah.
This is maybe not enough for white, right?
Maybe not. I mean, I was just thinking rook b1. Does the rook b1 not work then instead of
rook
a8?
b1?
I don't know. I don't know if rook b1 works or not here. Rook b1 is that?
Rook b1 seems to work indeed.
Okay, so rook b1 might win. Did I get one over on the bar there? Did I beat the bar?
You beat the bar suddenly. Let's see. Knight to b8, and you of course had to right away reply, and he played knight e3.
Yeah.
But this is so tough with being below 1 minute.
How are you going to stop the a-pawn now? I mean, I think Anish has seen it. Look, I think you could tell on his face he's seen something here.
Yeah, he looks very comfortable.
He's double checking. I think this is. Look at it, and he gives a little look at Niels there when he plays his move.
Knight d7 check.
Okay.
He's going for the check.
Yeah.
So let's say king e7.
maybe just knight takes bishop. Maybe he's going for the very simple way of playing this. Get rid of that bishop, push the a pawn again. Is this
Getting rid of, let's say, I'm just gonna do.
Yeah, and a6 must be the move. You can see, I think Neil's there.
Yeah, he resigned. Let's see the last moves of the game. He took on f6 and he resigned.
Yeah, there's no way to stop the a pawn.
I wouldn't go as far as to call myself a lucky Dutch charm for today, but this is another victory for the Dutch player. Right now, we have 2 leaders in the tournament, Jordan van Foreest and Anish Giri.
Wow.
They share the lead with 4.5 out of 7. I don't know if there are any chess historians out there, but I wonder what the last time was that 2 Dutch players were sharing the lead at the Wimbledon of chess here in Wijk aan Zee after 7 rounds. This is a big moment for Dutch chess.
I totally agree.
You see Giri folding his form, putting on his mask, and that must be a happy chess player. It's a victory in time trouble here. And for a tough loss, tough break for Niels Grandelius, who was leading the tournament with 4 out of 6. Still a great score. But this was a big game.
Yeah, massive game. I mean, I think you're certainly a bit of a lucky charm for the Dutch players, right? I mean, you come on today and both of them have jumped into first place. So they're gonna have to pay you more to get you back on in the future, I think. But that was a tough game for Niels. It seemed like he actually played really well, and it's one of those games which is just very finely balanced. But his position was harder to play, and he got himself a little bit too short a time. Anish turned down the draw, and his a pawn proved to be too strong, right? So
yeah, because let's just look at let's see. He takes king takes f6. Do you think you'll just run with the a pawn?
Well, actually, there's a little trick here. Let's just say you go a6. There's one trick. I think you move the rook, because I was thinking this originally, but now knight takes rook. Okay, there's a little trick. And now if you go a7, I'd be like, yay, my queen, I'm going to queen. This is something to avoid, because all of a sudden...
This is something he might have tried if they both had 30 seconds left. A very nice checkmate here. So in this position, it's probably easiest to just get rid of the... move the rook, maybe.
I think so. Anywhere with the rook, even like rook c1, I like trying to stop the black knight game, but anywhere really, then the a pawn.
And afterwards, it's just... I know you have a name for the h pawn. Harry, is there a name for the a pawn?
Ari.
Ari, okay.
There's Harry, and then there's Ari, his brother.
Just moving Ari, okay.
Yeah,
I see
Ari the a pawn.
We have another result. Caruana, vachier-lagrave. Let's see if they... What they played, he indeed took on b7, going for the rook ending, took on a6, just like we had on the board, and now after rook c2 check, he didn't go to d6 this time, because then maybe black can come back with a rook. He just played king takes d4.
Okay.
And this is where he resigned, because you're just down 2 pawns. And even if you go after this pawn, you can just probably just... go for a checkmate or queening this pawn. So that's a win for Fabiano Caruana. For the record, joining the 2 Dutch people in the lead. But there was a moment, Simon, you're my witness, that there were 2 Dutch people in the lead.
For about 30 seconds, the Dutch community and the Dutch world was getting their celebrations out on the streets, but it only lasted about 30 seconds. So they weren't even able to fire those fireworks off, I'm afraid.
Yeah, so a win for Caruana, a big win for him too. The reigning champion, he won last year, very convincing as another point, so 4.5 out of 7. There's also a draw at the bottom of the list. Anton Donchenko, the rook ending that we never really looked at, but now we won't have to because it's a draw.
Good.
There must be a good result for both of them at the bottom of the field to just get a half a point added to your total, especially for the German Donchenko, the last-minute substitute for Daniel Dubov. So we have 2 games left. Pirusha Duda and Wojtaszek Asipenko.
Yeah, so the results were coming always around the time control. You have a lot of action and things happening, and there's been so many good games today. I mean, just looking at the standard and some of the ideas. I mean, Anish fighting hard there. I'm trying to think what my favorite game is so far, because I did Fabiano's E6 move was really elegant in the way it suffocated the opponent, but then Jordan's game was very unique, you know, the way he won. So it's been fantastic. And another good game that I think is very impressive is Esipienko. He played this interesting idea.
Let's have a look at that game. This is the position. We left it here, so we'll click through the games here. G5, important move, as you mentioned. H5, white is activating the king. Is this also an important moment that you don't exchange on G3? He played H3.
Yeah, I mean, certainly the rule is, if you're trying to win an ending where you have an extra pawn, the general rule is you want to avoid exchanging too many pawns off, because the more you exchange off, the closer to a draw you get. But
yeah, so this would just benefit white because you're closer to a draw, and maybe after you can even play F4, exchange another one.
That's right. Yeah.
So he played H3, which is might be an annoying pawn in the future, and he's going straight after the H2 pawn.
If he can win the H2 pawn, you would imagine that Harry's going to have his glorious day of queening, and that would be the end. So white had to stop that idea with this bishop E2. I mean, you know, Radoslav is a brilliant player and defender, and he's a very positional player. So if anyone can hold this kind of ending, you would say Radoslav is the guy you'd want in your corner, as unpleasant as it is.
Yeah. So let's see, G4.
Interesting.
And after taking, he takes on E4 with the knight.
Okay.
Very nice move. With the idea, of course, that if you take here, you take, and next move this pawn comes off, and you're just going to queen this one.
Yeah.
So instead, he went after the A pawn, and after knight G5, takes check. And this is the current position. So he actually gave back a pawn for this. Let's see. What happens if you come back to F2, for instance?
King F2 looks like the most sensible.
I bet you play knight E4 check, right?
Yeah, I think knight E4 here. And there's some problems with the white king in these positions. It's not actually now all about the material advantage. The white king is very unsafe. For example,
for instance, if you go here, for instance, you might even be able to take.
Yeah.
Maybe there are better options, but where did you want to go with the white queen? King?
I don't think it can go anywhere. I'm trying to find somewhere. I don't think it's got anywhere it can go, because you're going to. I think just check rook B1 check and win the bishops also. Something.
Yeah, that's also just game over.
Yeah.
So this is the position. The king has to go somewhere, or the bishop can go here. Yeah. Or the king goes to D4.
There was an interesting line there, text, maybe worth showing. The king went to F4. I always like these lines because you assume in the ending the king's quite safe and it won't get any trouble. Yeah. But in this case, I think just king F6 and all of a sudden E5 checkmate is coming. I mean, I think there's other moves as well. But,
oh yeah, Simon, we have an interview with Anish Giri, tournament leader. Let's listen to him.
Yeah.
Anish, congratulations. You have just beaten Niels Grandelius, moving to +2. Things escalated quickly there at the end. Things didn't seem so clear, and suddenly the A-pawn was running.
Yeah, very happy to win. But he was very well prepared in the opening. Obviously, he bought the right courses. The only thing I was wondering if he also bought the video or just the course. This was my main question during the game.
Is that what you spent 38 minutes on when you were faced with rook c8?
The audacity, and I'm happy to pay some rating points in exchange for buying my course, but at least if you buy with the video, because otherwise it's really cheap. So
maybe we should explain actually to our viewers who might not know what we're talking about.
They know. Everybody knows.
Everyone knows. You've plugged it so much.
Everybody knows. It's no point. There's no point plugging my course because it's already overplugged. It's just the truth. I've recorded the Chessable course at www.chessable.com/Najdorf. Also, I have a French course at www.chessable.com/Anish, and many more courses coming at www.chessable.com. Stay tuned for more updates. And
So tell us on a serious note, how did it feel? So you recommended that move rook c8 as a novelty in that course. How did it feel to be met with the move over the board?
Yeah, for sure. I somehow started to remember many things. I prepared, of course, for this because it's a great line. The black can play and equalize comfortably, so I had to be ready for it. But yeah, I was choosing between various things, and he was also thinking. I think we were both thinking about some options that we discovered, but that were not mentioned in my course. And so we both had to think, what happens if this, what happens with that. And so it cost us an extra hour, and that was very nice because by the time we started playing, it was already like a rapid game, and then with the time pressure, it's difficult for him. I thought he was very fine. I thought King f8 was a horrible move. I don't see the point. It's also even counterproductive, comes under all sorts of tactics. I thought he should push h4 or start forcing matters with knight d3. I thought it was okay. And in the game, I feel he must be holding because position is very forced. But he has very little time, and I didn't see anything easy. And with time ticking, it's very hard. I actually didn't. I felt like I should hold, but I actually didn't see how.
Tomorrow, now you are one of the joint leaders, and you will be playing Fabiano Caruana, who has also just won his game. So a big game ahead.
Yeah, I'm terrified. I see Fabiano there with his eyes staring at me behind, from the mask, shaking from fear. I'll try my best.
Anish, we wish you the best of luck. Congratulations once again.
Thank you.
Yeah, Simon, happy Anish Giri.
Yeah, definitely. Well, he should be happy after that, and it was a great game. He fought very hard and did the job in the end. So good work.
Yeah, definitely. Let's see. We'll hopefully also listen to Fabiano Caruana, who also won his game. Beautiful game. But before he gets here, let's have a quick look at the two remaining games. Because you were about to show something beautiful, I think.
Yeah, I mean,
we're going. Sorry to interrupt you again. We're going to Fabiano Caruana.
Great.
Fabiano, congratulations.
Thank you.
A fight that wasn't really a fight. Or so it seemed.
Oh, I think it was a fight. I think Maxime was just not really familiar with this old b2, or he had something prepared because this is his main opening, but he couldn't recall it at the board, and things went wrong for him quite quickly. The only thing is, I think I spoiled my advantage at some point a little bit. After e5, it was very important to find e6. I think this was a really strong move. First, I was looking at castle and various moves like that, and black was sort of holding on. But after I saw e6, I started to feel like maybe black is just losing.
And what did you plan after if he takes with the bishop?
Yeah, bishop e6, I had two options in mind. One was to play f5, bishop f5 castle. I sack 3 and potentially 4 pawns because I might also lose c2. But he's just like, his king is in the center, my pieces all are attacking. So I thought this might be winning, and also castle immediately. I thought he has to play bishop f5, and I felt like there should be something very strong here, like rook b3 or bishop d3. Something looked quite strong. So I was kind of undecided, and f6 made it easier for me because bishop h5 is clearly the right move, I thought. And then he surprised me with d4, and I think I went wrong at this moment. Maybe what I did was good, and I didn't really miss a win. But I feel like after d4, there's something that would have been stronger.
I had the impression that you were basically always trying to avoid counter chances.
Well, once I got to the endgame, I was a bit annoyed because the game really continues for a long time, and I have to keep control, which is not so easy. But I think that I was quite happy to find this bishop h4, forcing his bishop to e7, kind of paralyzing him, then rook b6. So after that, he more or less is just standing still, and I have a free hand to slowly attack d6 with bishop g3, to play c3, to play king d3, c4. I had many ideas. So I think it was winning. I didn't really see how he can defend better, but I still think that I should have cleaned it up earlier.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks.
Another tournament leader, 4.5 out of 7, Fabiano Caruana, and Giri and him will be playing each other tomorrow. So that's going to be interesting. For the third time, let's see if you can show your beautiful move in the game. Wojtaszek Jasipenko who are still before move 40. Let's see if we have the position. In this position, after the check, he played king d4, but you said after king f4, king f6 was maybe a nice idea.
There might even be something stronger, but I mean, just a natural move is king f4, attacking your opponent's knight. But funnily enough, after king f6, you can see that the white king is threatened with checkmate. I mean, and it's really hard to stop. There might be a way you can defend, but just I really like pawn checkmates. How often do you get the opportunity to checkmate your opponent with a pawn?
Okay, here we go. Here we go. Let's do it.
Yes, let's put it on the board.
Checkmate. Let's put it on the board indeed.
Nice. It's nice.
But he went to d4.
Yeah.
And after rook b1, he's just straight up going after that pawn. And I think this is rook a5 was played here.
Mm-hmm. Well, I think if black can win the h-pawn, then it's going to be game over, because this clever idea we saw of black playing h3 rather than h takes g3 has given himself a splendid, is that a word? A very good Harry the h-pawn.
Yeah, but, so, but that's impressive, because he sacrificed his a-pawn to make the h-pawn the hero.
That's right. Yeah.
So you could also hold on to your a-pawn and try to push it forward, but he decided to go for this.
Yeah.
So king f6 was played. The next move is going to be this one, I think, right?
I think so, and I don't see any way white can stop that one from dropping. And with the black pawn 2 squares from queening, literally only 2 squares from queening, I think this is just going to be game over now. We also have to remember black does have another pass pawn, the pawn on e6. So even if somehow Harry doesn't do the work, then the e-pawn has potential to queen as well later on.
Amazing play from Yesipenko, starting with the crazy combination on d4, ending a pawn up. This is another beautiful game. There's so many beautiful games. There's one other game still going, Firouzja versus Duda. Also the b4 was played, king e1, b3, king d2, b2. Sometimes chess can be so straightforward, right?
It's an easy game. We all know it's easy. I mean, like, it's just like Monopoly. You just buy the right properties, push the right pawns, do the right things, and it's, I mean, it's looking like certainly white is the one who's the side who's in more danger now. Couple of plans here, and the easy plan, and this is the easy plan. Use that a pawn.
Yeah, use that a pawn. But so white is like, you're not going to use the a pawn.
Okay.
d4, your idea of that breakthrough in order to get the king to an active square.
Yeah.
And this is move 37. This is the actual position, and this is interesting because they're below 2 minutes.
Wow.
So they have to make 3 more moves. And they get 30 seconds a move, of course. So, but you see this complete focus in Firouzja's eyes. And not only his eyes, his entire body. This is, all chess players, they know this feeling. Time trouble, adrenaline, calculating. Bodies might be shaken. This is it. And it's a dangerous game to be in time trouble. Dangerous position, I mean.
Yeah. I don't know about you, Tex, but when I'm playing, it's also one of the most exciting times, because you mentioned the adrenaline rush. This is why people love blitz chess as well. But when you get these long games and it suddenly gets to the crescendo, when you're in time trouble, you're suddenly like, it's a feeling that's very hard to basically copy in any other areas of your normal life, you know? It's a rush.
I completely agree. When I used to play in a team, well, before the pandemic, at weekday evenings, and then I would have this tense time trouble struggle till 12 o'clock at night, and then I would try to sleep because I had to work the next day, but it's just for hours you're just going over variations.
That's right, and it is a rush. It's a complete rush, and you can see like both their bodies now moved up over the board.
And he played f4. Duda is below minute 45 seconds. Well, what are you going to do? He can't push his a-pawn. Is he going to take on d4? But then he loses the g-pawn. Is he going to play g6 to make sure he keeps that pawn?
It's a really hard position for both sides to play. I mean, the other thing is if you take the d-pawn, you're going to lose your b-pawn, and that's a key pawn. With, I mean,
So
it's
he did indeed play g6.
I'm just wondering if there's some weird zugzwang here. And I know
Well-
zugzwang, zugzwang is when the person who has to move has to make a bad move. And if you look at White's pieces, White doesn't have too many moves. I don't think it's zugzwang yet, but White's kind of running out of moves. He can't move his rook. He can't really move his king. He can't move many of his pawns. And if he moves the bishop the wrong way, Black plays a5. So you have to be a little bit careful, right?
Yeah,
Maybe.
indeed. So let's see. I'm not sure if they're going to exchange. They still have 2 more moves to play. Firouzja, again, focused. Difficult decision. As you pointed out, you can move the rook because then there's a queen. You can't move the king, really. Oh, this is difficult. And if you move the bishop, then indeed the a-pawn starts to join.
Oh. Mm.
Also something you don't want to happen.
And this is kind of the danger. I mean,
16 seconds left,
Wow.
but he made a move.
okay.
Let's see.
Is that the last move of the time?
H6. I like this theme that we have today. Just push that h-pawn. If you once get this rook to to h7, then at least there's a chance that you can win. Like if he wouldn't have moved h6, but just moved like this, then it's safer for Black.
You know what? Maybe Black's now in zugzwang because the problem is Duda. What does Duda actually play as well?
Okay,
So I'm thinking like,
Yeah, because if he takes here, then indeed you have bishop e5, right? Check.
and you lose your important b2.
And you
pawn.
lose the b pawn.
Yeah. And the other thing is,
So-
if you play a move which you maybe want to play, like king c4 or king e4, I think White can play d5 at the right moment. So
Yeah,
king c4,
exactly.
d5. You don't want to lose your b pawn because
And Duda, sorry to interrupt, he's at
Yeah.
10 seconds. He
Oh,
still
wow.
has to make
10
2 more
seconds.
moves. And he made a move. Which move is it? Let's see. This is real time trouble.
yeah.
This is not for the faint of heart. This is he was at 3 seconds, and you get 30 seconds each move. So for his last move before the time trouble's over, and he has 33 seconds left. The move he played was let's see, what's the move he played? King takes d4.
And he actually did that very calmly, didn't he? I mean, the way he moved the piece, you'd assume like, okay. And I see Ali Razor's rush to the toilet there.
Yeah,
probably.
he's rushed to the toilet or get
Yeah.
something to eat or drink.
Yeah, definitely. And they both can now just relax.
Yeah,
a
he
little
didn't
bit.
even write
So-
down the move. You know, he made the move and he
Yeah,
started
just
running.
bang.
So he
Yeah. Toilet, here we come. And
toilet or apple juice, we don't know. So they made it to move 40. So we're gonna take a quick break, and we'll be back with the 2 remaining games, and we'll also have Nick Schilder, a guest, calling us, chess player and singer, and we have the 2 games, and we're gonna discuss much more. So see you in a little bit.
Obviously, I feel here not exactly like at home, but it's very close feeling, I would say. That to make good moves over the board, you have to adjust, and if you are fit, it obviously will help you to do that. With such a long event, there will be always some upsets and some unexpected things. The whole experience is simply different. So to be fit, it means also to be fit mentally, and especially with COVID, because we were used to traveling, we were used to going from one place to another, and now it kind of changed. So we play here 13 games against 13 very strong guys, and if I can still play a decent game, I feel that I should be able to do that. But also it's like very interesting to play all those strong guys like Magnus, Fabiano and others. But for me it's very interesting to play against those guys again.
Welcome back. So we just saw a video of Radek Wojtaszek. It was shot before the tournament, and at that moment he didn't know he would be defending a horrible position. And that's this position. It's still it's move 41, and he's thinking. Yesipenko is sitting there very comfortably. They both have another enough time, but this seems dead loss, right, for White.
Yeah, I think so. I mean, Yesipenko looking very relaxed there, right? I mean, just sort of, or coffee. I'm not sure which one it is, but
he's debating what he will Netflix tonight, I think.
Yeah, or will the famous pea soup be on the menu? The famous Tata Steel pea soup. But I mean, it looks like it's just lost because the H pawn is going to win the day. You can never attack that H pawn either because the knight defends it, and you can't attack the knight because there's no pawns that can attack it. So it's probably a simple win. And I think...
So let's make a move. Rook A4. Now you take.
Yeah. And I just don't see any way he can even think about surviving this position. It just looks over, unfortunately. Yeah. Interesting. One thing I spotted a bit of that interview with Wojtaszek, and he was talking about fitness. And I think one current theme is that the top players are taking that very much more seriously nowadays than they used to. I mean, if you go back to the days of, again, I have to keep bringing up Mikhail Tal, but these guys were like, they didn't take their fitness seriously. Let's just say that. They're out drinking and smoking all the time. But the top players now, you have to, they're proving, Magnus, all these guys, in order to play well at this level for such a long period of time, you have to be fit. I mean, it's important.
No, definitely. Although a little nuance, like Botvinnik took his fitness seriously.
It's true, yeah.
And he was a world champion a little longer than Tal. So
it's true.
Maybe
it's true. It is true. And I mean, even Bobby Fischer went running. There's a great video. One of my favorite ones is, I think it's Korchnoi. And Korchnoi, there's a video of him running with his seconds, and his seconds were Raymond Keane and someone else, and you got his 2 seconds, which are probably a little bit out of shape, like myself, trying to keep up with Korchnoi, as he's going on his training run, which is quite amusing. So,
there's a story or legend or a real story of Jan Timman. I don't know what tournament he played. Dutch grandmaster Jan Timman, and he also decided, like, this tournament I'm going to be fit, and he started working out, and he didn't drink, and he lost the first 4 games, I think. Started drinking like crazy, and he started recovering in the tournament. So it's whatever works for you, I think. But
think so.
Indeed, in general, the top grandmasters are in good shape right now.
But I think that's a good point. Though. You have to do whatever works for you, and I have to be honest. I'm more of the school of thought that if I play a tough game, I kind of want to have a drink afterwards and just chill out, just to relax a little bit more. Maybe Dubov was in that camp as well, by the sounds of it. So.
Oh, sorry. I loaded a game in here, and that is the game with the most captures.
Oh, brilliant!
So,
okay.
Shall we look at the capture thing?
Yes, let's do it. Someone said in the chat that someone else has equaled this record. Peter Roberson, an international master from England recently. But
really?
I'd love to see this. Okay, so this is the longest sequence of captures.
Yeah, 17
recorded.
half moves. So longest sequence of captures. Reinhard Blodig, Herbert Wimmer, 2 German players, I think, I'm not sure. And this was played in 1988. And this is the position. So it was a Retty-like opening. So there we go.
Boring.
He took on c4, 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 took on e5, took on e5, took on e5, took on d1, took on d1, took on b5, took on b7, a4, 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 c7, e2.
Whoa.
Wow.
So
Not sure if they were all the best moves, but this is indeed a lot of capturing.
Do we think that can be beaten then? There must possibly be that can be beaten, can't it, in the future?
Yeah, it must be beaten. We must be able to do this.
Yeah,
and this was I bet there are also studies with most captures.
Definitely.
Let's look at Firuzha Duda, also an interesting position.
Definitely.
So this is the position where we left it, and that usually happens right in chess. They reach move 40, and then comes a long thing. You need to just readjust to the situation. You have to see what do I have left, what position, what are the features. Time for a deep thinking pause. Firuzha is thinking, before we dive into this position, let's quickly look at the standings though. This is a bit patriotic again. But we have to, people at home watching, take a picture. This is amazing. Van Foreest, Giri, Caruana, 4.5 out of 7. Are you
saying take a picture now because obviously it's not going to last?
No.
Or,
again, as I told you 5 hours ago, at 2 o'clock when we started this broadcast, I'm completely neutral, but I'm definitely rooting for Van Foreest and Giri. So I'm not neutral at all. No, I think, especially Van Foreest, he's played, except for MVL, he's played all the top players. So it's going to be interesting to see what he does. Hare Krishna, Carlsen, Grandelius at 4. Then we have Firuzha, but he's still playing. Yeshipenko is probably going to get to 4 points as well. And then we have the rest of the field. MVL in a tough position, 2.5 out of 7. But he might very well be playing for the World Championship title later this year. So it's not all bad in his world. So let's look at the position Firuzha Duda. What first comes to mind is taking on b2, right, for white.
Yeah, and taking on b2. I mean,
I would say with the rook isn't so smart, because then you lose f4. Or maybe not right away. Maybe you can even first advance with the... Or maybe just take on f4.
It's really hard to assess this position. I mean, I'm looking at it now, and I think the reason that Ali Reza's taken a very long think is it's one of those ones which top players can visualize a hell of a long way. You know, you can actually, because the moves are quite forcing here, like it's like that last one, capture. You know, white captures on d3, black either goes to the h pawn or the g pawn. It's one of those positions you can actually probably calculate nearly to the end at this level. So I think that's why both of these brilliant players are taking their time.
But they're taking their time. He took with the bishop.
Okay.
And this is interesting because you were talking about Zugzwang. Now the bishop can't move, but white is threatening maybe to play rook e1. So, and you shouldn't, of course, you shouldn't capture here because of the check. And after the check, you lose your rook. So there are some difficulties in the position. So after rook, maybe you should even go back with your king.
Oh. I was wondering about this move again. We were talking about this weird Zugzwang, meaning whoever it is to move has to make a bad move, a move they don't want to do. It's quite funny. Someone told me this about a year ago, and I never realized this text, that if you get to an ending rook and king versus king, right? Which is easily winning. Nothing else on the board. Rook and king versus king. If the defender could pass, then it would be a draw. So you actually can only win that ending by putting him into zugzwang, which is quite weird to think. So it's I didn't realize that up to that point. No. But I kind of like your king d5 because you're asking white, what are you going to do now? How can
I do first. I do want to establish that I think black is playing for a draw here. I think before we thought that it was maybe 3 results, but I do feel white is in the driver's seat now. Because
I agree.
For instance, like you can move your bishop, you can move your rook, so you have to move your king, and I think you have to move your king to c1.
Is this just a draw now? Let's say you go king c1. The only way white can get out of this is, I don't think you can move the bishop. So king e4 looks very natural.
King e4 now, and if you go here, if you go back, we have the same position.
It's a draw. That's what I'm thinking. And
so king e4. So let's say rook a1.
Yeah, because there's a nice trick. If you don't go rook a1, let's say you go bishop to e5, which kind of looks half tempting.
Oh, okay. So bishop e5, yeah.
Then d2 check is suddenly.
Oh, that's very nice. You can't take because you lose your rook, and if you go here, you take the rook.
That's right.
That's a nice motive. So bishop can move. So rook a1 has to be played, I think.
That's right. And it's funny you mentioned the h pawn. I can definitely foresee this position in some weird way. White taking the pawn on h7 with his rook, like in the Espienko game, and winning because of the h pawn.
Exactly.
It's actually not, beyond the realms of possibilities there.
No, so I see in the video, we'll get back to Firouzja Duda, but I see them shaking hands, so that must mean that he resigned. And indeed, he played bishop f3, rook takes, rook a1, rook b2, and white resigned. So beautiful victory for Jesipenko. I think I'm going to go ahead and say this is my game of the day. We didn't look at it that much, but I like that combination a lot that he played.
Yeah, I'm kind of agreeing with you. I mean, there's been a lot of good games today, but Esipienko, this game had everything because it had a very unique opening idea, this b5, which is a concept seen in other openings, but I think it's kind of a new idea in that particular opening. It then had this incredible calculation part where Esipienko calculated he's going to go pawn up in the ending. And then in the ending, it had him converting in very nice style. So it had a bit of everything, that game. And Wojciech hardly ever loses with the white pieces. So he's a really solid player. Great. Yeah, it could well be game of the day.
And the 18-year-old Russian is now 4 out of 7. Impressive result. So we have one game left. Let's see. The current position is indeed bishop takes b2. So we were thinking about king d5, right?
Think about king d5 because
king c1.
And now bring the king back,
Bring the king back, so if white doesn't want to draw, then rook a1.
Yeah. Now the problem that white's got here, I think, is that there's still this trick of d2. So if you play like king, maybe you don't take the pawn. King e3 I like.
King e3, yeah.
Yeah, I like this move. There's bishop d4 check. Oh no, there's not, because the rook's
No, there's not, because the rook moved.
That's good. No, nicely spotted. I mean, can you...
So let's say he takes. Then indeed you have your favorite trick again.
Yeah, my cheapo hour.
And if you go here, then you take on b2.
That's right. Yeah, and
it's over.
This is winning for black. So
that means you can take on a7.
Can you go rook a3 here, pinning the pawn? That's my only... Oh, the bar. The bar's gone crazy.
Yeah, is this a nice idea?
Yes, that is a very nice idea.
King e2, so if he takes, the d pawn is just...
Oh, very nice. That is really nice.
And you have a queen, and this should be winning.
Yeah, very nice idea. Yeah.
So rook a3. So it's still tactical, and I think the players are happy that they have some time again.
Yeah.
Because this is also an interesting moment for Firouzja, because he can take a draw, I think, by going back and forth with his king. But he can also decide to play for more, and that's always a big decision, right? I bet. Do I settle for a draw, or am I going into the unknown?
Yeah. Well, surprisingly enough, we didn't see this king d5 played.
We didn't see king d5.
We've seen instead. It looks like, is that rook b7 on the board, which
yeah.
Okay,
I assume rook b7. Yeah, rook b7.
My prediction of this game, just the way I'm looking at it, white is better, not probably better, but with black's king activity and so little pawns on the board, I feel that it's probably going to be a draw. If I was going to predict, I think black's king can take a lot of pawns, and the best I think white will be able to get from this kind of ending is rook and bishop versus rook, which is a draw, but it's a very hard draw to achieve.
Yeah, it is. You see, Firusha, he has to is looking at his score sheet because he, of course, ran off to the bathroom without writing down his moves. So he has some administrative responsibilities now.
Has that ever happened to you, Tex? I mean, it's happened to me where I've been in time trouble and I had a completely winning position, very important game, and I'm like, I made the time trouble. I calmly get up, like they did a minute ago. Time to go to the bathroom, maybe just have a nice cup of coffee or tea. I come back and my board stopped, and I'm like, oh dear. And they go, you haven't made the time control, Simon. And that's when I wish I learned maths at school and I could actually count properly. That's happened to me before. That was one of the worst feelings in the world, right?
Yeah, I bet.
That
hasn't ever happened to me, I think. But
okay,
that sounds horrible.
It wasn't fun. That's for sure.
It does make for a good story, though. So.
Well, for my opponent, maybe. Yeah.
So let's see, rook b7. So okay, let's say check because you want to activate your bishop.
Sure.
So shall we just take the pawn?
I think.
We're going to an interview with Yesipenko.
Andrei, congratulations. You have just beaten Wojtaszek with the black pieces. After a solid start with 6 draws, your first victory here in the Tata Masters. How do you feel tonight?
I'm very happy because it's a big surprise for me to win with black pieces. I don't remember when I last time won with black pieces. So I'm very happy now.
And tell us, when you won the pawn and went into the pawn up ending, did you feel that was winning from the start?
I wasn't sure that it's winning, but after I played h3, after that I thought I can win,
Did you feel that maybe he should have tried to hold on to the pawn by playing rook b1 rather than b3?
I don't remember position, but I remember one moment, I think key moment, when he played b3, he could play rook b1. And it's just a draw, I think.
Yeah, that's what I was wondering.
Yes, yes, it's this moment. Yeah. So after he played b3, I thought I can win. Yeah. So.
And is today a special day in your chess career to win your first game at the Tata Steel Masters group?
Yeah, I'm very happy. Yeah, I didn't expect that I will win this game, especially with black pieces. Yeah, so I'm very happy.
Tomorrow, a big game. You already told us he is your idol, your favorite player. You're playing tomorrow against Magnus Carlsen. What are you thinking going into that game?
I'm looking forward to this game, but I don't know what to expect. So I just want to play chess, and we will see.
Well, best of luck and congratulations
Thank
once
you.
again on today.
Thank you.
Welcome back to the 7th round of the Tata Steel Chess Tournament. Simon Williams is on a quick break, but I'm very happy that I'm joined by Nick Schilder. Hi, Nick.
Good evening, thanks.
Hi, good evening. Nick is a chess player, but in Holland he's mostly known as a singer and TV host. He's doing lots of cool things. So Nick, can you tell us a little bit about yourself?
Well, in my daily life, I'm a singer. That's my profession. For 15 years now. We're doing pretty well in Holland, but also I'm a chess enthusiast. I'm a chess player, a very fanatical chess player. I learned the game when I was 5 years old, and I was quite talented regarding my age. But I quit when I was 13 because I found out that guitar playing made me a lot more popular with girls than chess playing. So then I took a pause for 13 years, and a couple of years ago, when I was 26, I started playing chess on Chess.24, Chess.com, because that's the nice thing about those days right now, that chess online is very popular, very accessible.
Yeah, and you're taking chess lessons as well, right? I was told.
Yeah. I'm taking chess lessons now and then from Robert Rees, the international master. He's a famous international master, and he's written a lot of chess books too. And I'm a member of the chess club here, so I play. I think I play 30 minutes to 60 minutes a day. Yeah.
Yeah. So for the international viewers who don't know you, in Holland everyone knows you, Nick Schilder. But for the international viewers, we have a short clip from a documentary you made together with Simon Keizer. And you made the documentary about Simon and Garfunkel. In this scene you're in the United States.
Alright. We hebben een te gek album geschreven in de Simon & Garfunkel stijl.
Nooit gedaan, compleet nieuwe ervaring niet.
Yeah.
There's a special power that you have.
We captured some magic over here.
Wait, where's the lens here?
So eventually you guys are gonna make a lot of money, right?
It costs a lot of money.
Okay.
Hi, welcome to LA.
Because we had bananas here every morning. So I thought, let's use that as a melody. I have a feeling it's never been done on a record before. And it sounded pretty cool, you know.
Good work, guys.
All right.
Hey, Bernie, you were the star.
Oh, yeah.
Okay, so now we need to create the loop.
Start there.
Ook iets van 12 seconden van gepakt, dat geloop. En dat is de basis van ons nummer Jarenlange Maanden.
Net toen ik dacht dat mijn hart het weer deed, toen kwam ik haar tegen, zij zei dat het haar weer dans deed. Ik bloeide weer op, maar het was snel weer gedaan dat ik haar een wandeling later zag. Net een andere man, nog een man, nog een man, nog een man.
Great music for fans out there or people who want to know more. Definitely YouTube Nick and Simon, Simon and Garfunkel, and you get some really cool songs that you performed in the United States. So, to chess, you're a Dutch chess player as well. I know you know Anish Giri well. This must be a good day for you as a Dutch chess fan as well.
Absolutely, it's a wonderful day for the Dutchies. I scrolled through Anish's game of today, and
we can have a look. I have it here on the board as well. Are you scrolled through it?
Yeah, I scrolled through it, and I was particularly impressed with Jordan, how he played today. Anish did very well too, of course. So they're first right now, right?
Yeah, they're sharing the first place with Caruana.
Yeah,
all 4.5 out of 7. So is that something you do often? Just, this is the standings. You see Giri van Foreest and Caruana sharing the lead. Yeah, this is, again, I told people before, take a picture, because this is an amazing moment for Dutch chess. I don't know when was the last time that 2 Dutch players were sharing first. My bet is that we have to go back in time quite a lot. Is it something you do on a daily basis, follow the games, scroll through the games, Nick?
Absolutely, especially the Tata Steel Tournament. I'm a regular visitor. For the past 6 years, I visited the tournament physically when that still was possible. And you have those cool apps. Follow Chess. I love Follow Chess. It's very convenient to follow the games and the analysis through that app. Chess24. I use that a lot too. I'm in touch with Anish quite a lot during those tournaments, and it's
Also
nice.
during the tournaments, what kind of things do you guys talk about?
Not during the games. Then yes, but in the I only send him a WhatsApp when he's won, or maybe when he lost. I try to console him a little bit, which doesn't always work, of course. But yeah, Anish is very open and very willing to share his knowledge and his thoughts about the game, even with an amateur like myself.
Yeah, he definitely has love for the game. And a few months ago, you, me, Anish Giri, and Bianca Mure, the chair of the Dutch Chess Federation, we got to go to a Dutch TV show and talk about the Queen's Gambit together.
Yeah, that's of course a wonderful development in the chess world. And I read this afternoon that the viewers, the online viewers internationally, are 50% more than last year, and maybe that's because of the popularity of the Queen's Gambit. Of course, is the best viewed and the most successful Netflix series until now. So that's a great thing for the chess world. It's great to have that experience, that momentum, and we were indeed invited. You too, and Bianca Mure, she's from the Chess Foundation in Holland. And Anish, with the four of us, we were in a primetime talk show talking about chess, talking about the Queen's Gambit. That's very, I think it's very unique, the attention that our beloved game is getting right now.
No, I definitely think so too. And what I liked what you did during that talk show, it was about the Queen's Gambit, but you're also an ambassador of youth chess in the Netherlands, and you start talking about how great chess is for children.
Absolutely.
Right?
Absolutely. I'm convinced that it's very, it has very many upsides. For example, during my work as an ambassador for the foundation, I was once in a neighborhood that was, I'm not sure about the English word, but a neighborhood that was a bit behind in development. It was in a big city, and the children there were given chess boards and explanation about the rules, and right away you could tell that they had to think before making a decision, and they were being taught sportsmanship, being taught some tactics. I think it's very it has a lot of upsides for their development, for calculation, concentration. I believe I remember Kasparov once was trying to in Russia, trying to introduce it as a school subject, actually. And I'm of course, because I'm a chess lover, I'm of course totally agreeing with him. But I think it would benefit a lot.
So do you think it should be a chess subject in Dutch elementary schools?
If it was up to me, and I believe it was up to you, then absolutely, yeah. So and even with my own kids, I have a 10-year-old daughter and an 8-year-old son and a 4-year-old, almost 4-year-old daughter, and they're all playing chess a little bit already. I'm not pushing them, a little bit, but they find the game interesting, and they especially in those days of homeschooling, it's nice to deflect them a little bit from the regular school stuff and do something with them that contributes to their cognitive development.
Yeah. No, I completely agree. I have a 3- and a 5-year-old daughter, and I'm getting there. So when you said you learned chess at age 5, I'm like, yeah, okay, she might be ready.
At what age did you learn chess yourself?
I learned the chess at 8.
8, okay.
So,
okay.
That's I think relatively late. Although Magnus Carlsen also said he really started picking it up at 8. I think.
All right. Okay. So I once I was 3 years ahead of you, but now you were you took over.
Yeah, you took a 15-minute break to become really rich. That is also a smart thing to do, maybe. So Nick, we have one game left. We have Firuzha Duda. Can we get your thoughts on this crazy difficult ending?
Yeah, it's a very difficult ending, and when I took a at first glance, I thought, oh, why isn't he taking the pawn at f4? But of course,
in this position, why doesn't he take?
Yeah, why doesn't he do that? But
yeah, that's a good question. Why doesn't he take? And then you're like, oh, okay.
But but after 3 seconds, I saw the discovery. I saw it. So it took me 3 seconds. But of course, okay. So that's not in the that's not on the table.
No, so he played rook b7 instead, and after check he took here. The only way to untangle his rook and bishop.
Yeah.
And now after king g4, king takes d3, g5. This is the position on the board right now. Duda has.
I find it hard to make an assessment here because black has the pass pawn, of course. White is a bishop up. So and he's defending the promotion square. So I think I'd rather play white here.
Yeah, I think so too. But this is some serious calculation, because I was thinking if white gets in this one, this one, this one, this one. So you move the bishop there, and then you get the rook all the way to h8, taking that pawn.
Mm-hmm.
But then the question is, how quick are black's pawn? So this is. Apologies for all the arrows. It's some serious calculation. Is calculating, is that one of your strengths as a chess player, or are you more of a strategy guy? What type of chess player are you?
Well, I spend a lot of time. So I try to play 30 minutes a day, and I spend a lot of time on tactics. So on puzzles, because I read somewhere that that's the fastest way to make progress, and because I have a lack of spare time because of my busy life, my family life. I have to make an efficient study plan. So I do 10 minutes, 15 minutes of tactics first. Then I play a 10-minute game, because I think 10 minutes is better than the bullet games or the 3-minute games to add a little depth to the calculations. So the things where I can make some progress are the end games, and especially the strategy. So when I see you easily pointing out the arrows and the plan like this, it's a bit of a long-term tactic. So it's not.
Yeah.
So those things are for me a bit difficult to understand. But I think my tactic rating is 100 to 150 points higher than my strategy rating, for example. I have to spend some more time on that.
But it's good if you, even with your busy life, manage to find time or to take the time, because it's also taking the time or having priorities to study chess for 30 minutes. I think that's quite impressive.
Yeah, and I think the strength is doing it every day. So every day putting that brick on the floor and hoping that eventually a house will arise. And it will take a couple of years to achieve a really serious rating. But I made, during the COVID era, in which I, as a musician, had some more time on my hands, I made online. I made 200 points progress. So that's
wow.
Yeah, that's wonderful.
And does this count as your daily practice, or do you still have to go practice chess after this?
My wife is listening, and this doesn't count. So I have to play afterwards. Still.
Otherwise, I'll tell your wife and Robert Riss that you didn't do your homework yet. So will you be following the rest of the tournament?
Yeah, absolutely. I have a couple of days off now, and that's nice. Then I can follow the games real time, which I really enjoy. Of course, normally I really enjoy the atmosphere when I'm there in the Wijk aan Zee, and but this is totally fine too. To at the end of the day to scroll through the games, then some analysis are published already. That's also of course cool to scroll through the grandmaster analysis of the games. And
can you tell us, for the people who've never been here, you've been here often, can you tell us about the Wijk aan Zee experience? What is the atmosphere? What makes it unique?
Yeah, well, you can sense the history when you're there. It's charged with chess history. That's very nice thing. And when you enter the building, you see the champions of Waikazay from the past 80 plus years. And it's at the beach, so it's wonderful to do a walk at the beach during the daytime and enter the Jurriaan, and the whole city is really breathing chess. So every cafe has chess boards on the table, and everybody who visits Waikazay is a chess lover, and it's wonderful that it's called the Wimbledon of chess, because that's how I experience it too. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, those were some beautiful words about the tournament. Did you already text Anish Giri today?
I will text him in a couple of minutes, because I bet he's in a good mood right now. So
yeah, I bet so too. Maybe when you talk to him, you can say hi from me as well.
I will. I will definitely. Have you seen Jordan's game? I love the.
Oh yeah, Jordan's game. I can show you Jordan's game. It was amazing. Let's see, because it was home preparation, quite a rare variation that Jordan played. This is the Ruy Lopez Spanish variation, and I was playing through the game with Simon Williams, grandmaster, and he also said, "Well, I'm not really familiar with this stuff," because Jordan is black, played knight g6, and castled, and it's quite an odd configuration. They exchange bishops on a7.
The classical deferred variation, that's the official name. I looked it up. So
you looked it up?
I don't know it either.
And pay attention to this rook. That one has plans.
Yeah, I love the in-between move he did. So he played with b5 later on.
Yeah, b5, and indeed I liked it too. a5, rook b7, takes, and he didn't recapture, but he first played rook b6.
B6. That's very instructive, because when I saw this is something I have to pay attention to. I wonder if Tari was expecting this. Maybe I was expecting Jordan to take back right away, but the in-between move is very tricky one.
Yeah, no, definitely. And so then he took back after the queen was gone from the d6 square, indeed.
Yeah.
And here I feel c4, he probably wanted to prevent d5, but after f5, we concluded that bishop g2 maybe wasn't the strongest move.
No, I think
because now
he had to play c5 first, because I think the rook is very safe over there. So I think in this way he forces the rook to a less comfortable square.
Yeah, and this indeed would have been better. Yeah, that's and after bishop 2 takes, he couldn't really take back on e4 due to some tactics or even just taking and maybe even taking on c4, and d5 is coming. So here black is really fine.
Yeah.
So he had to play knight g5, and I feel just beautiful knights coming into play. Kasparov once said that his favorites, I don't know what he said exactly, but if he got a knight with playing white, a knight on f5, he was just so happy. So I think that also counts for a black knight on f4. It's just eyeing all the squares, and the bishop is helping. The rook can come in. It's just a lot of pieces eyeing the board. I like this configuration too. I haven't seen this often.
The 4 knights, next to each other.
Yeah.
That's aesthetically beautiful,
Aesthetically beautiful.
And now he had some problems, right? With this is a really elegant move.
Yeah, elegant move.
Yeah.
Because indeed just putting the knight en prise, but then if you take, you lose the queen.
Yeah, it's tactically defended, right? The knight. So,
yeah, exactly. Yeah, tactically defended. That's.
Yeah.
So after this move, he exchanged.
And now he experienced some problem with the knights in standing in one column, right? Yeah.
And queen e7, rook a5, defending the knight. But there comes d6, and after knight g5, takes, queen f6. Yeah, now he's just losing. He's a piece behind, and he's also gonna lose even more.
Wonderful.
So this is very impressive game by Jordan, I think.
Yeah, absolutely.
I hope we get many more of these games.
Anish has some some heavy days to come, right? So the next round is against Caruana, then MVL, then Wojciech, and then Carlsen. So
yeah, this is indeed all participants get those 4 in a row. So this is this is when it's really going to go down. And Jordan, he's playing MVL tomorrow, but after that he has the relatively weaker opponents. But no one is really weak in this field, of course.
Yeah. I was surprised by MVL that he lost in a Najdorf because he's very specialized in that opening. But in today it wasn't he took back with the wrong pawn. I saw. I was very surprised by that. So wasn't expecting him to
no, he took with the e-pawn instead of the c-pawn. Yeah, that was. I think no one was expecting that move, but
no,
maybe
very remarkable. Yeah, so
it was remarkable. Nick, I want to really thank you for coming live to our show, and I good luck with your 30-minute chess training later. And you have to text Anish. You have so many chess things to do before you can just go and get dinner.
Thanks a lot. It was a pleasure to join. Thank you very much, and keep up the good work, Tex. Thank you.
Yeah, nice talking to you. Thank you, Nick. Bye.
Yeah, I'm very happy to play here in Vachier-lagrave again. It's a very strong tournament. I mean, has always been, and yeah, happy to be back. Yeah, my preparation is a bit, you know, like not full, but yeah, I have prepared some new openings and stuff. Yeah, but the most difficult is actually to, you know, to get adjusted again to playing chess over the board. I think I've played twice in the A group, in the Masters group, and once in the B group. It was back in 2014. Yeah, nothing has changed, and it's very, you know, very nice that, you know, despite the pandemic time, it's like almost the same. Yeah, one needs to be, like, you know, fit because, yeah, tournaments last so long, especially this one in Vachier-lagrave. It's 13 rounds, a lot of time. Yeah, and the games are very demanding, so yeah, to be, you know, in a top of such tournament. One needs to be mentally strong because it's not for everyone. It's an advantage to be fit in serious chess. So I think everyone does it, and maybe not so much. Not so many people talk about it, but they do for sure. Yeah, actually this year I don't expect anything. I don't set any goals for myself, and just will enjoy playing here.
Welcome back, still round 7, still Tata Steel Chess, joined again by Simon Williams. Simon, one game left.
Yeah, one game left, and actually very interesting ending that we're seeing on the board. I just saw some pictures of the playing hall there. It looks so sad, doesn't it? I mean, like, two guys in this tremendous tournament, the Wimbledon of chess, and there's no one else around, right?
No, but when there are 14 players, I think it's a beautiful venue. They did a good job, and with 14 players, then it looks epic. And with 2, but it's always at the end of a chess round when there are only a few players left. It's always a little sad, right?
It is, yeah. I mean, I've been in that position many times when you're still playing late in the evening and sort of everyone else has disappeared, and it's quite a weird feeling, but quite tranquil in some respects as well.
Yeah.
The chess playing hall, but yeah, I mean, the game still going on is very interesting. This ending, it's this unbalance in material, where we had Alireza being a bishop up, but Black having a very active king, and also some good pawns there.
Yeah, so this is the position. I looked at it with Nick Schilder, the singer. This is where we ended. Bishop d4 was played. Rook d7. Rook e6. King g3. And rook f6.
Yeah, so it does look like White is certainly the guy who's going to try to win this one with this rook maneuver, and he's managed to activate his rook a little bit. The other idea I was thinking that White might try, and I think you mentioned something like this, Tex, is putting the rook on g7. I know you mentioned putting the bishop on g7.
Oh, the rook on g7.
This is also something you could consider, but I think if you ever go rook f8.
Yeah, but then shouldn't he have gone this way?
Yeah, and maybe Black can just play rook d6 here. This is the slight problem.
Oh, okay, so that's why
slight problem.
First it f6.
Yeah, I think that's why he's gone this way. So yeah, I was just looking at some tweets as well, and there was a very amusing one, which the brilliant host Fiona, who hosted a good friend of mine the first week here, presenter. She was commentating on the Niels Grandelius game against Anish Giri, and obviously in that game, before the game started, Niels was half point ahead, and in the end he had the black pieces. He played the Najdorf and he lost. But the funny thing is, Anish has just brought out a course, a chess course, a video course on the Najdorf, and he recommends this move rook c8 in this course on the Najdorf as a novelty. And in this game, he had White, and Niels played that novelty, his novelty against him, rook c8, which has never been played before, if you can remember that position.
Yeah, definitely.
So he used
Let me put it on the board.
Yeah, he used Anish's novelty, rook c8, which Anish gave in this course. He used that against Anish in that position, which is quite funny, So it has
that is funny. So you make up a novelty, write it in a book or a course, and then someone else uses it against you.
And then someone else plays it against you. That's right. So, I mean, there's been some stories in the past that people have brought out books. This is pre-strong computer days where they put some novelties in, but on purpose, they've actually quite bad novelties. And, when computers weren't able to check, and they've actually, people have played into them, against them, and they just managed to win a couple of games like that. But of course, that's not possible in the day and age of computers at the moment. So.
No.
Yeah.
Back in the old days. Let's look at the Firusha. So rook f6 was played, and he went back. King g4.
Right.
So let's see why he didn't, for instance, push a pawn.
Yeah, I was wondering about this. I mean, maybe here you give the king the e4 square, but it's I don't know if you move there straight away or you try to go rook f5 first to weaken the f4 square, because the idea of rook f5.
But then g4?
G4, maybe... and I was thinking now king e4. I didn't know if this is the right order or if you go king e4 straight away. It's one of those endings where you really have to calculate. Again, one little mistake and you can end up losing on both sides this position. So this is one thought I had. Maybe king e4 straight away was even stronger text there than playing this rook f5.
So first king e4?
Yeah, maybe this one is the problem.
And then g4 as well?
And if g4, I got bishop e5 minimum.
Bishop
now.
e5 and winning the pawn.
Winning that important pawn, and I get my bishop out of the pin. If you take on g2, then I'm going to now I think play rook f5, because your g and f pawn, they can't really retain themselves now, and they're probably both going to be lost in this position.
So for instance, this one you take.
I think I'd take that. Maybe you can hold the g pawn for a little bit longer, but if you look at white's pieces, they're really well centralized here. And they look pretty good to me. I mean, okay, this is still unclear, but
and it's pretty important that white has the good bishop, right?
Yes, yeah, that is very important. I mean, if the rooks come off the board, white's winning. But if it was the other, if it was the square was a light square, he wouldn't be winning.
Well, actually, is that the case? If the king gets here, this is is that a fortress or isn't it?
With the h-pawns on the board? Don't ask me tricky questions at this time of the day, please.
Yeah, sorry. Let's see if I can get there. I don't know how to do that. Let's see.
Okay.
We have to get rid of all the pieces.
Yeah.
Will you allow me? Let's see. I'm trying to see if that's a fortress.
Yeah. It's actually weird because this kind of way of thinking is a very clever way to think during the game, because you want to work out in the ending what pieces can you exchange that help you, and what pieces do you want to avoid exchanging. And the kind of ending that we could see here, it's very possible at some point there's a tactical operation to get this one. The computer
I got there.
It's an interesting question. Is it a draw? My feeling is that it's just a draw. I think this is a well-known draw, even though the computer says it's completely winning for white.
Oh,
I don't think there's any way white can. This is where the computer's wrong. Clearly, there's no way that. I think you just this is the only way to try, but you can never attack the h-pawn though.
Yeah, you can never. So black will always want to go to g8.
Yeah. Yes.
Yeah, this is interesting. This might be a draw. This is. I'm not sure how relevant this is, but it's nice to see. You have to know those motives, right?
Yeah, it is. And even though you're a whole piece up, you can't really avoid stalemate in these positions. And the computer says probably it's +3, but the computer doesn't understand that black has a blockade.
What does the computer know?
Nothing.
Let's see. So rook f6, king g4 again, rook a6 and f4.
And f4 now played. Okay.
The players both have to do some serious evaluating.
Yeah. So the danger with this f4 move always seemed to be king e4, but there are now certainly other options. And this, again, it's endings people think are much simpler sometimes than middle games. There's less calculation, but in actual fact, there's often more calculation in endings because it's more pure in a way. There's less things you can think about except for long variations where that tree graph of possibilities doesn't grow. You're only looking at one line, but you've got to look at one line sometimes like 20 moves deep in a king and pawn ending. So,
and every move in an ending, every move can be the difference between winning or drawing, right, on the spot. So
exactly.
So let's say, what happens if you take on a7? I think you take back.
Yeah, let's try this one. And now I might go for your draw. I might actually. This could be. I mean, I don't think I can ever play it. I was thinking I could go king f5, g4, f3, but then you go g3.
Oh, that's so king f5.
But this is the way to try and get your draw, but I think it doesn't quite work. So we can see the practical value of that ending that you just put on the board. So something like this. Let's say you go bishop d4.
Yeah, so if you go bishop d4, indeed, then it was actually
then we get
didn't know it at the time, but a good idea to show this idea. So now you just run to the corner and you have the fortress.
And you have the fortress, so it does have practical value, which is
if you take on a7, take back, you might go for the
problem is in that line. Obviously, we can show that if you don't go king e2, as soon as I go f3, you always play this g3 move, I think, which is winning. So in that last line.
And and here.
Okay.
Then your king probably gets to the.
I think the king might get in trouble here. You can go bishop b8 or something to.
Yeah, exactly.
Maybe,
so.
Yeah, this move. Even that's not clear. It's really, really hard to calculate this one because
this is very, very difficult indeed.
Very difficult, and both of these guys are calculating machines. I mean, they're young. They calculate incredibly well. They can calculate this ending out. So it's going to be interesting to see just how well they've done that. And even though the computers jumped a little bit with Black's last move, the thing is, as we've just shown, that bar does not understand all endings. It doesn't understand the concept of a blockade. It doesn't understand the concept that one player might be a piece up, but there's no way you can win in certain endings. So
no, and that's why we are here to compensate for the computer's flaws.
Oh yeah, we can just put those computers to rights. Yeah.
Yeah. So King E4 is another move.
King E4 is another move.
Maybe a strong move.
Yeah. This is the move I was worried that if Black ever moves the F pawn, you allow that king to the square, and this is quite scary. This move actually. King E4,
this is. Well, he has 16 minutes left. Taking his time because this might indeed be a crucial moment.
Yeah. So I suppose you can see what happens if King G3 is played. I mean, Black just trying to liquidate into more pawns off. If Black can swap off more pawns, the nearer to a draw it becomes.
Yeah, this is. I have to repeat that this is not beer on the table; it's apple juice.
Yeah.
It's not like Firusha or Duda. It's just like, well, let's grab a drink. No, they're all professionals.
Yeah, I did. I have to admit that I did once when I was much younger. I mean, I'm an old man now, but when I was old enough to drink, I was in that tournament hall being the last person playing, and my position was horrendous. I was 3 pawns down and ending. I kind of wanted to resign, but I didn't really want to resign because just in case. So I thought I'd go and get a beer from the cafe, and I did bring it back to the table. I was the only one there, so I brought a pint of beer back. It was like 10 o'clock in the evening. I thought, I'm going to lose. Let's just enjoy a beer where I lose. And my opponent actually complained about me having a beer, and the arbiter came over, and I mean, I didn't realize it was going to cause such a fuss. And at the time, there was no rule saying you couldn't have a beer at the table, but they actually changed the rules of the tournament for future, which is understandable. But you have to imagine, I was the last person there. I was losing. I just wanted a cold beer, you know. It just felt right. And I was younger, so I was a bit more. I would never dream of doing that nowadays.
Do you know did you ever play in Holland in a pub chess tournament?
I certainly have. I played in Batavia tournament.
But there's also a tournament, because I know that's in a pub, but we have a tournament and you play in couples. So you play with a friend. And then there are actually like 15 bars that participate, and you play other players every round. You play 2 other players in a different bar. So you play like the 2 of us play 2 others, and then they're like, okay, you tell your score. Now it's all through an app, and then they tell you have to go to this bar now to play those 2 guys or women.
You know what? I've heard about this. I think there's International Master Stefan, is it Kruppers, who might organise this tournament. And one thing I've been very jealous of is your social side of chess in Holland. I mean, the serious chess, great, but a lot of people just want to go to somewhere where they can enjoy themselves, play a game of chess, and have a nice night out. And this whole sort of idea of socializing with a game of chess, even if it's in a cafe over a coffee or in a bar, I'm very envious of, because we just don't have that in England or Britain at all. And it's a really nice way to enjoy a game that you love, right? So I haven't done that, but I'd love to do it one time. Sounds great fun.
Yeah, no, it is great fun, and more cities starting doing. Of course, now there's a pandemic, but right before, more and more cities started doing that. I think one of the producers is throwing a link to a report about a pub chess tournament in the chat right now for people who want to look into that more. But it's fun, and maybe you can start one in your own town, Simon.
We could do, yeah. I mean, I live in a pretty small place, and I don't think we got the chess the chess interest here, but I say that I've got a couple of good friends who live near me. There's about 4 of us, and we regularly meet in our local pub, and we bring out the chessboards and the blitz clock, and have quite long sessions with some cider drinking going on as well. So we're trying to recreate what you do in Holland, but not to the same standard, I feel.
Well, yeah, it's mostly fun in bigger towns indeed, where you have lots of pubs, because you also have small towns organizing it, which is fun too. But then you end up like in the most random places, or you have to play in the same pub every time.
Right.
But it's indeed great fun. So Firusha is still thinking. He now has 12 minutes left.
Yeah.
What do you think? So you're a grandmaster. What is his thought process now, you think?
Well, I think the first thing he's got to analyze is, when you get a position like this, you got to try to break down the clarity of your thought process, and you should always analyze the most forcing moves first, like rook takes a7. But I see a move's being played.
King e4.
And if you think rook takes a7, you have your candidate moves. You calculate the most forcing one first. If you realize that's not working, you move down to the next one, and king e4 would be one of those top candidate moves, and he thinks this is his best chance. And this is the move that I feared for black, that king stepping in to the position. I think the problem that black has here is that we saw in some of those other lines that you said, Tex, the black king could kind of run back. So he had 2 ideas. But now with the king on e4, you can't really run backwards with your black king, because the white king's so quick at coming forward. So you're really committed now to trying to swap off that g2 pawn.
So if you go king g3, for instance, well, it does. Let's see.
Well, this is certainly the key move. But again, we can try this strategy we saw earlier, where white now tries to target the g and f pawns. Has he played this?
Let's see what he played.
I mean, I can't see any other move. It strikes me
check.
Like he's played a check. So he's pinning. He's trying to. That's probably a bit crafty, because he's trying to keep that bishop pinned to the king.
Yeah. So he wants.
Yeah.
So bishop e5.
Yeah. And now you probably have to play king g3, because I don't think you got many other moves. And this is a key line.
Let's have a look.
This is it's a really important position. I mean, I can go rook a2, but I don't want to go passive in endings, rook endings especially.
This has been played. So the king g3.
Yes.
Let's say you play rook a2. Indeed, that's not a move you would like to play. Is g4?
Would g4?
No.
And that, but if I go g4, the problem is, if white wins the f and g pawns, I believe white's just winning.
Then you might have a check, right? Or
correct. Yeah, I think rook here check looks strong.
Okay, so you shouldn't play g4.
So we have another move by the looks of it played on the board.
Oh yeah, let's see what they played. Rook e7 check, bishop e5, and rook b7.
Okay, so he didn't go king g3. He didn't risk that one. He's trying to use...
He's keeping his pawns together, his king together.
That's right. He's trying to use those... he's trying not to play this g4 move, which weakens it. And he's trying to use that black rook as much as he can. So checking from the side, giving as much checks from the side in front of the king as he possibly can here.
So Simon, what do you think? So Ali Reza Firusha, he's 17 years old, big talent. I think number 16 or 17 in the world right now. He's talented. He also has a big following all over the world. People are big fans, right? Big fans. What does it do to a 17-year-old to be watched that closely, you think?
It's a lot of pressure in some respects. I mean, I think especially for Ali Reza, because he's been hyped up by so many people as being the next world champion. I mean, everyone just, when they talk Ali Reza, they're like, this guy's going to be the next world champion.
Yeah.
All chess communities, forums, probably on the Twitch chat now, we're going to see that. I mean, how many of you think he's going to be next world champion? Probably a lot of people. And that kind of pressure is tremendous. And he's clearly a brilliant player, but he's not world champion standard yet. He's got a lot of development to do. And it's how he handles the pressure and how he keeps developing at the same time. I don't think it's as bad as other sports, though. I mean, if you look at like football, the pressure on youngsters there with all the money
Yeah.
and stuff as well is a lot worse. So I think he seems like a very strong-willed person. He'd be able to handle it, but it's not clear if he's going to be world champion or not. That's the interesting question. Is he? How strong can he get?
Yeah, but only 17. Yeah, so
Only
Daniel
17.
Dubov said he's one. Ali Reza is one of his favorites. When I
Yeah.
asked Magnus Carlsen what is the top 3 going to be, I asked him before the tournament. He said he mentioned Caruana himself and Firusha, not a particular order. So he's also Carlsen, for instance, sees him as in this tournament one of his main competitors.
Yeah, certainly. I mean, he's got the talent. There's not much separating these guys at the top because they're all very hard workers. They've got great openings. They're great in nearly every area of the game. So it's like 1% difference between some of these guys when they play well. And it does seem that when Ali Reza plays, he always plays to the win. He's got that extra 1% somehow, some instinct of where to put the pieces, which all these guys are incredibly talented, but there's maybe something extra special about him.
Yeah. So he's thinking now. He's 8 minutes 50 seconds left. Duda is. That's a weird position to be in. Like Duda is looking like I might be losing, I might not be. Then it's always nice when your opponent is thinking. Then at least he's running out of time.
Yeah, definitely. And I have you ever played anyone? I mean, we've all played annoying opponents, right? And I'm not saying this about Duda because he's not doing it, but one of the most annoying things I find is you're trying to think, your clock's getting short, and someone stands up and they just lean on their chair. I mean, I know Duda's not doing that.
Or even worse, go stand behind you. Look at your board behind you. You're like, what? Why?
What are you doing? It's so annoying, isn't it? Because it's hard to concentrate. Your time's ticking down, and they're literally like, I've had one guy's literally dancing in front of me, and it's like, what are you doing? Just stay still. I can't concentrate. But it's I actually find the top players are much better behaved than some low-rated players. They will have a great deal of respect for each other, at least.
So I think we have Bishop F6.
Bishop F6. Okay.
Eyeing the G5 pawn.
Yeah. So he just wants to go simply Rook A5 and Rook takes G5, right?
So let's give a check.
Okay. Give a check, yeah. And now, if we play Bishop D4,
yeah, then you have the same position, right?
Do we have the same position? Though?
Yeah, then we have the same position. So,
but was the king on E4 last time? Because it could be.
Let's see. This is the position, and he played Bishop F. Oh, sorry, yeah.
I don't think the king was on E4 in the last time we had this opportunity to take on A7.
No, that's true.
So let's have a look. So it could be a very subtle difference where white might be able to take on A7.
But if you go here now, he can take.
Maybe. Again, it's really hard to calculate this, but it's. I can't say if this is winning or not. This one, I go King F5, I think.
Yeah, then you go King F5. Okay, so here he has to play.
Probably has to play King H5.
And then King F5.
And then King F5. And my instinct would tell me that this is winning for white, this ending, but the computer's not agreeing yet.
Let's see.
Yeah. King takes H6. And can I... Yeah, then King G6 and H5
Yeah, then King
comes.
G6 indeed, so
maybe this is not winning. I don't know. Well, I can go... No, I was thinking... I can't see how to win this, actually. Can't see the winning plan.
No, this
here.
might be...
There's a lot to think about in these endings.
And again, they have to calculate all these lines.
Yeah, lots of different variations to go for.
Oh, there are lots of variations where you can't capture A7.
Yeah, it certainly looks that way. But I don't see many other options for Duda except for this rook check now.
Yeah, so rook check.
Let's have a look. Rook check. If you move the king, it seems you can go to D5. It's not stupid, is it? Trying to come into F7 eventually.
Let's see.
But maybe there's so many ways. Both sides got decisions to make. Black here. Black, every move has to calculate. Can I go for the G pawn, or do I have to come backwards? So the black king can go to F5, or it can go. Yeah, it's like if you make the wrong decision, you end up losing. And they've got to calculate this every single move, right? It's horrible. Really hard to calculate.
Like here, you have so many options, like king f5 back, or indeed going after the pawn.
Yeah. Which one's right? I don't know.
Or just giving an extra check. And then, or...
Yeah. It's a tough ending to play. So
yeah, bishop f6. But is rook b4 forced?
Rook b4 might not be forced. But I'm struggling to find another option. I mean,
rook
you can go
f7.
Rook f7 is kind of clever to stop rook a5.
But then maybe the king can come
to e6 with tempo, right? Yeah, this is problem. King e5 might be good.
King e5.
Yeah. This is probably a bit easier now for white to win.
Yeah. So we expect rook b4.
Expecting rook b4, yeah. And there is I've just seen another suggestion, maybe in the chat, of rook b6. So we are. I'm keeping a half eye on the Twitch chat.
Yeah.
Everyone's still there.
Yeah, good one. That's definitely
because that's the kind of move that you should think of first, right? Because it's
forcing. Yeah, definitely.
It forces the issue. If it works, you play it. You don't need to look at anything else. The reason it forces the issue because you're exchanging rooks.
Yeah.
So does this actually?
Yeah. So
work?
you have to take, right?
I think you have to take it.
Otherwise, it's a draw. Like you can.
Yeah.
This looks dangerous, but this is just probably a draw or even dangerous for white.
So king h5 just kills it straight away. Yeah.
Yeah. So okay, you have to take.
Have to take. Then pawn takes.
Take back.
And this must be what Duda is now calculating. Is this winning for white, or is it?
Let's say you. Sorry, it's white's move.
Yeah. What does white do here? Is the question.
Do you play something like bishop here?
Going for zigzag or potentially?
Yeah, I thought after b5 you play bishop e7, for instance.
Yeah, and give black the move. Well, it makes a lot of sense. And now, is black in time to play king g3? We might get that drawn position we had before because the b pawn is a great distractor, right? So
yeah, that's indeed. We just need to get rid of the g2 pawn.
I think so.
And then get the king.
Yeah.
Get the king to g8.
Probably easier said than done, but we can try, right? So like king g3.
Yeah, but now, okay, so this position, this is, I'm not sure if this was forced, but white now has to move the king. And if you move the king, then here, for instance, then you just...
I think this is losing this way because you're dropping g5. I think, pretty sure. But if you try king g3, at least again, you're forcing the issue. And these are the kind of lines you've got to calculate first of all. I don't know if this works, but we can try. And after this one, take on g2. And it kind of now, I expect, is losing because the bishop covers the b pawn and the king just is quicker.
Yeah, I think this is...
yeah.
This loses.
I think so. The black king's too badly placed, right?
Yeah.
So
let's go back. So the question was rook b6. So he's probably calculating indeed because that's really forced, but that might be losing.
It might be losing. We can have a look at that one more time, maybe. I mean, like it's a hard decision to make.
Yeah. Okay. Let's look at it one more time. So you exchange, and now my move was this one.
I like this move. So can black do anything else here? I don't see what else he can do here. This king is so good at white's. So nicely positioned. No, you have to go b5, but after bishop e7, maybe black just has no moves.
Yeah, that's Zugzwang idea.
Well, the last thing you can try here is, don't think it's working. I wanted to try b4, then king h5.
b4 take.
And then king h5, but I feel this is losing for...
Yeah, well... Yeah, because now this is a big difference, right? That you have bishop e7.
Yeah, that's right.
And in the previous variation, it couldn't attack the g5 pawn.
Yeah. Yeah, I think this is winning as well. Look, it looks like all the lines we're analysing rook b6 are coming out to winning, and I can guarantee everyone watching the commentary that the players are analysing these lines deeper because they got that time to do it. But if you're deciding that, okay, I play rook b6, every line's losing, you don't play rook b6.
Yeah.
I mean, it's a simple.
And then you start all over again. He's just trying to make it work there.
And you look for your second maybe option in the position, which seems to be rook b4, rook b6 or rook b4 seem to be the moves. So
yeah. Let's see. Yeah, rook b4.
It looks like rook b4 is best here, but and then white has to decide. Bishop d4 we're looking at maybe as the main move, and the rook comes back to b7. And this ending was different to the last one.
Yeah, it was different because now, okay, let's take again.
Yeah.
And then king g3?
Maybe king g3 is the way to
or h5.
Again, you have to calculate both of these. The maybe g3. And the problem that white has here, oh no.
No, I would play this one.
King f5 works because you've got bishop
and after
b8.
g4, I think this one.
Very nice. Yeah.
Indeed, you have to after king g3. G3 is not possible, so king h5.
Yeah.
And then we had king f5, right? But in this variation, the bishop is placed here, so you can't attack the g5 pawn now.
This is the key point that, yeah, you noted. You want to play bishop to d8, for example, but you can't do that here or attack that pawn. So,
but let's say a move like this.
Okay, so I'll go king h5.
King h5.
Yeah.
And what happens after, for instance, this move?
Well, so I just go king h6, maybe.
Oh, king h6, you go back.
I think so. Because
I was thinking after h6, you
this
you
is
just
very
keep
nice
doing
line.
This. But
yeah, because now black's in zugzwang, right? And black has to lose a pawn.
But he needed king h6.
Yeah. King h6 might hold this together. Again, even here, I'm not 100% sure if there's not a win for white here. I know the evaluation bar is saying draw, but they don't have the evaluation bar when they're playing. And if you're trying to work this out, you're thinking I'm a piece up. Black can only move his king backwards and forwards. Yeah. Surely there's a win here.
Because, for instance, this move.
I have to go, yeah, king
h5.
Again.
This move. h6.
Yeah. I think h6. And can you get your bishop back in time then?
Oh, no, you play this move now.
Right, yes, of course.
Oh, because I was thinking h6, and then you just move your bishop back.
Very nice.
And then you get that zugzwang again. But
let's
now
show the zugzwang on the board, because the zugzwang is really nice, actually.
I'll show it. So after, sorry, h6, if you play h6, white comes back with the bishop, so bishop is just all over the board. You have to play this move.
Yeah.
You play check. He comes back. And bishop f2. So
well,
now
what about f3 here? What would you play against f3?
Oh, I like it. Let's give the people a little time.
A little bit of time. What's black's best move here? And I'm sure
White's
everyone will spot this. Everyone will spot this one, right?
Let's go. Checkmate.
Okay. All forced.
This is not possible. So this is the only move.
Yeah.
And now you just take here. Black has to move, and you win. So this is a very nice zugzwang. I feel we've said zugzwang numerous times this afternoon.
Yeah, word of the day.
But in this position, he plays this move, and after you capture on g5, he plays this move, and it's a draw because you capture the last white pawn. So again, I feel every variation we dive into, there's so many hidden tricks and hidden ideas.
Incredibly complex position. I mean, there's so many of these lines are like 10, 15 moves deep, and there's only one move. Like in that last one, you have to put the king on h6, not the pawn.
Yeah,
that makes the difference. And to make a mistake here is likely, you know, the likelihood is high because these lines are difficult. You're tired. It's a long game. How much time do they have left as well?
Yeah, they have 8 minutes for Alireza, and Duda has 15 minutes left. Yeah. So they have quite some time. Simon, is it a good practice to study endgame studies? I feel this almost feels like a study, some variations we dive into.
It does, yeah. I mean, I think one of the problems one of the mistakes that most people make is spending all their time on openings, right? I mean, everyone, if I look at my book collection, I've got like 99% openings probably and 1% endings or something like that. And it's like, when I was younger, I just buy opening things, and this is like what they said when the Russians were dominating the world of chess was that the Russians started with the endings. You know, when they went to their chess school or their chess education, they'd be taught how to play the ending first, and the openings they'd only have very basic knowledge. I don't know if that's a myth, but that's what's been portrayed. And I was talking about this with the strongest female chess player in England, Ivanka Huska, and she told a funny story that when she was playing in, like, let's say the world under 12 championships or under 14, whenever she played a player from Russia, she'd get a lovely opening. She'd be like nearly winning. The middle game, her opponent would defend on. She'd go into the ending like 2 pawns up, and then her position would just get worse and worse, and she'd end up either drawing or losing. So it's like it's what you study, and I just think everyone is transfixed with studying the opening. The opening is important, but you've got to consider other areas of the game, definitely. So,
yeah, but isn't also the thing with studying endgames is not only knowing the endgames, but it's also in the middle game knowing which endgames to go for, right? And what positions, like the fortress we just saw, with if you remove all the pieces and the black king gets here, knowing that that's a fortress helps you calculate and assessing middle game positions.
Yeah, I mean, I suppose you could say it's a little bit like, you know, if you smoke, you're more likely to die of cancer. So you know that's going to happen to you at the end of your life. But if you don't smoke in the middle game, you're less likely to die of cancer, right? So it's like if you're playing chess, you know this ending's going to be a draw, so you work your way towards that ending. So you know you can control the middle game better.
I want to nominate this one for best metaphor of the day. I like it. You don't smoke in the middle game.
Yeah, it's a bit of a weird one. You can see I've given up smoking now for 3-4 weeks, so it's personal one.
Oh, good for you. Good for you.
Cheers.
So Duda, I'm just going to walk to the playing hall and tell him to make a move, okay? Because this is taking too long.
Yeah, okay, you do that. Yeah, I'll go and have a cigarette. No, wait, I'm joking. So yeah.
Duda, make a move.
Oh.
All right, I told him.
I would love it if he looked up there and he actually heard you.
Well, I shouldn't yell too loud because we're actually very close to the playing hall.
Yeah.
That's usually there are hundreds of people in here, amateurs, and you always hear pieces moving, you hear clocks ticking, you hear people ordering pea soup. But right now there's no one, so it's so quiet in the playing hall that you can hear the wind. This is a windy city, it's a coastal city, so you can hear the wind, or you can hear someone walking by in the hallway. There are all new sounds that no one knew existed because it has never been this empty here. It is really
It's crazy, actually, isn't it? It's such a weird change of, like, you know, that bustling, you know, Tata Steel tournament, and it's just quiet like a ghost town, right? Is everything closed there in the evenings? I don't know what the lockdown is.
No, the lockdown is just like in Britain. It's very serious in Holland right now. So there's even, this is actually the first day that there's a curfew. At 9 o'clock is the curfew, so you can't leave the house. After 9, schools are closed, shops are, only grocery stores are open, so bars, restaurants, it's all closed, and it's been this way since the middle of December. It's going to go on at least till the 9th of February. So this is...
right, serious.
Yeah, it is serious stuff, just like in Britain and many places in the world. It's a crazy time for everyone, and also for chess. So this tournament is taking place because top sports events can still go on, like there's still soccer as well, football as well. And the Dutch are just very happy that this tournament is taking place, Dutch chess fans. And I think worldwide, they are making an incredible effort to keep this safe. I'm here today. I got tested today, and I tested negative, luckily, but they're taking it very seriously, obviously. But we all hope that next year people will be vaccinated and we'll have hundreds of people again. I really hope that that's going to be the case, because that's indeed a unique Wijk and Zee atmosphere that everyone loves. But having said that, I think it's incredible that this tournament is taking place now as well. And
I think it's brilliant that there is a bit of live chess going on. I mean, chess online, it's great, but there's nothing like actually seeing the cameras of the players there, that little bit extra. this Tata Steel competition.
I
where they face
completely
each other.
agree,
It's,
and they have time to think. So rook b4 indeed played check, and the bishop drops back, and king h5 was
so
played.
He's trying to force the issue with this
Yeah,
one.
and also rook d6. Okay, now they're speeding up, and they shoot because they don't have so much time left.
Yeah. You mentioned there's the curfew at 9 o'clock. So if this game goes on, like God forbid, for another 3 hours, and you have to drive home, what happens then?
Yeah, so for me, there is a thing if you're working and you can show it with a form. This is the first day you have to show a form from your employer. So that will be the Tata Steel Chess Tournament, telling me that I had to be here for my work, and then I can be home a little later. For me, I live in Amsterdam, so it's a 45-minute drive or 30-minute drive from here. So if that's the case, I have a form that I can be home a little later.
Right, that's handy.
And I promise I'll drive, and then I'll just have to walk from my car to my house. So I won't do anything.
Okay, sure, that's good.
So let's see what moves have been played. King h5 and rook d6. This is the current position. 10 minutes for Duda. Firusha has some time. I want to suggest that we take a small break and then be back to for the remaining part of this last game of the round 7. So see you in a little bit. So we have some developments in this game. Let's see, we left it here, king h5, and after rook d6, rook a4 was played, king f5, rook a2. This is the current position. Virusha is thinking about his move, and it looks like he's doing quite well now. Let's assess this position.
He's about to move as well, and one thing he seems to have done quite cleverly in this game, or I don't know if Duda's gone wrong. I mean, he's not even really caring about his pawns. He looks like he's even playing for checkmate here.
Yeah, he's going straight for the mate. Bishop f6.
Yeah,
is played.
This could just be winning, actually, because he's got this rook d1 move that black must worry about. I mean, let's have a look at a forcing line. Rook takes g2, for example.
Rook takes g2.
And I guess now the idea is rook d1. Is that the idea? There might be some other options, but this one...
Yeah, I bet it's... and you have to do something about the checkmate. So there are different ways to go about this. So let's say king h4.
But now I think I have bishop takes g5 check, which is the winning move. And this is a very clever move because I'm going to win as soon as I
then this is with check. So
So
you can do that right away, I think.
Okay. So how do we do it here?
Let's see. Check. Go here. Maybe this is just the option. Just taking here.
Very simply, just take here. Oh, there's
That's
a nice line.
the-
If you go f3, I forgot this. If you go f3, white can checkmate. Unbelievable.
Oh, this is beautiful.
This is it. Yeah.
This
I
is
mean,
beautiful.
what a
Simon,
checkmate.
I know the round is still on the way, but this is there are some amazing games. We already have 4 decisive games, and there might be a 5th one. This is just an amazing round, the bloodiest round so far. So we got very lucky, I think.
We got very lucky with the commentary, and you can see decisive results there. It's been a very good day of chess. Probably only going to be 2 draws. Game of the day, well, it's hard to pick one. Fabiano played a brilliant sort of positional, you could say, pawn sack. Anish had a very good fighting win over Niels, and your game of the day, Tex, was this win from Espienko as well.
Yeah, I thought the tactic was so cool, and then the way he played the ending was also very instructive. But then again, the Van Forees game was also just lots of fun, good preparation.
Totally.
Knights and rooks were everywhere. Just so many active pieces on the board and a crushing victory. And this Virusha game, I don't know if it's really a straight victory, but this game has seen many different phases. I don't know if you remember that you once said maybe the H-pawn should move, and now the H-pawn has been so important in this ending. So I think this is a game that has, like plays can have different acts. I feel this game has had different acts. You know, Duda sacrificing an exchange. It looked very dangerous. Then Virusha sacrificing an exchange. Duda sacrificing a bishop for some pawns for play. Is it a fortress? Isn't it? Is it a draw? No. Virusha kept having chances. And now they're still playing. I think, again, we and the chess world got very lucky with this round. Daniel Dubov, when you interviewed him, said, I wasn't very impressed with the first rounds. Well, this was definitely a round where they're giving it their best. All players are.
Yeah, I agree. And it looks like we can now make a better assessment of this ending, as that the Black King has just put itself on that side of the board. Maybe Black was losing anyway, but Bishop and Rook versus Rook is supposed to be a draw, except in some situations where the Black King gets stuck over on the side of the board. And I don't, with that last variation we saw, I missed this Bishop H4 checkmate originally, but now that we've shown this Bishop H4 checkmate, I just can't see really what Duda can do. For example, if he tries a check, your bishop improves slightly. It's just White's main idea is just Rook D1. Rook D1 is such a powerful idea.
Yeah, so on this check, you would also move Bishop E5, or?
I think Bishop E5, because it started on D4 previously, so I just want to reroute my Rook to D1. Very simple. In this position, and I think
let's say King H4.
So if you go here, maybe I have to go to D3 instead. Maybe D3 is the right way to play.
Yeah.
Something
Another
like
nice checkmate threat.
Yeah, and at least I'm going to win a pawn here minimum. You have to play g4. Well, he's gone. He's gone. Well, he's taken on h6. And I was wondering about this one. I was thinking, can he get away with taking a pawn on h6? Because the king looks even in a worse situation now, to my eyes. Because how can it get out? It's got 2 pawns in the way there, and all white needs. I mean, is there a discovered check? Is there? I mean, this seems like white must have a forced win now.
Is this fun? What's this? No, this is probably not the move. But I just wondering.
It's not a silly idea at all. I like it. And then rook d1.
Rook d1, but he can probably.
Oh, just about survive, can he?
Yeah. So let's go back a few. So king h6. What is the best check? Of course, you can just take here, but then the king.
Then you have to trap the king again. So this is probably winning because you've still got the g pawn. So if you wanted to play it slowly, you could just go bishop takes f4, and there's no way. Oh no, because then the g pawn drops.
Because the g pawn is hanging. So
of course, okay. I don't.
Has to be something smarter here.
Yeah, I think so. So what is the way to do this?
You also have. If you drop back with the rook right away.
Yeah.
Oh, that might be the move.
I like it. This is
my idea was that if you check, then you just move the bishop back.
Like it.
And what are you going to do here?
Well, I like rook d1. Rook d1's been a problem all along for the black king. The black king is stuck, and I don't think there's any way to stop the white rook coming over to the h file now. This is well spotted there, Tex. Just rook d1. Is there anything else that black can even try?
Let's see. So this is cool, by the way. He takes on h6, and then the idea that you don't move your bishop.
Yeah.
Nice shot of the clocks there. Time is ticking. I mean, they're taking their time. Yeah. Rook d1. He played the move.
He's played it.
That is an awesome move. So you don't give a check, but you play rook d1.
Yeah. Look at that black king. The black king is just trapped.
Yeah, and Duda knows it now too. Do you see his? He's like, oh, I've been defending the entire day. Come on, give me a break.
Did he miss this move? I mean, that's kind of sort of facial expression. It's like,
yeah, well, but it makes sense, Simon. If you're in this position, you just calculate all the possible bishop moves.
Yeah. And you don't.
And maybe rook d1 is not the first one you look at.
I know. Because you're thinking discovered check. You're thinking
because you're in this position, you're like, okay, I'm just going to go for it. Where are his discovered checks? And then he suddenly moves the rook.
Wow. And I is it? Yeah, okay. He's resigned. He's actually resigned there.
He's resigned.
There's nothing he can do here at all to stop rook h1. Is he resigned? It looked like he did resign.
I'm not sure. Oh no, okay. I'm not sure. I think he's processing it.
Well, his face gives it all away, doesn't it? There.
He doesn't have an easy tournament either. I'm not completely sure, but I believe he was in 2.5. Yeah, he stops the clock.
He's resigned. Yeah.
And resigned. And Firouzja, after a loss against Carlsen in the first round, a couple of draws, and now he's on +2, joining the Caruana, Van Foreest, and Geary in the lead with 4.5 out of 7. Impressive victory today. Again, a game with lots of different stages. And rook d1, a beautiful last move.
In some ways, you could say that was the most exciting game because it didn't seem one-sided, right? That was a game. The other wins, you could say, people played quite nicely. They were in charge most of the game. That game, maybe Firouzja was always better, but Duda, sacrificed exchange. Then he sacrificed the piece. It looked like his pawns are really strong. The thing that impressed me most there was that in-game play. Ali Reza finding, it seems to be his way through on a tightrope of possibilities. It's very easy to draw that position, and he had to play extremely accurately to end up winning, which he did do. So
he
very
did.
Impressive.
So we're pulling up the round 7 results. Again, 5 victories, a bloody day in Wijk aan Zee. 2 draws, Anton Donchenko and Carlsen, who isn't too happy probably against Hare Krishna, and 5 convincing victories. Caruana convincing, Geary, time trouble convincing, Esipenko convincing, Firouzja wonderful, and Van Foreest. And this is turning out to be a very exciting event. The standings are also, we don't have standings yet, I think, but it's also, we have 4 people leading right now, so it's anyone's tournament now. And we have an interview with Alireza Firouzja, who just finished his game.
Brilliant.
Alireza, congratulations.
Thank you.
One never or hardly ever takes with the knight on d4 in the London, except when it's winning. Did you immediately realize that it was very good move?
Yeah, after 10 seconds, I just realized that he probably missed CD4, knight takes, I don't know, 96, knight f8, and d7 is hanging. But yeah, and after that, it was just a very...
But he fought very well, and at some point it was difficult.
Yeah, of course, it was very difficult in game to convert. He sacrificed the bishop for these 3 pawns, and it's very interesting. I think I could have done...
Did you see that coming?
I saw it, but I didn't take it so seriously. I think I don't think it's the best move, but there are better moves. But yeah, the game was very tense, of course.
And then in the rook bishop against rook ending, was it to win all the time, or?
No, I think he had chances to make draw, but it was very difficult, at least practical game. So, yeah.
Okay, thank you and
thank
good
you
luck.
very much.
That was the post-game interview 12 seconds after he finished a 6-hour game. He was still willing to do an interview. Well, deserved victory for Firouzja. We're going to look at the standings after round 7. Van Foreest, Geary, the 2 Dutch players
Tex,
leading.
Sorry to interrupt, Tex, but you're liking the standings, right? You know,
I'm liking the standings, yes. I like 2 things about it. What I like is 2 Dutch guys who are leading. But what I also like is that that anything can still happen in the tournament. We have Caruana, Firouzja joining in the lead, and Carlsen, although he's not having the best tournament yet, is still only trailing by half a point. Grandelius, Hare-Krishna, and Yesipenko are still behind. We do see that there's then a 1-point gap to number 9. So for 9 to 14, it will be damage control from here on, I think.
Yeah, it's a very exciting standings. It is great to see Jordan and Anish up there, and you know, in their home country. And I'm especially pleased to see Jordan in a way because you know, he's a nice kid. And I don't know if people know this, but I think his great grandfather or his grandfather was chess champion of Holland going back a number of years. He's got a very strong brother who's a grandmaster who plays, and he's got a great history to his family with chess. But as you also mentioned, Tex, it's so open. There's so many people who can still win this competition.
Yeah, no, definitely. And if we look at the pairings for tomorrow, we have MVL Jordan van Foreest. So again, Jordan on 4.5, but he's playing black, and MVL, even though he's been losing a few Najdorfs, he's still a very, very strong player. Donchenko, Tari, Duda, Anton, Hare-Krishna, Firouzja, so that's also a big matchup. Yesipenko, Carlsen. That's also a big game. Yesipenko said he never played Carlsen except for in Bullet Online. So this is the first time playing the world champion as a big talent, the 18-year-old talent from Russia. So that's a great matchup. Grandelius, will he recover from his loss? Will he get back on track? And the big game for tomorrow, 2 tournament leaders. While in the background you see the tournament arbiter looking in the camera, and he sees these are great pairings. Caruana playing Geary, 4.5 out of 7. Big game tomorrow.
Some very big games, yeah, and it's exciting stuff. I mean, we're roughly halfway through the tournament, and I don't know what we're going to expect. I mean, Magnus. It hasn't quite been happening for him. He is the strongest player. He's the world champion.
Yeah.
He needs to start, really putting his force down on some of the games. But against the young Espienko, who hasn't lost in this tournament yet, that's going to be a tough first challenge, because you can over push as well. Because in order to beat someone like this, you're going to have to take risks. That can backfire. I'm also very interested on MVL versus Jordan, because MVL is struggling a little bit, and this is a great time probably for Jordan to play him. Great opportunity for him to get something on the board there. So it's going to be some very good games of chess tomorrow.
Yeah, definitely. If we look at the schedule, we have tomorrow we have round 8, and the commentary will also be starting at 2, just the time the game started, 2 Central Eastern Time. And that's 5 a.m. in LA, 8 o'clock in New York, 1 o'clock in the afternoon in London, the Moscow 4 o'clock, New Delhi 7:30, and Beijing 9 o'clock p.m. So that's the times, and we have many more rounds to go. So lots of exciting chess will still happen in Wijk aan Zee. Simon, tomorrow there's another round. New commentators. Today was our day. I've enjoyed it a lot. I didn't know you before, but I had a great day doing commentary with you. So thank you.
Well, thank you as well. It's been it's been great to do the commentary with you, and hopefully we get another chance in the future. I mean, we're only doing it for one day, guys. So you're going to be saved from us in the chat. The rest of the time. You only have one day putting up with us. Don't worry, we're not back again. But
no.
It's been great, and I'd like to say thank you, obviously, to you, Tex. But let's remember all the production that goes in to the people behind the scenes, and you can't imagine how many people are making you get these brilliant camera scenes. So thank you to Peter Doggers, to Leonard, and of course to Bick and everyone else there. And lastly, to everyone in the Twitch chat, thank you for watching.
Yeah, thank you. And tomorrow, 2 great commentators, then Robert Hess and Sopiko Guramishvili. It's been a great round. It was a treat for all chess fans, I think. So thanks a lot. Bye.